Shame on Tinubu. Shame, 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 shame on the Supreme Court judges that are going to be sitting on this appeal case of Atiku and Obi. Shame, 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 shame on you. Shame on you, wicked, greedy people. Tinubu, you think money is everything. You think you will use money to bewitch Nigeria. Your witchcraft is coming to an end. Wherever you went and got all the concoctions that you think you can, come and use that all over Nigerians and silence them that they can do nothing. But I'm telling you, witchcraft has an expiry date. Your witchcraft, Tinubu, the witchcraft of all the people you have surrounded yourself with, all the babalaos and whosoever the people that you have bought using money, your money perish with you. I say all the people that are around Tinubu to enable him, people like Wicked and Gwajamila and all the others, God will punish you. You have no hiding place, including the so-called APC rogue chairman, the one that is the dollar thief. And now it's a combination of thieves. People that should have been arrested and been behind bars. They're the ones that are trying to govern this nation. Greedy, wicked cowards. And suddenly, the judgment that they had planned to be for the 2nd of November, they quickly rushed. And you, wicked Iyang Okoro, that you come from the south, close to the southeast, and your name is Okoro. Instead of standing in defense, when have you seen somebody, an Igbo man, become president in Nigeria? Everything must be from the north. I'm from the north. But I'm telling you, greed and selfishness is the reason why the people are being oppressed in the south. You hardly see that among northerners. Northerners, no matter what issue they're having, they will still stand together.
Hello. What was at stake for South Africa in Paris yesterday was more than a Rugby World Cup win. The country was in desperate search for good news. The South African players put everything on the line, their bodies, souls, and honor. In what is now considered an instant classic in rugby history, South Africa won its record 4th Rugby World Cup title by defeating New Zealand 12-11. In what the ruling ANC called an effort to address historical and present challenges, the parliament in South Africa passed a major education bill with provisions to jail parents whose school-age children are not in school. The bill also banned corporal punishment in all schools. It is the most significant education overhaul in South Africa since the end of apartheid in 1994. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 11:30 a.m. in New York City, 5:30 p.m. in Cape Town, South Africa, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. One is a staunch supporter of P2B, and the other is a fervent supporter of President Bola Tinubu. One Sunday, two different viewpoints. On our show today, we will have the tenacious Dr. Haruna Goroh. He will join us at 5:30 p.m. Nigerian time. But to begin the show, we have journalist and publisher of African Abroad USA, Chief Alex Kabba. They will deal with the question of the day: what next for Nigerians and President Bola Tinubu after the Supreme Court's ruling? Alex Kabba, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you.
It's good to have you, Alex Kabba. Welcome to the show again. It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Let's start from the international news. We know that in South Africa, they won the Rugby World Cup. That may not be a big thing for Nigerians, but it's very big for South Africans. But I want to take you to the Middle East first, where Israel and Hamas, the war is still going on. What is your take as a journalist, someone who covers issues like this across the world? What is your take on that?
From the Gaza war?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Israelis are the new apartheid South Africa, and they expect people to believe that they have the right to commit genocide, and we are going to clap for them. What Israel is doing is very terrible. You are occupying a land, and you don't want these people are not free. What do you think they're going to resist? You are talking of October 7. October 7 didn't appear in a vacuum. It happened because you people are oppressing the Palestinians. So I would say that the Israelis are guilty of genocide, and the international community should stand up and call for a ceasefire. If not, all those saying that Israelis and Jews were punished during the Holocaust, it will ring shallow or hollow. So it's only when it's Israeli blood that is important. Palestinian blood is not important. So that's my take on it. So Israelis should leave Gaza. They should stop occupying the West Bank and let Palestinians have their own state. I wonder how Israel think that they can sleep well with their eyes closed when they have a lot of people that are enslaved in their border. You know, it was a matter of time before it exploded, before October 7 happened.
Now, what do you think about this reaction across the world? You know, there appears to be a censorship where people are not allowed to say certain things, even journalists, people in the academia, everywhere. It is something that the world, I don't think I've seen anything like that other than during COVID. What is responsible for that? And how do we go beyond this?
You see, this is the first time that since I've been living in America, that I've seen the raw power of the Jews. It's called corporate ownership of the media. You know, I can't even watch CNN anymore because it's so one-sided. It's the ownership that is driving the censorship of the news going on. You know, you just see that this ownership that is so structured in a way that the American Jews, they have more power on it. So they censor what can be said and what cannot be said on this medium. So that's why if it is Hamas, they are terrorists. But if it is Israel that is bombing and killing children and killing women every night for 22 days now, they are not terrorists. You know, they will not say label them anything. Yet they are killing thousands since the war started. They've killed thousands of Palestinians, but it doesn't matter. Unless it's an Israeli blood. Nobody with good conscience is going to support them. It's going to support Israel for this kind of genocidal behavior. And they are the first to say you're anti-Semite. They put that one out so that people will be intimidated. It's an anti-Semite. What about you? Are you not anti-black, anti-Arab? So that's the problem that we have in the corporate ownership of the media in America.
Will you be able to say something like what you are saying? If you are not an independent person, if you work for a corporation or you work for
if I work for CNN or any of those media houses, of course I'll be fired. I'll be fired the following day for expressing opinion which does not go well with them, or which is the truth, but it's been suppressed by the corporate elite who own the media in America. So that's the truth, you know.
Let's come back to Nigeria. And what do you make of the reaction of the government of Nigeria to what's going on there?
What's going on in Gaza?
Yeah, in Gaza. Yeah.
I really don't know, but Nigeria has not said anything. Nigeria has not said anything. So, and you can see too that most African countries have not said anything, apart from Malema in South Africa, that opposition figure, who has said that his people, if he becomes president, he's going to expel is going to expel the Israeli ambassador from South Africa. That's the only person that has made any opinion on this ongoing genocide in Gaza by the Israelis.
All right, let's come back home to Nigeria, which is the main topic of today. Last week, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of Bola Tinubu. What do you make of that? I mean, you've been on this show several times. You talked about this is what you expect. So how did you celebrate, by the way?
Well, I took my whiskey. It's not 40-year-old, but I took my whiskey and I celebrated when the Supreme Court finally put a nail in the coffin of all those people who never accept reality of the fact that election was conducted and was won by now sworn-in President Tinubu, and they still continue to go and in the wild goose chase to Chicago, all failed, and we were able to get Nigeria going with the final decision of the Supreme Court, which is very good, and we are very happy about it, and we applaud it in face of all the intimidation of all eyes on Supreme Court, all those kind of tactics and blackmail of the justices. And a good decision was reached by the juries, a unanimous decision, 7-0. So you could, if you are a candidate, wait for 2027, because President Tinubu is the one who is going to be there till 2027 or beyond, if he wants. So,
you think, what do you expect Atiku to say tomorrow? He's going to make a speech tomorrow, his reaction to the ruling. What are you expecting him to say?
I'm expecting him to make wide allegations against the Supreme Court justices, and he's going to all those cock and bull stories that he's going to come and tell us. He's a professional candidate. You can see that for the past 20 years, you can see that he has been a candidate, and he's a really professional loser. So what is he going to say? He has been a loser all the time, all his life. So please, there's no tension, there's no expectation of what is he going to say. You know, there's nothing you want to say that is going to surprise all of us. All we know is that the election is won and lost.
Now, former President Goodluck Jonathan went to Aso Rock, and when he came out, he said that Nigerians should move forward, that the election is over, and that the people should come together for the sake of the country. Do you agree with him? Of course, I agree with him. Nigeria is going through challenges, and these challenges have to be faced without distraction of election petition and all that. So now that those ones have been discharged, those petitions have been discharged, it's time now for Nigerians to come together and united. The president should come and be magnanimous. He should probably make a major what is called speech, where we can call on everybody to come together of whatever political persuasion, because we have only one country, Nigeria. So he has to unite. He has to govern by having one Nigeria in mind, and we can move on. But there are some people that cannot be saved. But those who want Nigeria to be saved, we are ready to move on. You said the president should make a speech, but beyond speeches, what do you think he should do? He should make speeches to tell people that now election is over, let's move forward. And he also talk about how he's trying now to bring the economy out of the woods, and also the security situation in Nigeria. That is what it should address. And let us start seeing how it's going to curb unemployment in Nigeria for the youth and all those kind of things. They should bring projects so that people can get employed and leave politics alone, so that we can go to governance. Yeah, that governance, don't you think that there is something that the president needs to give to your position? Like what? No, I'm just saying it's not enough to make a speech. I mean, people have already complained about his appointments and certain things that he has implemented. And I think when you talk about forming a government of quote unquote national unity or bringing people together, you know, there is more than speeches. No, that's what I told you. And I said that you should govern with one Nigeria in mind. That to be seen that it's
furthering the interests of all Nigerians, irrespective of tribe or religion or any other identifying factor. He should govern as a Nigerian president, which he is. He should not enthrone one group over the other and let people see that it's actually governing in the interest of Nigeria. That's all I'm going to say. Because
are you satisfied with the appointments he made up to this point?
There are still a lot of appointments to go. There are still a lot of appointments to be made, and we are not able to see the whole elephant by just looking at the leg. So we are going to have to still look at it ahead as they make all these appointments. Let us assess the whole elephant, and not only the leg of the elephant to assess to know the whole figure of the elephant. So you cannot judge the size of the elephant by just looking at its leg.
Yeah, but people are complaining, and people have looked at the key appointments because the key ones are made already. And they basically, even people from the Southwest are complaining that it appears to be heavily towards the people from Lagos. What is your take on that?
Well, those are the people that the president thinks he'll be able to work with. And this is not the first time. We are looking at the what's it called? The appointments, and maybe these are the people the president feel he can use, he can work with. And he doesn't want, just as I told you, some appointments have been made, and we cannot just use the leg. We can't judge the whole size of the elephant by just using the leg. As I told you, there are still thousands of appointments to be made, which have not been made yet. So we are still in the process of, the government is in the process of making more appointments to satisfy all sectors of Nigeria. This
so
is
you don't think he's in favor of people from Lagos? No.
Not in favor of people from Lagos. In favor of people from Nigeria. People from all the four corners of Nigeria. So that to further our unity in Nigeria.
Now, you've known the president for a long time. What is your take on how he's approaching the governance at the national level compared to when he was governor of Lagos State?
Well, he's holding the bull by the horn. He's taking very bold actions in places where most people have shied away from, like the economy. He's taking them by the it's a long time ago that economists have been predicting that Nigerian naira is going to be 1,000. That is the true value of the naira, and this was throughout the 8 years of the Buhari government. Goldman Sachs have said that is the real value of the naira, but they forget that they didn't believe them. So today, the president has taken the bull by the horn and let the naira float, and let investors come to Nigeria to make the economy better for Nigerians. So you cannot be subsidizing the naira all the time with your scarce foreign resources, and then you expect foreign investors to come and throw their money in your economy when they know that your currency is artificial.
So we saw the removal of the oil subsidy, and we are looking at the naira, floating of the naira. What do you think about the impact on poor people, ordinary people in Nigeria?
Well, they have done some palliatives that they have given to the people, and they are more on the way to help the less privileged in the society who are hard hit by the removal of fuel subsidy. And I'm sure with time, all these ones are going to come to effect. It's not automatic. It's going to come into effect with time.
What will happen with time? What are you saying will happen?
We have to give it time for the economy, for the restructuring of the economy or the reforms that is being carried out by the president to work. It will not work automatically, like saying that you are trying to attract foreign investors to the country. Now, the first thing that even Goldman Sachs and the other company, big firms in America have noticed is that the currency is now reflecting its true value, and they can bring money there and the government will not be coming to play hanky-panky with them by putting the naira in an artificial level. So those are the things that bring out what is called investors. And then with time, the economy will be stabilized.
So when you say palliatives, who got what, and how will they survive?
We just forget that they just gave all the states some money.
5 billion, and they gave rise.
It's not it's not 5 million.
Billion. I said billion.
Yes. To be used for palliative, 36 states gave to every state.
Yeah.
So it's not left to all those governors to know what to do with it. So you're not going to blame him if some governors refuse to share palliative to their poor people in their states. Because we have not had some state, like my state, Delta State, I've not had him talk about sharing palliative. But we have been hearing of sharing of palliative in many states in Nigeria, but I've not heard from Delta State, never heard from many states in Nigeria. So we don't know what happened.
Yeah, but you can also acknowledge that nobody anywhere else was happy. I mean, people were not happy with how it went. You know, people didn't get anything, and people are still suffering in most states. I don't know any state.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That some states, they just sat down on the money. They never bought. I saw some states from the north. I saw them. They bought keke pep. They bought all those machinery for making cassava or something. I saw them distributing it to them so that to empower the youth. But I never saw that in many states in the south. They just sat them on it. It's not just going to buy rice for them.
All right. One more question before I let in people in. We know. I know you're in New York, and you know that we're expecting tomorrow the FBI to release some information on the president. What are you expecting? Would that make any change in the politics in Nigeria?
What you need to know about information that the FBI collects, there are those unverified stories that they collect from tapping and all that, which have not been subjected to the court system in America. So when you talk of the FBI in America, they have information on all of us, especially for people like us who are very critical of certain things, or you are a journalist. They have information on you. They hear from every other person, and it's mostly sometimes unverified, because if they present it before a court, they are not able to verify it. So that's why I will not put too much premium on beer parlor gossip that the FBI is going to release, or whatever they are going to release in Chicago about the president. This election has been won and lost. You heard of the unverified gossip about saying that President Biden collected a bribe from some Ukrainian businessmen, and the FBI was refusing to release the document because they said it's unverified, and that's the president of America. So what are you going to bring out about President Tinubu that is mostly unverified gossip from Chicago or whatever in America, and we are going to take that as something of a gospel truth? That's not what we are talking about. So others are gossip that all these intelligence services or security companies, they get on Nigeria, on their citizens, both home and abroad, and then they keep them. If you put it to court and say, come and prove it in court, they have no evidence to prove it.
All right. Thank you, Alex Kabba. We have 30 minutes to get some people to ask you questions and comments. So when we come to you, please go straight to the point. Dr. Haruna is around, and he will join us at 12:30. So we have a few minutes with Alex Kabba. So let me start with you, Ovie. Next question.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me say congratulations to our guest, not just because your candidate won, but as somebody who in the forefront of fighting the military, so we can actually enjoy this kind of interaction. Say congratulations that the democracy that you follow is blossoming, lack of words. But I have a very short question, but let me back it up with a quote, 2 quotes. One is from you, Mr. Kabba. The first one is from, I'll take the first one from Bible, the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1. It says there's a time for everything and a season for every activities under the heavens. The second one is from you. This is from the cable of June 7, 2023. Paragraph 3, you said, many Nigerians are scattered all over the world, not only those in political exiles, even those in economic exiles. You will see that some of those policies of the Tinubu administration will give many people the impetus to relocate back to Nigeria, just like me, who is planning to relocate to Nigeria. That's your quote. And my question is, since there's time for everything, or it's time for campaign, it's time for competition, and in one, there's time for policy to which you support that is a good policy, and there's time for governance. And at the same time, there's time to fulfill what you promise and what you're encouraging Nigeria to do. So my question to you, are you in Nigeria now to actually enjoy the policy, or are you going to be in Nigeria before 2027?
Of course, I will be in Nigeria. I was in Nigeria.
No, relocate, not just being there.
Yes, of course. It's part of the plan. Yes, it's part of the plan. The president came to New York and he told us that he's going to be putting policy in place so Nigerians professionals can come back home and contribute to the nation's growth. And as soon as they put such policy in place, of course, I will relocate, so that you can see that it's not all doom and gloom, or we just be sitting in New York here and we are not going to be part of the process.
All right, thank you, Ovie.
Thank you for
Dr. Oji Yones.
Oh, thank you so much, Alex. Thanks. It's nice to have you on the show. Let me quickly say there are certain things that Alex said. I'm not exactly sure if he meant them or if his understanding is what is the standard thing. When he talked about FBI rumors, the President Tinubu, forfeited some amounts. And to forfeit means to lose or be deprived of something as a penalty for wrongdoing. So it's been established that he did something wrong, and as punishment, he forfeited whatever he did forfeit. So just to get the record straight on that. But let me get my points. First, Peter Obi made a speech when he asked the president to reintroduce himself. The APC attack dogs went after him, insinuated that the Attorney General should actually go after Peter Obi. You are sitting down there in New York. I am in New Jersey, and you have criticized America, saying that Israel did this, the American government did this. Do you think that the way you are able to talk in America, do you think I can go to Abuja or Lagos and just freely say, hey, Tinubu, you are a drug dealer, you are this and that? And then finally, just like Chimamanda said in prison the other day, she believes that Obi won the election, and I completely share her views. But the Supreme Court has spoken. Tinubu is the president of Nigeria. My question, do you think there is any other country in the world where a person with that baggage could have been president? Thank you.
As I just told you, number one, let me take the one of the fact that you are saying the president is a drug dealer. We have to guide what we say. A drug dealer is somebody that has been convicted. You cannot call somebody a drug dealer when you don't have no conviction, no nothing like that. That's what is called unverified information. And then money can be forfeited for different reasons in America. For instance, I have friends who have come to America with $100,000. They have nothing to do with drug, and the money was seized at the airport because of the number of the amount. So there are also cases in America where if there's too much money entering your account, legitimate money that probably you brought from somewhere else, has nothing to do with fraud or drug, and they can seize the account and go to court and close the account. So this VAT that you are regulating now, I don't think it's backed by fact. We have already said it, that all these ones having to do with drug or anything like that. So, and America has told you that the president was not convicted of anything like drug dealing or anything like that. All he did was forfeited some amount that was found in his account that is linked to his name. So, but people feel that because the word drug is more notorious and more powerful and more injurious, if you continue to use it, it will become truth. If you like, you can say it tomorrow. A truth is a truth, and a lie is a lie. No matter how much you regurgitate it.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. J. Let me just remind you guys, immediately it's 12:30, we have to bring in Haruna, so it's up to you. I want you to just ask one question so that we can get most of you to talk before we bring in Haruna. Ewa, you're next.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Alex. I have two questions in one, actually. So I'm not sure how close you are to this government. I'm not sure if you are really involved in form of advising the government, or I'm not sure the capacity you are involved with the government. My question is this. You talk about President Tinubu policies. The policy so far, specifically the removal of subsidy, the Naira unification, even the student loan, does it appear to you that it was well planned out? Does it appear to you there is a plan to, this was a deliberate decision to really work for the people, or is just to show to us that, oh, the president is doing something? That's the first question. The second question is,
can you leave it at one so that we can get to that?
Yeah. On the issue of the appointment, right? It's a bit disgusting how, I don't know, it's advising this government, the way the appointment has accrued to one region of the country. Obviously, like, we can't deny it. I'm not against President Tinubu. So I feel, nobody is advising the president to look all over the country and look for people that are qualified, that can do this job, no matter where they are coming from. Irrespective of their ethnicity, tribe, what's it called, religion or whatever. Can't we just like be deliberate about looking for people that can get the job done? Thank you.
Yeah, your first question about the subsidy removal and the student loan, I told you that I addressed the subsidy before. I told you that a palliative going on, and these are pangs of pain that you get when you are reforming the economy. And the president had the courage to do that instead of just leaving it the way it was, and putting the country back into debt because of this subsidy fraud and all that was going on for the fuel. And then for the student loan, they just brought the program, they just announced it, and they will still put things in place to ensure that they implement it. And what's the second one again?
The appointment, issue of appointment.
The issue of appointment. As I told the other questionnaire about equitable distribution, I told them that you have to look at the total picture of the elephant. There are still many appointments to be made, and you can't just use a quarter of the appointments that have been made to judge the whole picture. So you have not seen the true picture yet. You have only seen a part of the appointment. You have not seen the whole appointment that are coming that have not been made. So you are only basing it now on probably is a led group that you call a critical area of the governance that you say is dominated by some people. But I feel that we have to look at the whole picture, and now we are able to see the true picture. That's what.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Erudo, you can put me on the background. All right,
Prince, Prince, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Rudolph, and good morning, Mr. Alex Okemote. First, I just want to start with this. So you agree with me that respect is reciprocal, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we were listening to you, and you made mention of a particular candidate, despite the fact that he's not my candidate. but you made a mention of him being a serial election candidate or whatever it is. To me, I feel very much that it's disrespectful to him, being the fact that he was once a vice president. And if you want us to respect your own candidate, you also have to accord that person that respect. So if you don't mind, if there's a possibility, you might not necessarily do it right now, but at some point, withdraw that statement. That's a mocking statement. And then going by the fact, when you talk about Israel and Palestine and how America is doing this and doing that, you and I are not there. We don't know all the facts. I'm not in support of Israel, and I'm not in support of what they are doing. However, it is always easy for, you see Nigerians, we criticize other people. We criticize America. You live in this America. And I bet you probably, you have your green card or you are a citizen. I don't know. But it would be nice if you're going to criticize where you live, come up with facts in support of what you are saying. Because you also said that the FBI is the trend on rumors. But you forget the fact that even the Biden you're talking about have, the House of Assembly even was almost impeached. It was almost going to bring out some impeachment procedures on him. So if we are going to copy, why don't we emulate the good thing? Let us do the same thing that America is doing. Trump today is in court on how many indictments. But is that possible in Nigeria? No.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on. Yeah. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah. Of course. Just as I told you that many information in the FBI file are unverified information. You could see that the House of Reps actually brought out impeachment proceeding against Biden and brought witnesses. But they found out that there was no evidence, because you have to back up your allegation with facts. Anybody can make any allegation. Come and verify it. Many witnesses came that there is no evidence to proceed with impeachment, because the Republicans were just going about shouting, the man got a bribe. Okay, come and tell us, how did the bribe? How did it happen? They got $5 million bribe. How did it happen? They found out that it's unverified gossip. The same thing too that they are talking about President Tinubu. Whatever unverified gossip that they want to bring from Chicago or from wherever is unverified. That's what I mean. So it's not the truth. Anybody can come now and say, Alex Kabba, you stole money. Now come and give us the evidence where you told me where I stole the money. Okay. Just because you want to tarnish my name.
All right. Thank you. CM, remember, we have only 15 minutes. CM, we can hear you. All right. Let's go to Free Nigeria. CM, we can hear you. Free Nigeria.
Can I go now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Doctor, and good afternoon, Mr. Alex Kabba. Mr. Alex Kabba, I can't see your face clearly.
You can't see my face?
I'd like to, yeah, okay. You've not positioned yourself. I want to address you directly so that you hear me very clearly. Right. You started with Palestine, and I'm happy that my brother has addressed that, because that was what I wanted to say. You took the word out of my mouth. Now, how do you feel in about 100 years from now? You probably will not be here, I'll not be here, and your grandchildren will be told of a story that their grandfather or their great-grandfather supported evil. You wholeheartedly, hands on heart, tell me that Tinubu won the election. How could you? How dare you think we are stupid? At the age of 22, I staked my life for this country, for this bloody contraption called Nigeria. And the lots like you and all that. And I even read something. I remember you now. One of the finest officer in the Nigerian army, you accused him that he wanted to kill you. You know who I'm talking about. I don't want to speak his name here because he's not here. No wonder. And you can, hands on heart, say that the man is not a drug dealer. When somebody forfeits money, go and read again. You may not be a liar. I'm not a lawyer and all that. It's not about you. You used a parallel that was not that is not relevant in this case. When you get to the airport and you cannot account for your money, the money will be seized. But we're talking about a drug deal. For your information, I know him better than anybody here. I can say hands on heart, even before he became a governor. And I know what he's about. You guys will support evil. That is the problem. You're one of the problems of Nigeria. You cannot speak out because of money. Where is your conscience?
All right. Thank you, Free Nigeria. Let's start.
Yeah. Listen, when I talk, I talk from the truth. I don't come and say unverified things on the program. When I told you about what happened in my own case, these are verified truth and facts. You can go to Abuja and ask any journalist. That man who was the CSO to Abacha sent a battalion of police, SSS guys and soldiers to come to a press center where journalists hang out. This is not a secret thing. Go and verify it in Abuja with any journalist. So I don't lie. Who was doing that? The Mustafa who was doing that. What was his purpose?
I'm not surprised why he sent stuff to you. I'm not surprised.
Free Nigeria, let him finish.
So we are not. You cannot come and jump that they see somebody's money for that reason is a drug dealer. So if that's the case, half of Americans will be drug dealers because it's a routine that they seize money every day at the airport, at the banks. So the fact that they seize the money is equal to a drug dealing. No, I've said it before that you can repeat a lie 100 times. The truth will always prevail. And then for you saying that he did not win the election, you are running away from the fact. The man won the election because the other party factionalized. You are not able to realize that a house divided against itself, going for a big election like a presidential election, cannot stand. The PDP factionalized. You have to put it in, you have to get it straight. They broke it into 3 factions. The Kwankwaso faction, the Peter Obi faction, and the Atiku factions. The 3 of them went to face the APC. And that's why they lost. You people are not able, you become emotional without looking at the facts. So that your facts will now set you free, and you will know that that's why they lost the election. It has nothing to do with fantasy. That is the reality.
All right, thank you. Let's try Sim again. Sim, can you hear us? Yeah, we can hear you, Sim. Righteous Man, we have just 10 minutes, 9 minutes actually. So
yeah, good evening, Doctor. Mr. Alex, your generation destroyed Nigeria without any apology. Your generation has brought this country into a mess. Your generation had made Nigeria to be a laughingstock. Your generation took your children and your wives out of this country and live a luxury life and left us to perish in Nigeria here. Your generation is a wicked generation. Your generation has destroyed this country. Come back to Nigeria and live with us here and face what you are facing. You rigged the election and you are telling us that he won the election. Where did he win the election? You know how many lives that were lost in Lagos? Come back to Nigeria and live with us in the street of Lagos. Your generation has destroyed this country. Doctor, thank you.
Let's go.
Yeah. Democracy that has been going on in Nigeria since 1999, which some of us fought for, my generation didn't destroy Nigeria. One election is not going to destroy Nigeria. It's just that we get it right. The fact that there was a dispute in one of the presidential elections does not mean my generation destroyed Nigeria. Have you ever seen me hold one position before my generation destroyed Nigeria? And you see, if you will have really preferred me to be dead, like Bagada Kalto, my colleague in Abuja, who was killed. I just tell the truth as I see them, without emotional attachment to it. It's the cold fact. We are talking of figures. You can say it. The election was not won or free and fair. Where in the world have you ever seen that they will not dispute election? Even in America, yeah. Donald Trump is still saying that he won the 2020 election till today. Even though all the courts have dismissed all the claims, he still say it. It's just, it's the owner of his mouth. He can say anything. And you to say, if you are the owner of your mouth, you can say anything.
Oga, bring back your children to Nigeria. Come back to Nigeria and stay with us.
How do you know that I was in Nigeria up to September, since May? And I'll be coming back again too very soon. It's not a lie, it's the truth. I've been in Nigeria since May all the way to September. So it's the policy that we're going to work. We have to govern. We are not going to be talking about spilled milk. This decision of the Supreme Court cannot go well with everybody, but it's been made. So it's time we come together and figure out how to help Nigeria move forward. That's my take on it.
Thank you, Alex Kabba. CM, can you speak first?
Okay. Can you hear me? I don't know what somebody is attacking. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we have about 6 minutes, so quickly, please, so I can get to...
Okay, let me put it, Yeah, thank you, Mr. Alex Kabba. I've just been informed, I verify my facts, that you managed, for all your years in journalism, you managed to obtain a Bachelor of Arts degree in English Language and Literature from Lagos State University, not University of Lagos, Lagos State University, the one at your job. So, and then you use it to work for Newswatch and the PM News, all those guerrilla journalism of Abacha. The question I want to ask you is this. Which vendor printed your certificate that you designed? Which vendor printed your certificate? That's what I want to know.
Which vendor? I don't understand.
Because vendor print, you should know now, you are supporting Tinubu. Tinubu said vendor printed his certificate. So I'm asking you, because show me your friend, I tell you the type of person you are. So which vendor printed your certificate, the one you used to work for Newswatch? When you say you studied English, bachelor's degree at LASU, Lagos State University, the one near my too, not the University of Lagos, the one along at your job. You use it to work for Newswatch 1991 to 92, and then AM and the news magazine of those guerrilla journalism under the bridge printing. You work for 1992 to 1995 with PM News. So I'm asking you, which vendor designed and printed your certificate for you? Just be bold enough. Tell us. Just don't feel ashamed. Which vendor printed it?
I am not the one that I'm not in government, and I'm not the president. The president, I know where you are involved.
This is a question that I'm direct to you. I'm not talking of what concerns you with the president. Which vendor? You can say.
You see, have you seen my certificate? Have you seen my degree before? You didn't see it. What you need is verification from the university. The university has verified that the president attended the school and graduated. So that is all we need. It's not the paper or the sheet that you see. It's not the same thing too as they do it in America here. I've told you that certificate in America, they are like some kind of decoratum that you can use. You can even print on your own, because the real one that they use is transcript and verification from the university. So when you are talking of the way you are talking of certificate in America, in Nigeria, it's not the same in America. You can print your own certificate to use a post, but nobody's going to want to employ you with it. What they're going to do to verify is to ask the university to send transcript and to verify that you do attend such a university. But in Nigeria, they want your certificate. They want your NYSC certificate. So it's a different system. So don't compare the two. Don't mingle apple and oranges. They are different systems.
I'm only asking the vendor that printed your own. That's what I simple. Tell us the vendor.
I'm telling you, it does not high school in Nigeria. The president's school in America. So it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. If I'm going to apply for work at Newswatch, which I did, I will bring my physical certificate. They will verify it there. I also call the university to verify. It's not like that in America. In America, the certificate is not what the way it is used in Nigeria. This is the transcript of the university they are going to ask for. So how is that equal to what my own certificate is in Nigeria?
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm all right. I'm all right with you. It's okay. It's okay.
All right. Thank you, Sam. So this is what I just reached out to Dr. Haruna. He's willing for us to finish with the people who are in the studio to talk to Alex Kabba, and then we'll begin it. So the flagship, Ernest. You are muted. Can you unmute yourself, please?
I'm going to come back, please. You can move on to the next guest.
Okay. All right. Lexi, you're next.
Okay. I salute every one of you on the panel. I salute our guest speaker. I salute Dr. Damages. Alex Kabba. Kushe. Kushe. Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, you are saying you are saying Kushana. Yeah, you are speaking Yoruba.
Yeah. How the body? Okay, it could be anything. It's not only Yoruba that say that. How the body?
Fine.
Okay. The reason I spoke that is Creole. Creole is from Sierra Leone, the one that I just spoke. That's how they greet there. Your name, Kabba, sounds to me like that of a Sierra Leonean. I may be wrong in.
No, I'm Urobo. If you want to know.
Kabba. What does Kabba mean in Urobo?
It means ladder.
Okay. I'll leave that where it is. Yeah. Every human being has a right to a homeland, as you know from being a Nigerian. That's why you have indigenous people. Where is the homeland that geographically and historically you can attribute to the Jews? Where is it located? All right. I'll leave that question. Everyone should know the answer. I now ask, the name Egypt and Israel outlives anything that the British have made. And the British made Palestine. So, with regard to what you said about that area and what is going on now, are you in support of one group saying that the other should be destroyed while they take over what they call their own land, or you are in support with the two living together as a people in peace? Because what you said already, I have seen the picture you are painting, that the Palestinians should take over their land. So where would the Jews go?
All right, thank you. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the Jews should be driven out. What I mean is that it's like South Africa. The white people in South Africa were not driven out; they are still there. But these people enslaved South Africa for a long time. This is the same thing going on in Palestine and Israel. What I mean is that there's the Israelis don't want a two-state solution. That's why they keep on expanding their settlement into the area of Palestine in the West Bank. You know, they are so greedy. They are expanding every day into the land of the occupied territory of West Jerusalem, and the West Bank, and they expect that there will be no resistance. They believe that if I come and take your land, you should just turn the other face. So I'm telling myself that these people living near the settlement, this is Palestinian land that they took by force, how did they sleep at night when they know that it is the duty of the oppressed to react to their oppressor, against their oppressors? So by their policy of the most right-wing government of Netanyahu in history, by its policies of encouraging settlement, land grabbers, we call them in Nigeria, of Palestinian land, that is what happened. These people are going to react the way black South Africa reacted against apartheid. Because what is going on in Palestine is apartheid. These people are enslaved. In that Gaza you are talking about, they can't go out. It's an occupied territory.
All right.
So how can you think that people are going to be living in bondage and they are not going to react? And then they react, then you condemn the reaction. Oh, they are terrorists. You think any people who are oppressed are not going to react? It's a natural instinct. That is what I can take away from there. So Israel does not want peace. And that is the reaction that they are getting now. The day they come, they want peace, they will accept a Palestinian as human being and accept two-state solution.
Thank you, Alex Kabba. Our next guest is around the corner. What I promise everybody is that we are going to bring back Alex Kabba and give him the whole hour and unlimited time so that he will answer some of your questions. I will let the flagship, your question, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Thanks again, Dr. Damages, and also to, please, I'm a son of Urobo. I'm from Delta State, and I'm going to do the right thing. So I don't know what to address you, Chief or Mister, but let me go by saying Chief Akaba. I will greet you in my language, Mingwo. Now, let me correct you in some things before I shoot out what I have to say. I'm going to correct you in some things. It would be an insult to describe the American degree or certificates that you have as just a mere decorative document. If you do not understand how it operates here, then it would be good for you to ask and maybe get some more information. It's not a decorative document. You cannot print it just anywhere. As a matter of fact, if you do, you might end up in jail. I went to school here in the US, and I know what I'm talking about. Straight to my question. The Supreme Court has made their judgment and it's final, all right? So we've moved past there. I heard you say that your candidate won the election. You and I know he did not. So let's put that aside. Your candidate during his campaign season mentioned to Nigerians that he's ready to hit the ground running. He's in office now. So I'm surprised why we are just seeing the foot of the elephant and not the whole picture. We're supposed to be seeing it all by now to know where he's taking the country to and what his plans are. My question is this. If you run an organization, Chief Akaba, and you control the finances, and a member of your organization, whom you know, has a house, a car, and a land, and has used all three of those as collateral to borrow money to sustain himself and his family, if he approaches you, Chief Akaba, and say, please, I need some money, can you loan me? And just for the sake of the question, let's say you have it. Can you loan me $100 million or Naira? I want to use it to feed my house and my immediate family and extended family. Would you give that money to him, considering that all his personal belongings has been used as collateral for other loans that he borrowed? I'll stop with that question, and maybe next time I'll ask you more. Again, Mingwo, yeah.
Now, I really don't know. I really don't know about this question. Under which context are you saying it? That you're going to get more loan if the person is overdrawn?
No, I'm not overthrown. If the person comes to you and say, Chief Akaba, loan me some money, 100 million Naira. I want to use it to feed my immediate family.
I got you. Under what context is this question?
I'm asking, your candidate says he's ready, and you said he's gotten his cabinet together. He's giving out palliatives. He's borrowing money to feed the nation. Would you be comfortable to lend money to someone who comes to you to say, borrow me money, I want to feed my household and my extended family, knowing that that money is not going to be put to nothing else other than to feed? Would you do it?
Well, that is a different category entirely. You see, it's a different category. It's banks. If banks are loaning or countries are loaning money to Nigeria, that's their risk to take. It's not. I'm not the one that is going to loan them.
Okay, so I put that just in that context, and I'll end up with this. Look, you and I know Nigeria is bankrupt. We don't have nothing to show forth. We've been borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. It's 6-7 months since your candidate got into office. We are neck deep. You know that your children cannot pay back this loan. I definitely cannot, not in my lifetime. Why are we borrowing money to eat and not money to invest in businesses? I think you should, I've read a couple of your articles in Newswatch back in the day. I think it would be a great idea if you can write up something on this topic and show it to your candidate so he would read, and to his economic team so they can read and know that borrowing money to eat is a dangerous, dangerous thing to do. I will not lend anybody money who comes to ask me money to eat and not to invest. Nigeria is sinking. And you are happy that he won and he has no plans. He's on the ground running, and all we are seeing is the foot of the elephant. We want to see the whole body so we can know what the true picture is. I yield the floor. Thank you.
But let me also correct you. It's not my candidate. It's my president. It's your
whatever
president.
He is, your president, your candidate. The guy is in front of the nation.
President of Nigeria.
He's leading. So supposedly the Supreme Court has given him
Mr. President to all of us, and he didn't start the borrowing. There's no country that doesn't borrow. So it's the way you are making it.
My point, Chief Akaba, is this: borrowing money to eat is bad. Nobody borrows money to consume it with no plans to pay it back. You are sinking the nation further into debt. Yes, he's not the first person that started it. I expected his plans to be laid out to show to us that, listen, if I get in this position, regardless of the baggage, this and this and this are what I'm going to do, and I'll save the nation. We're going down. I'm very, very concerned. I'm a Nigerian. I'm proud of being a Nigerian. I will never deny my country wherever I go. But I'm very concerned that it's trying to sink us down more with a lot more money with no plans at all. I don't want to see the foot of the elephant. I want to see the true picture.
Thank you, the flagship. Unfortunately, we have to end it here. Alex Kabba, have your final answer to flagship. Matt, I'm so sorry. It's lasted too long, and we need to get our other guests in. Alex Kabba, your final words.
Yes, what is there is that the president just came in 5 months, not 6 months, and if they are borrowing money, it's to service the economy. It's not for food or all that, as you are saying. And most countries of the world, there's no country that doesn't borrow. That's why they have IMF and the World Bank. So, and the government has things to do. They have to do infrastructure. They have to do stuff, not just for food alone. And Nigeria really is a food basket country. We have a lot of locally produced food in Nigeria. So it's just that we have not got into the mechanized aspect of it yet. So I don't think we are borrowing all this money just because we want to go and use it to feed. And that's what I have to say.
All right. Before we let you go, I just found out that our guest, he's in Nigeria. We lost him for a moment. So I think we have a few minutes until he comes back in. So Matt, you can ask me your question.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Damages. Dr. Damages, I greet you. I greet everyone in the panel. I greet forefathers. I greet our dear brother Alex. Okay, Mr. Damages. For me, I don't like wasting my time talking about people who represent Bola Tinubu from afar, because he might not have much clue about what this present government is all about. Because from what I'm hearing from him is, I think. So when you are telling me I think means you are not involved and you don't know what is going on. You are just saying from your own perspective what you feel. You understand? And coming to what you said about Israel and Palestine, you said something, I was laughing. You are not condemning Israel, but you are not condemning your age group. You are not condemning people of your age bracket who have messed up this country. I'm asking you as a senior brother, if you have a company that keep running, that is failing, will you go and employ somebody like Tinubu to be to be your executive chairman to run that company. Let me tell you one thing. The problem in Nigeria is people like you. With all due respect, not insult. You people doesn't like to stand on the truth. Education, 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 education is what we hear. We don't see people being practical, doing things in reality, putting things down for people to see what's going on. Certificate has deceived us in Nigeria. And all these things that you are saying about Palestine and Israel is the same thing that is applied in Nigeria, that the Southeasterners, it was their turn to become the president of Nigeria. But the West insists, because the West has contest, but they insisted because of their greediness and every other thing to present Tinubu. Tinubu come and say, Emilokon. With all that he forced himself to Nigeria, where are we now? I don't care about what the judiciary say in Nigeria, because I know that they are all the same people. They have not changed. Their brain has not been changed. Their mindset has not been changed. They still are be the same people who have been running the judiciary of Nigeria. But Dr. Damages, allow me. Dr. Damages, allow me.
We don't have time.
Let me round up. Let me round up. You wanted to pull me out before. I've not been in this show for a long time. What are you doing now? If you want, take me out. Matt, let me say something. I'm rounding up.
Matt, listen.
I'm rounding up.
Okay, round up. We say ask a question, but you are making a speech.
I'm rounding up. I've not been on this show for a long time. Give me that preference. I'm one of the pioneers here. I started this show with you, but now you are pulling me out. Let me talk.
Okay.
We need to tell these old people something. We are young people. We are dying. Each time you give us short time to speak with them, we need to talk to them. Can't you see that things are happening in Nigeria? People will come here to deceive who? Who are you deceiving? You can't deceive us by telling us all this kind of crap. You tell us that Nigeria is this, that Tinubu is that, Tinubu is that. Who are you convincing? Convince the old tagos like you in Nigeria. You can't convince us. We knew what happened in Nigeria. We knew that election they killed people. We knew that they said that certain people will not vote in Nigeria. We knew all the rubbish they did and the INEC did in Nigeria. And you are here telling us, and you want to quantify and certify every rubbish that happened in Nigeria. We cannot take it. He can be your president, but as long as I know what happened in Nigeria, I was alive. My son that is here was watching everything with me in this television. Here, he saw it. He saw people that they beat. He saw people that he knows everything, even as little as he is. Asking me about it, Tinubu and Obi. You are here. You as an elderly man, you are here telling us things that are not even so. Even if a child of 1 year hear it, he will say that you are lying. My dear brother, I'm not insulting you, but you people should know your age group and more has disappointed us, has messed up that country. You people have killed everything, both the talent and everything that we have there. I'm just putting it to you. Know it now. And don't come here again to tell us lies.
All right.
Don't come here to tell us lies.
Matt,
if it's bringing you, don't tell us lies.
Matt, thank you so much. Let's cover final words.
Yeah, all I can say is that it's just emotional, and the symbolism is using is not correct. You see, election is there from hiring a chief executive. Election is you go and elect people. You are not hiring a chief executive. It's an election. It's very bloody. It's nasty, but that's how the whole world that are practicing democracy, that's how they work. So, and this idea of it's your turn of your area to become president, it doesn't work that way. Politics is about numbers. You have to walk across the line to get your figures to become president. I don't think there's anywhere anybody going to come and hand you over power. You see, you have to campaign, you have to struggle to get that power, and that's what happened in the last election. So I know that you are very emotional that your person didn't win, but that's the reality now. You can say I'm saying crap. President Tinubu is going to be your president for the next 4 years, even beyond. So that's the reality. We have to face the reality and move on and go into governance and unite instead of getting emotional and angry and all that. You cannot change anything. What we need to do is to find a way to move Nigeria forward.
All right, Alex Kabba, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And hopefully we'll bring you back and give you the full hour, show, and then you get a chance to answer more questions. We appreciate it. For those who do not know, Alex Kabba was a journalist in Nigeria, one of those who fought for a democracy that we now have. So we now go to the next guest, who most of you know. Let me play this introduction so that you know.
Thank you.
All right, my introduction is not playing. I might as well introduce our guest. He is someone that most of you know. He's been on this show several times. Dr. Haruna Goroh, very, very important player in Nigerian activism and political environment. He supported...
come and use that all over Nigerians and silence them that they can do nothing. But I'm telling you, witchcraft has an expiry date. Your witchcraft, Tinubu, the witchcraft of all the people you have surrounded yourself with, all the babalaos and whosoever the people that you have bought using money, your money perish with you. I say all the people that are around Tinubu to enable him, people like Wicked and Bajamila and all the others, God will punish you. You have no hiding place, including the so-called APC rogue chairman, the one that is the dollar thief. And now it's a combination of thieves. People that should have been arrested and been behind bars. They're the ones that are trying to govern this nation. Greedy, wicked cowards. And suddenly, the judgment that they had planned to be for the 2nd of November, they quickly rushed. And you, wicked Iyan Okoro, that you come from the south, close to the southeast, and your name is Okoro. Instead of standing in defense, when have you seen somebody, an Igbo man, become president in Nigeria? Everything must be from the north. I'm from the north. But I'm telling you, greed and selfishness is the reason why the people are being oppressed in the south. You hardly see that among northerners. Northerners, no matter what issue they are having, they will still stand together and defend themselves. I'm telling you, that's why you can see already most of the people from the far north are already standing against Tinubu because they had an agenda for the Muslim ticket, and they say it's not dancing according to their tune. That's why they didn't. They are not in support of Wike being the minister of FCT. They said he should have been a Muslim because historically it's always been Muslim. I say again, shame on Tinubu, shame on the tribunal. They want to rush because they want to use technicalities. Wicked people that have no heart, and they're going tomorrow to go and pervert justice. Now, if you are bold enough, why?
All right. Welcome to the show, Dr. Haruna.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Dr. Damages. Where are your...
Not on this show, not on this show.
Because where we are now in Nigeria, we need doctors in the ICU. I'm telling you, Nigeria is on a life machine. It's just to be sustained. The machine is breathing for Nigeria, so we need you now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. How have you been?
I've been fine, just bleeding inside, just watching the broad daylight robbery and the defense of robbery that's happening in Nigeria. And it used to just be in Nigeria, but it's so sad that these heartless people have taken it internationally. Just watching the man that you had there, whether it's a chief or journalist or whatever, that for somebody to come and defend this kind of thing, they are preparing ahead of the release of the FBI files. That's why he has to discredit FBI sitting in America. That man should be deported.
So what do you expect? Let me start from here. Atiku to say tomorrow?
You said what?
What do you expect Atiku Abubakar to say tomorrow?
Well, I wouldn't really tell. I think I can't talk for him, but it's obvious that for him, it's almost like the last time or last chance, considering his age. So he may want to spill the beans tomorrow, like expose all the things he has kept and has not exposed because he still needs to have a chance and get votes from all the different sides. But right now, as we speak, with what the Supreme Court just did, he has nothing to lose. So I suspect we're going to hear things before FBI files. We will hear some things from him because he was the one, remember, that went to get this thing at the court with the certificate forgery and all that, so that he can use that and see what they did with it. So I expect him to give his last word. And Nigerians should be ready for some surprises.
Okay. Well, what about P2B? He was scheduled to be here today, but because of the ruling and other things, we postponed it. What do you expect him to say whenever he speaks to Nigerians?
I think by now we all know Mr. Peter Obi. He's a diplomatic, calm, peaceful man. He will hit you hard, but you won't bleed publicly. He's going to be very smart, calculated, and still insist on the Nigeria that he dreams of. He's not going to attack the president. He's not going to speak like some of us speak. But smart people, they will listen to that and know he has driven his point home. So he's just going to talk about the Nigerian dream, talk about what is happening with the economy. He will say he believes in the judiciary and he accepts whatever is the verdict, even though he expected that it should have been different based on all the facts that he presented. But Peter Obi is going to give hope to Nigerians by telling them that the dream of seeing Nigeria free has not ended. And he will tell us or tell Nigerians that the journey is not a sprint. It's a marathon race. And it takes stamina for us to be able to go to the end and embrace the rope. So I expect him to give hope to Nigerians in spite of what appears to be a bleak situation, a hopeless situation that has no certainty. You know, it's like people driving at night with no headlamps. It's like...
We've had it from a lot of Nigerians, including former President Goodluck Jonathan, basically saying that the election is over, the courts, they've ruled, and we should move on. We should try to work together to serve the country. What is your answer to him or people like that?
Yeah, well, you know, for those are statesmen. You remember President Jonathan, up till now, he's a hero of many, including my hero. The way he relinquished power, and for somebody to be the incumbent, and then he had everything working on his behalf. He could have held on to power. Buhari would not have smelled power. But for peace, and he said one thing that some people maybe have forgotten. He said his ambition of being president is not worth the blood of one Nigerian. But how many people died just during the election? And how many people have died after? In fact, some committed suicide. But this illegitimate rogue government that knows nothing but living on lies and hiring people like Alex that just spoke Kabba. And you will see from tomorrow and going on to the week, how many people will pay money to Arise, to channels, and the different media houses, including newspapers, to try and work on destroying the thing about FBI files. You haven't seen anything yet. So that's where we're headed to.
So what is now the option for Nigerians like you? What are you going to be doing in the next few weeks and months?
Well, people always look at me and they say, I'm an activist for Peter Obi. But one thing is that they do not know that I am not a politician, nor do I plan to be one.
You said, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. You said you're not, yeah, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Dr. Haruna, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Sorry, viewers. I think he's feeling that we don't hear him, but okay. All right, we will talk to him a few more questions, and then I will let you guys in, and then you can ask him questions. I just wanted to know what is he planning to do, whether he will end up accepting Bola Tinubu as his president. A lot of people have said he's not going to be my president. So we want to get that question answered, and then we'll let you in, and you take it from there. Thank you all again for joining us. And like I said, we are going to announce within the week when we are going to have Peter Obi on the show. All right. He's in Nigeria, so we expect this every now and then. When we have a guest from Nigeria, the connection is always a problem. But we thank him for staying, and he was actually at an event, and he agreed that he will come in place. Will come in to be the guest today, and that was why we moved it to 5:30 Nigerian time, when he could make it here. Let me take a break, and when we come back, I will make sure that he's not having any problem with connecting, and then we'll continue.
Justice, the judiciary is the last hope of the common man. But let me say this, the judiciary are the last ones that have come to squeeze the remaining life that the common man has. Everything is about money, 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 money. Your money perish with you, Tinubu. Your money perish with you. All of you judges that receive money to pervert justice, and they want to go and use technicalities. Weak people. You can't stand Nigerians. And small time, they will still want to use the army and the police. Any right-thinking police, any right-thinking army should not side with these people and work against 200 and something million people. How many are they? Why should you people allow money to sell your conscience? And then Nigerians are stuck, and everybody will just go into his house and say, well, this is Nigeria, this is Nigeria. You know, Nigerians, we are the ones enabling these people. By now, there should have been uproar everywhere. By now, there should have been protests everywhere. And then some people are still saying, let's remain hopeful. You hoped during the election, you hope that 25th of February will deliver the right candidate. Did it happen? Mahmoud Yakubu went and announced the election, the stolen election, stolen mandate. Then we spoke to you and we said, stand up and reclaim this mandate. Don't let them swear Tinubu. If you let Tinubu go in, he's a rogue, he's a crook. He will go in there, use money, bribe everybody, and silence everybody. Now that he is so-called commander-in-chief, just wait and see. You haven't seen suffering. Buhari is child's play, is kindergarten. It's a nursery school torment. You haven't seen anything. The suffering that people have suffered in Lagos, where Tinubu made Lagos his private business. He's about to do that in Nigeria. Can't you see his appointment? appointing people, just dashing people. He has more media advisors than he has security, than he has people that will bring change in Nigeria. And he hasn't done anything about the economy. Everything is gone down. He hasn't done anything about security. Has he done anything about your life? Few wicked people have held us hostage. And some people are just saying, let's wait and see. Wait and see what? Tinubu is wicked. Everyone that is behind Tinubu is evil and wicked. Nigerians, when will you wake up from sleep? Tomorrow is Thursday. They want to come and uphold Tinubu's presidency. Now, judges, prove me wrong. You say I'm trading.
All right, we have the man back. Welcome back, Dr. Haruna.
I don't know what's going on. You know, Agbado Master and his people, they are busy right now. Because they know about snatch it and run. They hit the ground running as thieves. Thieves don't stand. They grab when they steal from your house. By the time you go back, everything is left scattered in the house because they're in a hurry.
Do you feel that, were you expecting Nigerians to do something? Were you expecting them to react to the judgment in any way?
Well, in a way, I was, but I think the thing took some people, because they felt it took some people by surprise, because a lot of people were still hopeful because of the hope that Peter Obi gave to them. He had said,
the people that will come today, the guests today are Dr. Haruna Goroh.
I'm hearing somebody.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Haruna Goroh is a sound president, and this other APC man. Let me remove myself.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Okay, because I was hearing somebody talking.
Yes. Go ahead.
And so, you know, Peter Obi, he gave people hope. With the case was a very, very tight case with enough evidence that if our justice system was truly a justice system, we will not be talking what we're talking now. But you and I know, I don't know about you, but I know very well it's been hijacked long before now. And so, but the people were still saying, and that's why billboards went out during the tribunal, and they were saying all hope, that all eyes on the judiciary. The judiciary is the last hope of the common man, expecting that since the so-called independent electoral commission did not do what they were supposed to do, even looking at the way they went to court, how do we explain a person that's supposed to be an umpire in a game, neutral, a referee, coming to defend a side that is purported to have been the one that won, and there's a dispute, and they are coming to defend the party that so-called was declared winner, or the person that was declared winner. So people were hoping that because Obi said, I have gotten justice from the judiciary in the past in Anambra. So with that hope, he raised the hope of the people. And the obedience, don't forget from their names, they are very, very obedient and loyal. If Peter Obi had just half of the kind of heart of Tinubu on the negative, by now Nigeria will be at war. Why we are at peace is because of the type of person we have. And Atiku, even though I've not supported him, Atiku is also one of the top sportsmen in politics Nigeria has ever seen. Anybody that will not remove their cap for Atiku, then that person must be wicked. Because Atiku several times went into this thing, we will lose and go to court, lose and go to court, and still kept coming back. People may have their issues with him, but it's that spirit of sportsmanship. And I believe Peter Obi, and the way he gave hope to the people, and the way the case was so obvious to everyone. I mean, Dr. Rudolph, where have you seen not even a local government chairman elected goes to court and wins a case where there's no celebration? The whole nation, we don't need a prophet to tell us. All these charlatans that come on TV to be supporting them, there is money involved. I am a northerner. I know how we do our things. Nobody should come here and say he's from the south and that he's from, whether is it Edo or wherever. Where is that man from?
I think Delta, Niger Delta.
Delta. They have all been bought. To me, where we are now, is the reason is because of people like him from the south or southeast. Charlatans that money has seared their conscience. He needs to get his pay for what he just did on this your channel. He's going to use it to collect his money. So let's get back. I don't want to digress or go off the point, but Nigerians, especially the obedient, they are obedient and they are useful citizens. They don't want a nation that they are looking forward to seeing the birth of a new nation. They don't want to be the ones that should destroy it, because this Tinubu, this APC government, they have come to destroy Nigeria. So we are at peace now because Peter Obi is a man of peace. And he's always, even now, all he's thinking is, what's the way forward? Which is what all of us are all concerned about going forward from now on. That we can't let if just, Rudolph, how many months? Just about 6 months. See what this man has done. Less than 6 months. Imagine 1 year, imagine 4 years, and as Alex said, 8 years. Because they know all the evil they have put together, they have put all the people that will protect this illegitimate government for another 4 years and another 8 years. But I'm telling you, the time has come now. We must go past Obi. Obi is one man. Obi can afford to feed his family, can afford to sleep where he wants. He has money. But Nigerians are dying. And they are talking about palliative. It's a ridicule to Nigerians. You're actually, to give how many billions to states and say divide. How do you divide it? A bag of rice to a local government. How many people will eat from the bag of rice? Are you going to give them 1 grain each? Then they will come with that fake lie and be telling people, and I can't explain. When we talk, they say we are emotional. You cannot be beaten and they say you are emotional when you talk. When people are in the assembly, including the ones that went from the opposition, asking to buy a car of 160 million. And they asked them that, why are you doing that? They said because the roads are bad. 8 years of Buhari, he couldn't fix the roads. Tinubu hit the ground running. You run on the road. If you hit the ground is where you are to make sure you can run effectively. He's running on potholes. But they want to get luxurious cars. It's all about destroying Nigeria. And I'm telling you, it must stop, not after 4 years, but now.
Let me ask you about P2B's vice presidential candidate, Babamed Adati. How is he doing? Is he? How does he feel about the judgment? We've not heard anything from him.
Deti is a man of few words. He's a great guy, but he's also somebody that if we let him loose, you will know another side of this whole thing we're talking about. Peter Obi is the gentle, calm coin. But I mean, remember the interview he granted Shehu when he warned, and Shehu was trying to tell him, don't do that. He said, I will say it again. He said, the mistake that Nigeria will make is to swear in Tinubu. People like us spoke. If Tinubu can come and grab something from you when you are sitting, or grab your seat and unseat you while you are sitting, is it when you take him and place him on a seat and then you think you can come and bulldoze him out? He doesn't know that kind of game. So we want people, that, just like Betty did, he said, don't make the moment you swear in Tinubu, democracy is dead. And we saw exactly what happened with the Supreme Court. So for Betty right now, you notice he's quiet. He's not appearing in many of the places where things are. Just a few times he went to the court during the tribunal hearing. But right now, what he spoke is like a prophet spoke. So what else do you want me to say? I told you people, Nigerians, that swearing in Tinubu, democracy has ended. So he was sure that there will be no justice in that case, even though Obi was hopeful. He just kept his mute because he didn't want to talk too much. So right now, he's going on with his business. He has a school to run, a university to run. He's got many things to do. So he's focusing on that and just waiting to see what Nigerians would do, not what Obi would do.
Now, we've had people from Nigeria calling, especially from the South, complaining about hardship that came about as a result of oil subsidy removal and the floating of the Naira. How is it in the northern part of the country? How are people surviving?
You know, there is no, just as Obi used to say during his campaign and still says, that the people in the north don't buy bread cheaper to the ones from the south. The only difference between we from the north and you people from the south, from the north, we depend on government for everything. We depend on our leaders. We depend on our emirs, our chiefs, our imams. Whatever they say, whether we are hungry, we are dying, they have the last say. We will follow them like zombies, sheep to the slaughter. And that's why they've taken advantage using that, our blind loyalty. So right now, a northerner, we only speak now because Tinubu is the one that's in the driving seat. So before, they suffered. For years, they were hiding it. Let me say, just like what's happening in South Africa, the whites that were in control of the government, even when somebody is bankrupt, they protect the person and they don't show it. They will help the person, do everything to protect. But it got to a time that they couldn't hide it anymore. Whites are now begging on the street. They are now on the street as people that are sleeping out on the street. So when you push people and they push it, like in Hausa they say, into the bongo, that means when the push gets you to the wall, you have nothing to do because there's no more place to exit. You will turn back and push your way, and the force you will use against the one behind you that is pushing you against the wall, it will be damaging, just like your name is Dr. Damages. So in the north, they are suffering exactly what you're suffering, and in fact, worse, because the difference between the north and the south is that the south, they are in the spirit of entrepreneurship right from childhood, especially from your tribe. People are trained to be independent from childhood. You don't use your poverty as a weapon to eat from others. You're almost like the whites that train their people from childhood to take responsibility. If I'm going to give you pocket money, wash the car, mow the lawn. Not for nothing. You don't. But in the north, we pay homage. Rankai Dede, Sanupa, you steal, but we say, may you live long. We come and pay homage. We lie on the ground. We sit there. And somebody can steal all they want to. And we just salute. So they have used that against us. So in the north, it's slightly different. So even now, as is, things are not, when you see people complaining now, it's mostly on the religious aspect, the suffering. But you remember, even during Buhari, in his second term, even in Daura, where he comes from, they started pulling down his billboards, barricading his entourage, and saying, Bamuso, Bamuso. That means we don't want, we are tired, we don't want you, we don't want you. Are we going to eat the religion? Are we going to eat the tribalism? We are hungry, we don't have food. So now, very soon, the Northerners will also start to show, but the suffering does not know any region. It's for everyone now.
So if the government, the current government, if they approach you and say, what do you think they should do to make things better, what will you say to them?
I would tell them, if a thief steals my house, takes occupation of my house, and goes to court, and the court says, I can't prove it, that I'm the true owner of the house, then the person is asking me, what do you think I should do with the house? How should I decorate the house? What kind of security should I put in the house? No, he stole it because he believes he has what it takes to take care of the house. He stole it because he believes he can do it better than me and took my house from me. So they don't need to ask me what should they do, because he said they will hit the ground running. So he hit the ground and removed fuel subsidy. And then came back and said, things have changed. They hit the ground, appointing people from one region. And Alex said that they still have time. But all the important positions have been given to one side. But they are still busy. If you had a vision, let me tell you, Rudolph, the problem is lack of vision. When you don't have a vision, but you have ambition, Emi Lokon, Ahmed Buhari president, is Yoruba Lokon, is the turn of Yoruba. And among Yorubas, I paid my dues. I am the one that met Buhari. He was crying on television. Buhari was angry. They didn't want to give Tinubu, but Tinubu reminded him. One day you will remember I said on your show, Rudolph, that the beans will be spilled. Buhari promised Nigerians that he will make sure this is the most transparent and credible election. You can vote whoever you want. Then suddenly, he turned his back. Where do you see a sitting president vote for a candidate and show who he voted for? That already, I mean, you are like a father of the nation for 8 years. Then you are already telling people, wait, you as, let's say you're in your company, they're supposed to do an election or choosing who will be what. And you are also giving one vote. Then you finish voting and say, I, as the CEO, I have voted for Mr. Chima. But it's up to you who you vote. I want my pay. I want my food. I don't want to be hungry, my children to be out of school. My boss voted for Chima. Why shouldn't I vote for Chima? I've already decided where Nigerians should vote. In spite of that, Nigerians still went out to vote for change. So I will not tell them what to do because they are not prepared to hear people like you, or let me say like us, because they have an agenda and they are pursuing their agenda. We can see it. Even if I just look at Wike being part of what they are doing, I don't need any long talk. They are paying all the people that did the dirty job. Somebody like Festus Keyamo that has criticized APC like what? That had cases against Tinubu is the one defending the same thing he talked against. So the issue of Nigeria is lack of leadership. Everything rises and falls on leadership, lack of visionary leadership. Because when a person lacks vision and the foundation is broken, a house, a building, no matter how tall, no matter how beautiful, nobody puts a value on the building, on the color of the building, the decoration in the house, the height of the building, the size of the building, but it is the structure. They lack no structure. Everything is happening like an accident. You just wake up and do this. They will not listen to any advice. It's a lie. They have no vision for Nigeria. You can see from what they are doing. Like in the north, we are suffering insecurity. You will expect Tinubu by now should have a plan for security. But the only security he knows is how to fortify that is illegal seat. They only use DSS, use the police, use the army to fight citizens that they are supposed to serve. So they lack a vision. A person that is moving but not knowing where he's going, he will be hitting on people, but he will give an excuse, using people like Alex to come and say, he hit you, it was not by plan. It was by accident, and accidents do happen. Certificate forgery, it cannot be proven. I steal from you, Alex. I'm sitting in your house. You are now homeless. And I'm telling you, go to court. Let 7 people, where, even in America, where in the world do you hear in modern time, where people are free thinkers, 7 judges will all say the same thing. 5 judges in the tribunal, all the same thing. We don't need to be, we are not kids. It's too obvious. We don't even need FBI files. Everything about the government, especially the so-called commander-in-chief, he is commander-in-thieves, not chief, because most of them are thieves.
Now, so thank you so much. I want to move a little bit to a different issue. When we hear someone like, maybe you can help us understand, someone like Sheikh Gumi speak about the South and about, the last statement he made about security. The security of the country could not be handed over to Southerners or Christians. I think he mentioned Christians. What do we not understand? What is it that we probably in the South we don't understand about someone like that?
Okay, you must understand Gumi, Sheikh Gumi, God bless his heart. He is from the Fulani tribe. There's a difference between the Fulanis and the Hausas, and a lot of people from the South don't know. The Hausas are currently suffering. They've been suffering for decades and are still suffering under the hands of the Fulanis, who believe that their great-grandfather, Usman Danfodio, is the one that had a vision of taking over Nigeria from north down to the sea and Islamize the nation and make it a Fulani colony. So anybody that does not follow that, even if you are a Muslim, but you're not part of that select God-chosen team, you are not fit. But it's even worse if you're a Christian, then you are an infidel. So that's why he said what he said. In reality, they are not fighting for Nigeria. They are fighting for the establishing or the complete takeover of Nigeria by the Fulanis, which is why we have been seeing the Fulani headsmen thing, that Buhari, his main vision, he wasn't a clueless leader, so to say. He was a leader with vision, but the vision of ensuring his great-grandfather's vision of taking over Nigeria, making it a place where they will be grazing, is accomplished. And he did what he did. So Gumi is just the mouthpiece, as you know, Muslim, especially the sheikhs, the imams, the way they talk. The same way with the Christians. Imagine if any archbishop gets like Kuka, when they speak, the Christians listen. The same way with Gumi, when he speaks, the Muslims listen. The only difference between the two religions is that Christians will talk and use reason and allow peace and understand with others. But for the Muslim side that Gumi represents, there's no reason. Take it or you are gone. We are coming. And this is what Allah said. Their constitution is the Quran, is not Nigeria's constitution. They are not governed by that. And so that's why they will make such statements. They have to decide who should be the person that is the minister over the FCT, because historically it's been the Fulanis. So right now he can't understand why in his lifetime it should be someone else. And that's why they feel like the idea that they had of the Muslim ticket, Tinubu agreed to it, and there was an arrangement that was made. Tinubu was initially saying, but how will people accept it? They said to him, do you want to be president? He said, yes. Then if you truly want to be president, these are the terms. Muslim. And if you're not going to do it, forget it. So El Rufai told him, I did it in Kaduna, it worked. I'm backing you. We are going to make it work. So now they are seeing that the man is appointing people not the way they expect, because they wanted to be the ones using the remote control, and they're not getting it, so they are angry. So that's what is happening.
All right, before I let in our audience, I want to play a video, and I want to get your take on that video. And I'm sure you've seen the video that I'm going to play. I just want to get your take, and then we will get our audience involved in this conversation.
The beginning is to say
it's
to you
video
that
of, okay. Yeah.
If some Nigerians were telling you that you shouldn't have given me opportunity to speak, tell them that so many television houses and individuals had approached me to speak on different issues since I left office, and I declined. Two reasons why did I decline? Two reasons. My publicist said don't speak, and I chose to be my publicist, and he's very angry that I'm speaking today. He knows. Second reason, what is new to say? Nigerians don't react to anything. Has any politician told you that he's not a thief? Tell me one politician that has told you that he's not a thief. Tell me one. I don't know why you're guarding forgery, no forgery. What politician told you that he didn't forge? Which politician told you he went to university? Which politician told you he served in NYSC? Which politician told you he has a certificate? Nigerians know and still vote for them. So what's your problem? No, tell me what's your problem? So I said, why should I speak when already there's nothing new? Okay, you observed Buhari's period. I will leave Port Harcourt 1 a.m. arrive Abuja, leave Abuja 3 a.m. Somebody said they made Buhari. Did I say anything? I didn't say anything. It's not important. Nigerians choose who to believe and who not to believe. Nigerians choose who to vote and who not to vote. Even if you come to a Nigerian man's house and kill the mother, the father will continue his life. Nothing bothers you. Nothing. So why do I waste my time? Yes, that's the original. So give it to me. You see it, so that you won't say tomorrow he brought photocopies. But when we get there, that is when we're talking about Buhari's government. So there's nothing that our chairman said that is new. Absolutely not new. I've said it several times. I've taken so many risks. I've said too many things. The fight from Goodluck's government to Buhari's government, you all knew about it. My aircraft was seized. I was shot at. If I was killed, what would happen? Nothing. So we would die a useless life. So what did I choose? I chose to stay in my house quietly. Fortunately for me, I got admission to study in Nigerian law school. And rule number one is, like they told me if I came here, You are our property. You have no right to go anywhere unless we permit you. That's the rule in the Nigerian law school. So anybody who says, why have we not seen you? I'm a student of Nigerian law school. Until I graduate, I can't.
All right, let's stop it here. I wanted to know, will you ever get to the point where you feel like I'm watching that video saying that Nigerians don't do anything, they don't react, so why should I say anything? Why should I continue to be an activist? Why should I continue to do what I'm doing for change?
Rudolph, there are some facts. I mean, he painted the true picture. The fact that you and I are talking and nothing is happening in Nigeria after all that has happened, he has been in government. He was a presidential candidate. He knows what he's talking about. He has clearly, he has described the current Nigerian, the way the people are. So, when somebody is struggling for survival, all is just thinking of is survival. A person that is operating with a survival mode or mentality is thinking about now. And I know you know the Bible, so let me borrow something from the Bible. For a senior brother to agree to become junior because of hunger, it should tell you what is happening in Nigeria. People that went under labor parties, and many of them were saying, we're obedient, we're obedient. They are now quiet. Are you hearing anything from them? So the moment money comes in, people are bribed. I want to say something. I think, this is my honest opinion. Anybody has the right to his or her opinion. I think Mahmoud Yakubu was determined to do the right thing. From his body language, from the speech. But when money came, everything was shredded. This Justice Samani, some friends told me, Justice Samani sent prayer requests to people when he was appointed and said, I want to make sure there is justice. Pray for me. I'm going to make sure I stand for the truth. He was determined, but Tinubu believes that even the most righteous or upright, a person that sits on the seat of integrity, give him money or her money, the person refuses, add more, they refuse, increase it, they refuse, take it up until they swim in the money, they will choke with the money and tell you whatever you want, you can have it. A person that's like that is basically witchcraft. And when you are dealing with somebody, you are dealing from a practical politics, election. It's gone past election and rigging. This is a thing of buying up, hypnotizing people, taking a nation hostage, diabolically, using money. And if Tinubu wants to come after you, Dr. Rudolph Damages, only God will release you from his hands. Because money, as the Bible says, the love of money is the root of all evil. If Judas will collect money and sell his own master, then what are we saying about Nigeria? So what Amechi said is the truth. Nigerians, why should somebody that is saying, I'm tired, I don't want this government, APC must go. They are on the queue on the election day. Somebody comes and is giving them 5,000, 1,000. The person is already on the queue to vote for change. But that money she or he collected, they changed their vote. So that's what is happening in Nigeria. They have weaponized poverty from north to south. So people are no longer thinking about tomorrow. They are thinking how to survive today. You will be surprised after now how many people from Labour Party will jump the ship and go to APC because they will say, I won't suffer for 4 years, so I can't get contract. You know, I need to feed my family. I must pay my mortgage. I started building the house in the village. They will be laughing at me that I didn't finish. So they will side with this rogue, corrupt, demonic, evil, heartless government to also eat and say, let's wait. This cake, national cake, everybody must eat. Why? It was Fulani's turn. Now it's Yoruba's turn. So let's all eat. That's why Nigerians are not talking. But let me tell you, Dr. Damages, there comes a time you can keep robbing and stepping on people and think that they have no voice. But I'm telling you, people that keep snakes will tell you, you can have a snake as a pet. You can have a lion as a pet and say, the lion grew with me and knows everything about me. But one day, that lion is going to show you I'm a lion and I eat flesh. And that snake will tell you, when I bite, my venom kills. Whoever knew that NSAS will happen? I remember Aisha, frustrated on the streets of Abuja. They came out, just less than 50 of them, to protest. And Aisha was so frustrated, she started saying, Nigerians are cowards. The youth of Nigerians are cowards. We called them to come out. They refused to come out. She said it after 2 days without her being involved or telling people. A spontaneous thing happened. There's something that former President Goodluck said. He gave an example of a West African nation where people suffered and suffered, got to a time that the suffering was too much. The little they promised them, like what they ridicule of so-called palliative. When people are tired, they will turn back and bite. And Tinubu's nightmare will begin when that happens. But only Nigerians can change that. Not the courts, not anyone.
Thank you, Dr. Haruna. CM, so please, anybody we come to, please make it one question, and if you can, go straight to the question. CM, you're first.
One moment. Thank you, Rudolph, and thank you, Dr. Haruna Goroh. Welcome once again. The question I want to ask you is this. I've listened to what you said. Do you think, because people are talking about Nigeria they should come out and then show the annoyance and all this. You are from Kaduna State. Do you think the people, at least from your area, do you think they are ready to change their situation? No matter what it takes. Do you really think they are ready? Because it is one thing for us to wish that the people has been pushed to the wall. Do you think the people of your, say, Southern Kaduna and all those places, do you think they've been pushed to the wall and they are willing to reclaim their country? Thank you.
Well, not only Southern Kaduna, all the Northerners are tired because now don't listen to those fake narratives that they come and tell you that Peter Obi only got votes from the Southeast. It's a lie. Complete lie. And so a lot of Northerners, Kaduna State, Bauchi, Plateau, Gombe, and many places, Taraba and some of those places, and then don't even, you could come to, where is it, Yaya Jame?
Kogi.
You talk about Kogi, you talk about Benue and all the other places. So Obi was obviously, just like Chimamanda said, but you see, because they are using the judiciary against Nigerians, but a judiciary that has been corrupted, but Tinubu will take the person that was on his case as a lead lawyer and make him the while the case is still on, make him Minister of Justice. I mean, Nigerians, we don't even need to talk about such things. It's too obvious. The man that was on a wheelchair in the UK as his friend, close associate, somebody that's already commander-in-chief that decides who should be. Now, the one who is the attorney general decides because he's like the employer. You had that other judge, the retired judge, when he was the day of his final day, all the things he exposed about the judiciary, they are frustrated. So the one that is to change their condition is Tinubu's man. And so how would you expect a change? So back to your question, the Northerners, most Northerners are ready to do anything. But you know, in anything, somebody must stick his or her neck out as the sacrificial lamb to make this happen. And as it is right now, those of you that are in diaspora, you need to start speaking to your people back home, threaten them with saying, I'm not sending you any money if you people are fine with what is going on. Because as long as you keep sending them money, they get and go and exchange it, they will actually want that to continue, for you to remain abroad and send them money. Because just sending 500, you know how much that will be? Close to 500,000 naira. So why do we need change? I don't feel Tinubu can do whatever he likes. So not only, this issue is not just Northerner. It's every Nigerian must be tired because the suffering is across board.
Thank you. Let's go to the flagship. Thank you, CM.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Dr. Haruna, thank you so much. It's a big privilege to share the platform with you. I listened to your broadcast as soon as you released them, and they're quite inspiring. And again, today, what an awesome presentation. So thank you. I've got a bunch of questions, but I'll take one, just as instructed by Rudolph. I am very concerned about the role of religion and how much it has affected us as a people in Nigeria. The teachings, the commands, the doctrines that have been taught to us have made us, in my own assessment, to be so very, very docile that in the face of all of this oppression, we can't seem to get up and speak. And I heard you just now saying we need to start talking to our people, that they need to speak up. If not, we're not going to send them money. My question is this: how can we get our religious leaders to begin to change these teachings and try to teach the people on how to speak out and not leave their problems for God to come down to help them with? A lot of these issues that we're dealing with, the solutions are in our hands, but we have been taught to pray and leave them to God to handle. These guys are not going to die anytime soon. They have a lot of money. If they have any problem, money can solve it. So the question of God dealing with them may not even happen in this lifetime. How can we get our religious leaders involved in this conversation to say, hey, we need to change the narrative. We need to get our people to wake up, because therein lies a lot of the solution to the problems that we have in many of our churches and maybe mosques. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I'm a very religious person, and I won't go deeper than that. However, I'm somebody who likes to think and not allow religion to cloud my judgment. And even if you look at religion, whether it's Christianity or what, well, let me talk, since you may be a Christian, that Jesus was a revolutionary. Moses was a revolutionary. Joseph was a revolutionary. You can't change a society without being a revolutionary person in the way you think. Because Even God who created us put Adam in a garden to tend the garden. That means man had the responsibility. This world will not change. God has finished his own job. It's in our hands. So for me, I won't blame the preachers. I blame the gullible followers. Because, I mean, if you've got a trade, even people that are in medicine will tell you the pharmaceutical companies are there to make money. You should be smart enough to know which drug is not working and is killing you. People that give all the fast food joints, you can go to court all you want to, they're there for money. So if your health is messed up and you don't have the brain to think about eating healthy and you want to blame it on them. So for me, I won't blame the religious leaders. I blame the gullible, suffering followers that are suffering and they are saying they're waiting for their reward in heaven while their preachers are getting the reward here. So it's let's leave them out. How many are the preachers? Nigerians are millions. So are you not religious? You are, but you have a mind, you think. Will you carry Bible verses and go and pay your bills?
It doesn't work.
Yes, but then anybody that believes that kind is the same thing in the north where they use religion on the Muslim and say Allah, Allah. Then all the children, 500 will be under one Quranic teacher, suffering, going out as beggars. But those people are making money. So now the eyes of people like us from the north has opened where we are saying enough of hypnotizing us using religion. You are misrepresenting God.
Correct.
You are selfish. And we are waking up. That's what they want to do. So
all right.
I don't blame them.
Thank you, Flagship. Thank you.
Thank you.
Igbo Basics. Yes.
Dr. Haruna Goroh, Sonny Ezra. It's good to see you again. It's painful what's going on. Our previous guest, Alex Kabba, he talked about palliatives and Naira balancing. That struck me, even though I didn't come on. I was in the backstage. I called him on the phone and I asked him a question. During when you were growing up, did you ever hear anything about palliatives? He said no, that conditions didn't warrant. I said, there you go. Then I also said to him, you're talking about Naira balancing, that there was a time that Nigeria had the ability of buying half of New York. It's our money. Nigeria was wealthy enough. And you are now telling me about, I'm just going to cut through the chase. In church this morning, they were talking about compassion and care, decency. And it hit me that in the case of Nigeria, decency, compassion, and care, particularly shame, has gone out of the window. Shame. During our time of growing up, it was a time when character mattered. It was a time when if you stole something, they would hang armor around your neck and march you around town. Nobody would tell you to leave town. Those times has eroded, and we are now faced with a situation where anything goes. And our previous guests had the guts of talking to us here about certificates and stuff like that. I'm just going to say two things, and I'll round it up right there. We went to school here. It pains me that during the time I went to school here, Alhaji Ahmed Tinubu supposedly went to school around here in the 70s. So I know what obtains from that time till now. With that little background said, for anybody to come here and tell us otherwise as far as certificates and stuff like that is concerned, people should be careful, because the seed we plant today is what we will reap tomorrow. I came back from church and I sat down and I was looking at my shoes. I counted them. It was 6 pairs of shoes. And I said to myself, you have 6 pairs of shoes. How many do you wear? 2. I wear 2 regularly. 1 during the week, 1 for church. The rest of them are there. It goes back to character. And you talked about who is going to stick their neck out. In the Nigerian context, what we are facing now, we are at a point where Emmanuel Ogebe is out there at the Supreme Court fighting every day, trying to bring some senses into us. The problem we have brought it down to the masses. Today, I go and send money tomorrow. They go chop nyafu. Nothing happened. So what can we do? Because what we are facing now is more like so the beer is on the side now. What can we do for the masses of Nigeria? Because I understand the northern concept. I grew up in the north. It's there. And I understand the Megiddo and the Megad. And I'm from the south. And I understand clearly what happens. What can we do to reach to the grassroots of the people who actually came out, suffered, believed that change was around the corner, stuck their neck out? What can we do one by one, village after village, to get back into, I'm not talking about morality, I'm talking about the character. What can we do to reach those people individually? I know I can reach you, Dr. Goroh.
All right, thank you.
What can we do to reach these individuals in Nigeria? What can we do to preach the gospel of, even if it is half of what Emmanuel Ogebe is preaching, which I believe in? Can we prepare our people's mind for the next 1 month or 2 months? Don't send any money. Heaven will not fall. Would that make any difference? Please help us out here.
Okay, thank you very much. As to what can you do for you to be able to help people back home, especially the ones that are suffering. As you said, the situation has now, trickled down where in Nigeria, the corruption is not just with those on top. They have, so that they can create a culture of saying, just like what Amechi said, that, who can come and tell you they are not guilty? It's like you hear people say, this is Nigeria. They will say it up to village level. A typical Nigerian, you go to visit home, go to the villages to educate them. They want you to pay for talking to them. You greet them. They greet you. Oh, you're welcome. Hey, how are you? Welcome. After that welcome, they're expecting you to pull out your wallet. They greet you at the airport when you land. They don't even greet you for free. They collect your luggage. They even ask you, is that all you will give me? Even beggars are negotiating now. So they have messed up the minds of people so that the average Nigerian doesn't know anything called transparency or decency. That's why, as my brother just spoke concerning the religious people, people will go to church or mosque, knowing that that is a soft place where people's defense and antennas is down because they think they're in a holy environment. But they go there, that's where they trick each other. They do 419. So you send money to your relative and say, I want to do something for the community. Your own relative is the one that will steal the money. So how do you, the same person you want to help is against you, so how will you help them? That's why we don't want to hear the word, but Dele Faro to me said it. Only a revolution, and when a revolution happens, a lot of things happen. And if we keep running away from a revolution and we are looking for normal politics, There is no normal politics. That's why you hear Alex saying, even in America or other places, that's how politics is. So when somebody has that mindset, there's no way you can see change. So we need somebody to stand and say, I'm going to do it different. And for once, I didn't know Peter Obi. I'm not into politics, but seeing the antecedents of Peter Obi, the kind of person I said, as a northerner, I said, for once in Nigeria, we've got somebody that can turn Nigeria around. Let me tell you, if Obi was president, by now, I am telling you, the Naira would have been back to 100 and something.
I appreciate it.
And I'm not saying this because I'm not obedient. I am just somebody that wants to see things work. I have had my relatives, even the Goroh family from the north, stand against me. And they say I'm a disgrace to northerners. That why should I be sticking my neck out and talking the way I'm doing? They are looking for ways to get me arrested. So, and I've told myself, it's too late. I will never stop until I see change in Nigeria. And we're going to expose them until everything about them is laid open. So, my brother, I think each of us have to find out what can we do than just thinking about going to villages and talking. Even the villages are corrupt villages.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Haruna.
Thank you, Dr.
All right. Mazi Prince, California.
Yeah, Dr. Goroh, for me, I'm full of positive encomiums on you. Pretty much people like Flagship, people like Igbo Basics have actually asked a lot of questions that I have in mind. However, would I say this is kind of like a commentary or whatever? You know, it could be regarded. It's so, would I say it's sad that they would think about arresting you, but they have somebody who had asked Mama Chukwudi not to come out and vote. They have somebody who have kept threatening a certain ethnic group, and they've not even gone to arrest him. I think as of yesterday, I heard them. There is a campaign that they are now raising against Aisha Yusuf and Chimamanda Adichie. You know, that DSS should arrest them. You know, Nigeria is so sad. When I talk about Nigeria, I refuse to be emotional about it, and we'll keep speaking the truth to power, whether they like it or not. Truth shall prevail. All I can say is, Dr. Goroh, keep doing what you're doing. We are 100% behind you. Thank you for what you do, and we really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Lexi.
I salute everyone again, and I'm still myself. Dr. Goroh, well done for your courage, strength, and conviction. That comes along with a lot of integrity for you. The last time you were with us, I made a suggestion which seemed not acceptable as a reaction to all this. Now the worst has happened. At that time, there was still expectation that the system will do justice to what had happened. Something was trending recently from Mozambique. I don't know if it's current or it had happened before. The Mozambicans went out in masses. And the reason was because somebody that they had voted for was not given the mandate. They put somebody else. I don't know if it's a fake news, but thinking about it, if there's any meaningful, if it's true that the Mozambicans went on the streets because they refused to put the right person they voted for. Now you can see where we are sinking, or where Nigeria is sinking as a nation. No reaction to any of these things, and it continues to happen. Now, the last time I suggested a civil disobedience, and you didn't see it as necessary, and maybe for a good reason. But I can say this. If Nigerians go out there like the Mozambicans, answer will repeat itself. They will kill them. Now, if they stay home, I will see how, or I don't see how they will go to every home to kill the people who decided that what they are getting from the government, or what has come to be as a result of the election that they participated in, that is not what they are getting. If all the people who are on your side of the opinion of what's happening in Nigeria should decide to go on civil disobedience, that will bring down this government that is being legitimized illegitimately, for that matter. I believe so. So if it's all talk, like it happens every time on this platform, there will be many, many talks and nothing will happen. But if the people are serious, and I'm sorry, for 3 years, we were blockaded from the whole world. What staying at home is worse than that. We survived it. We know how to stay at home. People are saying, oh, we don't want to, we're afraid. And that's why we are staying at home. No, I know my people. If they are convinced that staying home every Monday or whatever is going to help to push our need forward to the government and for them to hear us, they would do it. Now, the worst has happened. What are people going to do? If you go and march, they will kill. Why not think of an alternative way to be civil disobedient and see what happens? Stage by stage, you will squeeze this government to submission. That's my point. And I rest it there.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that submission. You used the scenario of stay at home. Imagine if it was one of the southeastern governors that said stay at home. The opponents that contested with him and lost, allegedly or whatever, will sabotage it. Other Southeasterners will sabotage the stay at home. So why it is working is because the one that is driving it is not in Nigeria. And why is Kanu still behind bars? They silenced him because he's within home. Even when he left, they organized to go get him from outside. So everything you need a visionary, a person that is, and this kind of thing does not happen with a person that wants to stay alive. You have to be a dead person to save a nation like Nigeria, where you no longer care. Somebody like Aisha is that type. Aisha doesn't mind being killed. If somebody like Aisha decides to tell Nigerians to come out, many will stand. But Aisha, her closeness to Mr. Obi has mellowed her a lot. She has this kind of belief. Let's give the judiciary time. Let's allow the law take its course. So if you have people that can speak, because it's not a crowd that will come out, you need a visionary. So what we are talking may look as if we're wasting our time, but that is the momentum that is needed to create awareness to lead us to that point. So I said what I said previously because we were all hopeful, believing that things will change. But where they are now, we don't want a situation where we tell people stay at home and they are hungry. We need to be strategic and have ways that will look after people when they stay at home. Because this government, they actually don't care about you when you stay at home. They actually want you to stay at home so they can eat while you're at home. So you are fighting against somebody, you close your business and you become bankrupt and they are stealing from you. Their heart is different. We can go on hunger strike. They will tell us they are used to seeing dead bodies. So they actually want you dead. So we have to find a way. This is how we're going to do it. I have been calling, and anytime I broadcast, I'm creating that anger, that frustration in people to tell them only you Nigerians can say no. And if, as I said, it may look like it won't count much. Tell your people at home, I am not sending you money if you people will not organize yourself. They will start sitting up. So you are in diaspora, you do your part. We back home, we do our part. Before you realize it, this thing will revolve, and it's like a time bomb. You know, when a bomb, before it detonates, it's got all the capacity to destroy. But until something is pulled, and it just missed one thing. We missed one opportunity when Mahmoud Yakubu announced. That is the time Nigerians should have spontaneously gone out, and that time Tinubu was not in charge. Buhari was frustrated, he wanted to leave, and we would have taken the nation. Then the second opportunity, which was a little shaky, was the swearing in. But because we have Obi believes in peace. Let's do it gently. Even when he's doing it gently, they still want to implicate him and arrest him. Let me tell you straightforward. If it was my brother from my state, Detty, that was the one who was the top, and Obi was the assistant, what you are saying would have happened already. Northerners don't know how to negotiate. Take my thing, before you realize it, fire everywhere. By now, we will not be talking about Tinubu. If it was Detty. Detty is quiet because he's just frustrated. He doesn't want to talk. If he was in Obi's position, we will not be talking. It would have happened since.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Rudolph, please, can you take me off, put me backstage, and I'll join later. Thanks.
All right. All right. Yanis.
Hey, Dr. Haruna Goroh, thank you for coming here.
Excuse me, Rudolph, sorry. I just want to connect my charger because the battery is running down now. Okay. So you can go on. Okay. I'm listening.
All right.
Yeah. So my question, I learned you are an activist, right? But can you hear me?
Yeah, he can hear you.
So I learned you are an activist, but you seem to also have a lot of praises for Atiku Abubakar. My question to you is, you are not aware of the corruption cases of Atiku Abubakar, and since 1993, Atiku Abubakar has been contesting for Nigeria president. What does he want? And do you think it was right, if Atiku was not too greedy, do you think it was proper for him to contest in this election and not giving the support to Peter Obi? That is one. I also learned you are from Kaduna. I want to ask you this. What is your honest assessment of Mr. El-Rufai governance 8 years in Kaduna State? Thank you. You are muted.
Yeah, he will. He's trying to reset. He's trying to connect his charger. He will.
Hopefully, he heard my question. So.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. All right.
Sorry, you talked about El Rufai. You talked about Atiku.
Yes.
What about El Rufai?
So I started with Atiku. Since you are an activist, I expect you to know a lot about the happenings in Nigeria, right? Atiku has been contesting for president since 1993. And what does he want? And the other thing is, are you not aware of the corruption cases arguing on Atiku? How giving me any like the way you praise him a little bit, I was actually very surprised because as an activist, I don't expect you. I don't see difference between Atiku and Tinubu. On El Rufai, I said for your honest assessment of El Rufai governance for 8 years in Kaduna State, since you are from Kaduna.
Okay, starting with Atiku, I wasn't really praising Atiku. Maybe if it came out that way, but I was just saying, even if he had a funny reason, some selfish reason for coming out to contest all this number of times and did not give in or give up, and he kept coming back.
Oh, man. Oh, okay.
His sportsmanship, that's all I was addressing. You know, if I was to have a choice, and there's no other candidate, but only Tinubu, let's say Obi is not there, and I have to make a choice, just like in 2029, Obasanjo that even told Nigerians, you know, never to have anything to do with Atiku. Among two devils, he felt that Atiku would still be a better devil to handle.
So you don't think he was greedy for not was he supposed to contest in this election? You don't think he was greedy for not supporting Peter Obi and if he really believe in Nigeria and stop his ambition?
No, you know, in Zambia, the sitting president right now, Hichilema, contested, even ended in jail, I think either 5 times or more than 5 times. And still ended up now the Zambia's president, and a lot of things are changing in Zambia. So sometimes some people may have a history and a past that people all feel bad about because of their corruption and whatever. And then there can be a suddenly. So it's just that among the devils of Buhari and Atiku in 2019, I was feeling like, let Atiku take instead of Buhari. Because of the two devils, there was a more devil that at least will give a little room while he's biting you, but the other one will consume you and everything around you. So whether it was selfishness, it's him to judge. But he had votes. Had those votes not come, maybe we may not have been talking. But one thing you have to understand with election rigging and insistence on grip to power, you can have 2 million votes, and the one that gets, or let's say you've got 12 million votes, somebody has 2 million votes, can be imposed on you if we have a type of Mahmoud Yakubu, and they tell you to go to court, and the court is corrupted, and the system is broken, the machines, how do you go to the IRF now and check the result? Everything is, so it's all on corruption, not on the basis of uprightness or integrity. So now we are talking about Peter Obi, because we can see outrightly, this person is clean. There's nothing anybody can beat. They are looking for ways to implicate him, they can't find. But see, now when it came to the election petitions and this whole case, it looked as if there was peace between PDP and LP, because we are trying to unseat who? Tinubu, because in unseating Tinubu, we know it will be a walkover to face Atiku. So basically, it's like at some point we needed Atiku to work for us. Basically, let me tell you, most politicians, apart from Obi that I have seen, most politicians, maybe even some that are on this live thing right now. We just saw it now with Labour Party senators, Labour Party House of Rep. The moment they got there, they buried their head in the sand. So any politician is a potential devil. Not only Atiku. We only know of Atiku because he was there before. But we may have worse than Atiku that are waiting on queue.
Thank you so much, Dr. Haruna. Let's go to Janaba. Janaba, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Radio and fellow panel.
Rudolph, you can take me out if people are waiting.
Sanufad, Dr. Haruna, yeah, you.
Yeah, John Abaya Kakeva.
Lafia, yeah, yale.
Muna nan lafia, kai daga ina ne?
Ne dan Benue ne.
Okay. Kuna tare da Autumn, mai. See how they have pushed Autumn to the background. Wicked, so diabolic. That one is a green snake in green grass. He knew what he was doing and dragged our brother, your brother, and dropped him. But then posterity will judge.
Yes. Sanufa, my question to you is this. You said that they shouldn't allowed to swear in. Is it unconstitutional?
To do what?
They swear in before I heard you say that they shouldn't have swear the president in.
Okay, why I said that? Because if you were already trying to take charge and take control of a power or a seat that is not rightfully yours, and it was fraudulently taken through what Mahmoud Yakubu did, and that person that is that desperate, that said, it is now my turn, and he was almost foaming in Abeokuta when he said it. You know, the moment somebody is declared commander-in-chief, he's got the army behind him, he's got the police behind him, he's got every apparatus of government of the state to back him. A desperate person like that, how will he allow the rule of law? He is the one that is now commander-in-chief, that decides who sits, who is the, everything now. He's appointed all his ministers. If there was going to be election, let's say if they had disqualified Tinubu or called for a rerun, and Tinubu is supposed to be one of the runners, do you know Wike would do what he did in
Rivers.
In Rivers, even worse. So, but he actually positioned his people in case the judiciary refused to accept what he was giving them towards justice. So, Tinubu, one thing you have to understand with people like Tinubu, they have mastered the art. Very strategic. And that was what he did. So I was saying Nigerians missed a window. They did not stand up when Mahmoud Yakubu was the one who announced and Buhari was frustrated, wanted to go to Daura. He couldn't wait to leave. During that time, if Nigerians had gotten up, it would have been an easy thing. Because the commander-in-chief that would have released the army or the police wants to go to Daura. Now, they already prepared the army. Everyone to the swearing in. But should Nigerians that night, while they were all that day, they were all excited about swearing in Tinubu, and Nigerians rise everywhere, north to south, east to west. And before they realize it, Nigerians have taken over the streets, barricaded everywhere and say, it is an illegitimate government. We need an interim government to be declared Do you know citizens have more power than the Constitution? The Constitution, as powerful as it is to serve the interests of citizens. When citizens rise and say enough is enough, they can shut down a nation and cause change to happen in the Senate, in the House of Rep, and even in the executive. So that didn't happen. That's what I mean by they missed an opportunity. It's not a matter of constitution or no constitution, because even the Constitution allows a situation where there is an interim to prepare. And going forward, my recommendation would be they should never swear in anybody, whether it's president or governor, while a case is active in court.
Thank you so very much. Thank you for what you do. And we pray that we will all support you to be more vocal like you and bring the change that we all need desperately. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Dr. G, you're next.
Thank you, Rudolph. Thank you, Dr. Haruna. The questions I wanted to ask have iterated as you talked. So let me just zero in on this, because some of your last answers, essentially we seem all to have the same views, but some of your answers have been really very troubling to me. So let me just I know that Rudolph says one question and I will just make it one question. You said we needed a visionary. You didn't mention anybody, but from all implications, I suspect you're talking about P2B. That if it is not, I'm sorry. Whatever I'm saying from the perspective of somebody who was there during the Nigeria Civil War. So I saw the war. Okay, I was in Government College Port Harcourt, class 3 when the war started. So I think I'm talking from that perspective. You said we should stop sending palliatives to our people. And if I understood you very well, it is just to get them going so that, hey, say, for example, that window you are saying we missed, they should have come to the streets. What troubled me most is you said that if Daddy was at the head of the ticket, the Hausas could have come out. I'm really surprised you said that. So they needed to be at the head, you needed to be at the head of the ticket to fight for Nigeria. And that is my concern. Because I tell all my friends, I don't want the Igbo man to stick out his head again. Obi will be stupid, in my opinion, who am I to say that, to stick out his head. Because if you say that Daddy is not at the head of the ticket, therefore the Hausas were waiting, that is really very, very troubling. So there are quite a few things, but I think you get where I'm coming from. So in summary, if I heard you very well, you said, hey guys, get your people roused up, don't give them money again, let's get to the street, we need a visionary Obi, but the Hausa man will not do that because they're not at the head of the ticket. I'm worried about that. Thank you.
We can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Good, yes.
Okay, so I'm very sorry that, if that was the impression you got. I think what I was dealing with is not, I'm a northerner and he's from my state, from Kaduna State. I'm not being partisan. I'm not thinking about the sentiment of where somebody comes from. I'm simply talking about temperament. That if Daddy, and you can't be the assistant and say what your head is not saying. So basically, I was only talking about the difference between both of them. Daddy is a fighter. Peter Obi likes peace. If it was Daddy, he would have gotten all the obedience out on the street, whether they're from the south, north, east, or west. Because his temperament is like that. You've never heard Obi talk the way that Daddy talked on TV. So I'm basically saying, not because I want Dirty. Dirty is a great choice for a deputy. But I still have 100% support and faith in Obi's ability to turn Nigeria around. I just wish, but because they want to find every little thing to jail Obi, so he's smart and quiet. So others will have to stand to play that role for him, not waiting for Obi. And Dirty already spoke his mind and he's quiet now. If Dirty goes out and tells the obedience to come out and protest, he will also be behind bars, even though he's from the north. Because they just don't, they know in putting Dirty behind bars, they are putting Obi behind bars. Because they just don't want Obi, that's all. Obi is the problem. So all I was saying is that by the way their temperament is, if Obi was the type that would say our mandate was stolen, obedience and Nigerians stand up and defend it. I am telling you, Nigerians will be out. He is the one that is the head, but he believes in following due process, which we can't blame him for that. That is the person he is. We can't change Obi. All we should then do, that's why I'm now saying, people like us, people like you, we are the ones to say, can we think beyond Obi? Can we think beyond Dirty? Nigeria is ours. Even if Obi comes now, 4 years, at most 8 years, he will be gone. Should we go back to square one? If Nigerians cannot stand for their rights and take their nation back, we are waiting for Obi. I only said that in passing just because of the temperament and the difference in personalities, not because I'm choosing my fellow Northerner. Even for what I have spoken, I've been saying, you know, I'm always in touch with the Dirty, and we talk. Dirty respects Obi so much, and why they don't also like Dirty is because Dirty hates corruption. He's an upright Northerner, and that was the greatest combination Nigeria ever saw. But he cannot go ahead of his principal and be the one to be telling Nigerians what to do. That's just what I mean.
All right.
I hope I made myself clear.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Oji. Jegun, you're next.
Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. Rudolph, congratulations again for your guest panel, even though we didn't really understand the first guest in any way at all. Dr. Goroh, you have been a marvel and a strength and a voice in the dark that is emanating, and you are touching us here in the diaspora. I would just like, in terms of the fact that we now have Tinubu as the official president for so many, not myself, I would like to turn your attention to the diaspora indeed and what to do, because we are looking for solutions. The next 4 years of Tinubu's government cannot persist, in my understanding, if Nigeria is to have any life at all. We are all globally, not just Nigeria, globally, we are at a precipice, and we are looking for salvation in this planet. And when we look at world leaders today, that I would suggest to you that there are only 2 world leaders that I know of who are any kind of leader at all, be they good or bad. I can put to you that I've been looking to see what is the diaspora, what is the strength of the Nigerian diaspora in terms of numbers. I was thinking that maybe we're between 6 and 8 million worldwide. But in actual fact, it turns out that we're about 20 to 25 million worldwide in the diaspora, Nigerians. Now, what in your mind, being at home, does the diaspora, in real terms, not anything foggy, because we're all very foggy right now. We don't really know how to put the best foot forward given the scenario that we're in. What in your mind is the relationship between the diaspora, Nigerian diaspora, and leading us out of the mayhem that we are in? Because we have to do something. We cannot take the status quo anymore. So I'm directing you to the data, the numbers, who are very particular about what's going on in Nigeria. And we all have the same reckoning as yourself in that Obi was the champion. Not only did he win the election, but he was the right man at this particular time in our history for the job of president. How do we now organize ourselves, the diaspora, to do what it has to do? Please. Thank you. Your mic, sir. Your mic.
Going forward, we must never despise the power of such dialogue like the one we are doing. That's we're getting to hear, to understand ourselves, where we are at. People of like mind are all connecting, from back home and abroad. So this engagement is creating a slow but obvious dent that eventually something is going to blow. So that's, and the politician, career politicians back home, they know the strength of the diaspora, talking about economy, talking about influence and whatever. That's why they've systematically kept them out of being allowed to vote. Because if diasporans are allowed to cast votes, it will be obvious that the winning will go for change. That's why they have stayed away from that. Tinubu government will uphold the same. So until we have somebody like Obi coming in, then immediately one of the first executive orders or whatever, if it has to go to the National Assembly, one of the things that he will influence to happen will be allowing the diasporans to vote. Because most people that are abroad, they think different. The mind is open. They are thinking global. They are thinking change. They have experienced life outside Nigeria. They see how systems work. So they are thinking about coming to change Nigeria, not to grab power. So if that can happen, but seeing that Tinubu is the one on the driving seat illegally, we need to put pressure to make sure he leaves that seat. Those of you that are in diaspora, where you know systems work. I know Alex, because he wants to start creating a narrative ahead of FBI files coming. He's already trying to discredit them. And soon you will see that's all they will be doing. They'll be saying they are not verified. They are not verified. And they will use that to pump it on Nigerians. So I would say, those of you that are abroad, where systems work, go, if it means you have to invest money to hire journalists, to hire investigative journalists that will dig up things that will make it so difficult for this illegitimate government to be legitimized, and bring out things, spill them out. The thing will get to a moment where every Nigerian will say enough is enough. We can't have such a man govern us. And I'm telling you, it will get to a time that either Tinubu is forced to resign, or the House of Rep, the Senate we start talking about impeachment. Do you know, if you go to the South African parliament, what is keeping the parliament on their toes, especially the ruling party? There are not a lot of people. It's one man called Julius Malema, but he holds the entire nation, especially the ruling party, bring them to a standstill. But do we have one person in the opposition talking? If somebody like me were to be in the opposition, every day they will have to shut me up. Every day they will have to say point of order. I will expose everything. Now you need to know maybe a background about people like me. The time of Babangida, I took a thing that was called Soldier Come, Soldier Go, where my life was in danger. I just decided I am a free, rational northerner. I will not allow myself to be put in the mold. Ango Abdullahi was my vice chancellor. I single-handedly organized a protest that brought change. I am now 67. Soon I'll be 68. So I am hoping that by the way I talk, especially from the north, revealing these things, the first hurdle I had earlier on was convincing Igbos to believe in their own man. When I noticed people from the southeast were divided, I said, please, the northerners were telling me, you are telling us Obi is nice, but can you hear what this person governor said, what the other person said, that this one is not fit to be president? And I changed this and started trying to convince people from the southeast that there is no Nigeria. If we decide to penalize people because of the civil war 50-something years ago, that actually was a war that was fought because of injustice. And the same thing is being done now. If we can have the Southeasterners rise up, people like us who will, and people like, what is his name? El Buba. People like Dr. Who is from Benue State here again?
He's gone.
John Abba.
He's gone.
Yeah.
May he have a safe journey. Now, there is somebody called Dr. Moses Paul. He's the one that sustained Abuja after the swearing in, before the swearing in and after. That I can tell you, that's one man. Those of you from diaspora, if you want to not send money for buying food, send money to people that can gather people and shut up Nigeria. Dr. Moses Paul, and I know I'm on a public distance now, and certain things I shouldn't say, but if you contact me privately, I can tell you. But I just threw out a name that there are people that can do it. But the Nigerian people right now, most of them, poverty has been weaponized. They will only move if somebody moves them. And for that person to move them, he needs to transport them, needs to put them in strategic places, and even needs to hire security to protect them when they go out. If not, they will be killed. So it's possible, but we need to be strategic. You have a role to play from diaspora.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Chim, you're next.
Thank you, Rudolph, for the opportunity. And pleased to meet you, Dr. Haruna Goroh. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Goroh. Just the same way you pronounce.
Okay. All right. So my question is, you can be split into two, but I'll just go ahead. And by the way, I thank you for that comment you made, for which Cyril asked you a question. I actually agree with you. I share that sentiment. I share that sentiment that not just the temperament, but there's a kind of politics we play in Nigeria, and we all know this. Some certain things are very silent. We know what happens. We know how the divides, north, east, south, issues play out. I'm one of those who believes that if Tinubu had been rigged, Nigeria will be on fire. Just to Tinubu himself, so we know these things, and we saw how that group, when they were in opposition, we saw how they managed to pull down the government that was then to create their own narrative. So everybody knows this. We just sometimes tend to pretend that we don't understand what's going on in Nigeria. So my question is this. I know Peter Obi is being praised and everything, but I have my issues with him as much as I have my sentiments in support for him. And my perspective is this: power is not given because you're a nice person, especially when things like what happened in the last election happened. You don't go and try to play niceties. Niceties don't give you, it doesn't give you justice. We see what is going on in Mozambique. I was in Nairobi. I was working for a company in Kenya when Odinga lost the first election to Uhuru Kenyatta. And I know how hot Nairobi was. People went on the streets demanding, and eventually they called for the cancellation of that election, and a new one was done. One of the problems I have with Peter Obi is I think he's pandering. He's trying too hard to be a nice person. I'm sorry. I know we all say this. I just think he's trying too hard to be a nice person, and it doesn't work. So I would like you to answer and tell me if I'm wrong. And then in addition to that, we have Labour Party senators and members of the House of Reps. What are you doing, and what is your group doing to hold these people accountable? Because they ought to be an opposition in the House and show a different attitude and value in the way they conduct themselves. But so far, we're not seeing that from them. They have gone in there, they have reading on the Labour Party and obedience and Obi himself to get into the House and in the Senate. And right now, you cannot distinguish any difference between LP senators and members of the House versus, APC and that. So those are my questions.
Okay. Regarding the Peter Obi, I think you can't change a person of his age so easy. It's like trying to change me. So that's just his temperament. We will have to take the fight and then install him as the man of peace to help Nigeria. But as for waiting for him to be the one to take the fight, they will send him to jail, and that would be the end of the issue. So let's protect him and fight. Let's be the face to fight.
Mm.
If we have to go in and out of jail until it happens, then we'll take him and install him like David was installed king. For those of you that are Bible people, he was a peacemaker. He never fought back. He kept running. But when it was time, can I go Bible now? They said the sons of Issachar had understanding of the times. They knew what Israel ought to do, and they knew when it was the right time to install David. But Saul was after him. But God preserved him until the right time. God is protecting Obi, so we need him to be calm so that these evil people don't kill him. Then we are back to square one. We should fight for him. You should fight for him. And I'm telling you, when we remove them, Obi will come. So let's be calm with Obi. We need him to be the way he is now, because they are looking for everything to banish him, and then we will be back to zero. Where will we ever have another Obi? I'm not saying God cannot give us somebody even better, but I'm saying this is our window. Where was God when we suffered 8 years under Buhari? People were cursing and saying he will die, he will die. The man became healthier. People said, Amy Lockhart doesn't have strength. He's weak. Come and see how he looks now. So if we keep waiting, we may wait forever.
All right, thank you.
And the Labour Party senators and House of Reps.
Sorry, the aspect of the Labour Party, I don't know if you had come in then, but I said it at the beginning that power corrupts, and when people take money, and you must understand, many of the people that went in, they did not go in because they were credible. They went in because they sided with Obi. Anybody could have become anything because of Obi. So it's actually the Obi factor. So they are showing their true color there. We are not happy. We are talking to them. Some of them even came on TV to defend the thing about the 160 million, or how much is it? The cars that the SUVs they are buying for them. The money that was to be put in their account, that they call it that evil Akpabio said that the money is for prayer. They are using money now for prayer. Did you hear any Labour Party person talk? I don't even know if some of you that are here talking, when we send you to the assembly, you will not forget everything you have spoken here. Integrity is a completely different thing. You can't buy it in the market.
All right, thank you, Dr. Haruna. Olumide, you're next.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Greetings to the fellow panelists and Dr. Goroh. This is the second time I'll be meeting you. I'm happy to see someone like you from the northern part of the country, and particularly from the Hausa ethnic group. We seldom see people like you on the platform. Even the middle belt, I would want to hope that people like you, I don't know, can come more often and discuss with the rest of other ethnic groups from all other parts of Nigeria, to hear their views about what is going on, and how truly they want the country to be one. But my question to you is, I heard you saying that if the FBI files are released and perhaps it can be used to force the National Assembly or influence the National Assembly to impeach the president. But if that is done, it will be someone that people would not generally even prefer to be there to take over from him, because automatically the second in command, we know his antecedents, will become the next commander-in-chief. And so, I mean, I don't think it would change anything. The Supreme Court that we all believe will do the right thing actually let everyone down, and I think the next step is except maybe something miraculously happens. I mean, I don't know, because the next thing I think is, how is this? My question then is, how is the next election? Now, this is beyond OB. How is the next election going to be different from? For me, it is not. Somebody was saying yesterday on Rudolph's platform when they were doing the program, I heard somebody say that that the reforms bills should be sponsored to make changes, to make the laws. If this law didn't work out, submit another law to sponsor another law to amend the electoral law to make it more perfect. Now we have seen that no matter how much law we make or we amend, this set of people are hell bent on holding on to power, wherever they are from whatever ethnic group. They formed a team and they are hell bent on holding on to power and installing who they want to install. How do the Nigerian people then choose who they want to lead them in a free and fair election? How do we make it count? Because I think that is apart from fixing, that would be the beginning of the foundation of beginning to fix the problem. If people are allowed to choose their leaders, because if they are not allowed to, now somebody is saying that Alex guy is saying, oh, he's going to be there for, whether you like it or not, he will be there for 4 years and even 8 years. They're already beating their chest saying that he will be there for 8 years. You know? So how do people change, make that change? If we can make that change where anybody from any part of the country can aspire and convince the rest of the country that he wants to lead them, how do we then make sure that that person gets there in a free and fair election? You understand? Is it Beavers? Is it option A4? Is it this? Is it that? I think that might be a beginning starting point. Otherwise, the country is going to fracture, you know? Okay. That's my question.
Olumide, thank you very much. I hope I pronounced your name well.
Yeah, yes, you got it right, sir.
Thank you. I think you check anywhere where there's been the status quo, where there's been a particular system, where there's been a way things have been done and it's been perpetuated over the years, and people are looking for, using legislation, using the peaceful means of how can we negotiate, can we talk? I mean, okay, let me use the example of the Civil War has been how many years? But how come till now we are feeling that the Igbos don't belong? When will that ever change? They are doing everything to marginalize them. We are still being told, I am being asked, what have Igbos given me? That I as a northerner from Kaduna, I'm talking for Igbo. I am not talking for Igbo, I'm talking for Nigeria. But I only speak like Pa Adebanjo Ayo. He said it's injustice. Why must others look?
Sir, I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you, but I just want to say I didn't mean to really criticize you or your effort.
No.
You have been a great change agent.
No. Wait, just let me finish. I am
basically like what Jagun said. How can we, the diasporans, be of help such that your efforts, all of your efforts will count and mean for something, so that Nigerians can choose their leaders?
I'm getting there. That it's not going to happen with people that are fraudulent. They didn't come through anything that has any decency. Everything is on falsehood. If somebody you don't know his date of birth, every declaration is a lie. FBA files that are about to be released, they are already creating a narrative, even on this show. So whatever you try to do, they have held onto their grip. They will not let it go. So I was saying this to say, people that don't want a revolution, they should forget change. 4 years will still come and go, and another 8 years. If Tinubu just needed less than 5 months to exert his grip on power, how about 4 years? How about 8? So it's like we should stop talking if we're not prepared to take the bull by the horn. Negotiation will not do. Nigerians will have to stand up, and citizens are more powerful than the army. They are the ones that own the constitution. When they are tired and they say, we don't want Tinubu, he must go, and go with his baggage, including Shetima, including his cabinet. In other nations, what happens is the army. But in Nigeria, the army has been compromised. It will take a miracle for that to happen. That's the simple way to remove an illegitimate government. But without that, the citizens will have to take responsibility, including those that are in diaspora. Now, the good thing about those that are in diaspora is that they can't go after the Rudolph right now. He's in New York. So you can bring us to talk. You can talk. Alex can talk. Don't listen to Alex. He's scared. Alex will not come. Even when he was in Abuja or wherever he was, did you hear him talking in Nigeria? So those are cheap people that come to talk for their pay. So I would say, all of you keep talking, keep saying somebody is listening. And one day they will rise. But to me, I can't imagine Tinubu govern Nigeria for 4 years. I don't think God is, even if you think God is wicked, I don't think he's so wicked to give us somebody like Tinubu for 4 years. I don't want to imagine it. So since I don't want to imagine it, let's imagine how to get him out.
All right. Thank you. Let's, there are few people who are here to say something. Let me go to them first. And if our guest wants to say more, we can then give chances to people for second questions. Ike, you're next. Ike. Okay, Henry, you're next.
Good evening, Dr. Damage, Mr. Rudolph. And good evening, my able Dr. Haruna Goroh. Thank you for your energy, your strength, for speaking out for a better Nigeria. If we have people like you, 3, 4, 5, Nigeria will be already smoking right now. All we have is just a bunch of corrupt, so-called intellectual and others. My question is this: I don't too much ask question. I have too much question for you. My question is this: are Nigerians ready for real change? And if I may ask, do we have rule of law in that country? If we do, why somebody like MC Oluolomo, Gumi, Asari Tokumbo walking around after making a lot of threats to other tribes, other people? Why Nnamdi Kanu is still in prison? Do we believe in this so-called Nigerian judiciary? Thank you.
Okay, right. Thank you, Mr. Henry, for your question. The question as to whether Nigerians want change, they wanted change. That's why you saw all the million-man marches. You saw the youth from north, south, east, and west hit the streets, self-sponsored. We know they give shishi. We know they receive shishi. For close to a year, they invested from their meager resources to come and vote for change. But because there's an establishment that hates Nigerians, wicked, diabolic people, like the Henry that spoke, sponsored by those people. I don't know if he's even making money from his journalism again or from Tinubu's ill-gotten wealth. And he has to go and collect the next allowance, so he had to speak the way he did. So Nigerians are ready for change, but you can't have change when there is a bulldozer and if you want to pass a road, a bulldozer has blocked the road and you are coming with a Okada. How would you pass? You have to remove the bulldozer first. They want change, but somebody has to take these people out. So, and then, what was the second thing you asked? Huh?
If Nigeria have rule of law.
Rule of law.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody telling you about law is for the highest bidder. Yeah. Even you now, if you have money, Nigerian judiciary, Tinubu just couldn't buy the American one. That's why he said if they release all his records, it will do irreparable damage. And so they had to do the case quickly so that the FBI's files don't come out. That was the reason why they did it a week ahead. So there's nothing called rule of law. DSS, they will work for who will pay them. They can arrest you if somebody just says he did this without any proof. Pay money, you'll be arrested. People like Akpabio have cases to answer, but because he's now in the same boat with them, you will hear nothing. There's no rule of law. It was buried long ago. So Nigerians are the ones to create their own rule.
Please, 30 seconds, Mr. Rudolph, please. I can remember my time. We fought for June 12th. We came out during the military time. They told us we go out. I was in Edo State, in Benin City, in Benin State. They said if we go out the next day, shoot aside. But we still went the next day. We shut Edo State down. Are this generation so scared? I don't know. I don't know.
Your time was different, my brother. Certain things were still working. People have been beaten. They lack no power to stand and cry. With what happened with NSAS, it has made many scared. And the one behind it is the one that is so-called commander-in-chief. He will kill people to hold on to power.
So sad.
So, and parents are talking to their children that are the young ones that you will mobilize, people of my age. If you come out, if you know how many people from APC that are being sent to come and accuse me and call me old man, you old fool, what are you doing? Retire. You're talking here. What did Obi give you? So people are calling me all kinds of names because of my age. They're saying I have no business. They're saying what I'm saying. So it's not so easy like it was in your day. Nigerians teamed up together that time to stand against June 12th. But right now, many people are eating from the stolen cake. And so you want to talk, who will come out and talk? If Labour Party people are quiet in the House of Rep, then what are we saying? How many PDP people are talking? So it's difficult. We just have to trust God for the miracle to raise us somebody who's ready to step out. But there's something about spontaneity. When something, a season comes, and what we are doing, I'm saying, is adding to it. Let's not get tired. One day it will just blow, and they will not be able to handle it. NSAS started like that, but they killed young ones, so parents are telling their children not to go out. They're begging them. They're saying, I don't want you to be buried.
All right, thank you. Let's Omar Shala, you're next.
Okay, Dr. Haruna, the reasons why Nigerians are still inside their houses, they need someone to talk to them, a figurehead. It gets to a point. I used to remember when I was in school, I studied in Epoma. It only took 30 minutes for someone to just stand on a podium and turn the psyche of every student, and before you know, we're on the road. We need someone. There's a way Obi needs to talk. He will talk, because right now you seize power. Things are not working. You need someone to just come out and tell them, these are not working, this is not working. Is this what you want? Is this what you want? Then come out. If you want to live this kind of life, let us go ahead, because we need someone to come out. Because an average Nigerian right now is scared, one, and they need a figurehead. The NSAS, the reason why we had that NSAS is because it was affecting a certain set of people, the Yahoo boys. Nigeria, things don't happen until something crazy happens. If someone goes to the Third Mainland Bridge and shouts he's committing suicide because of this government and things change, something can happen. We just need something to happen. And Nigerians are very funny. They keep enduring. And the painful part is the pastors are our problem. Because if you go to church, an average Nigerian goes to work from Monday to Saturday. Sundays, he goes to church. The pastor will not talk about righteousness or doing the right thing or not being dubious. This week is your week. A man that has not worked, he's been home all week. He does not have a job, but you tell him miracle money will come. Those are our problems. The day we face these pastors, the imams, one hand, our head will be correct. Because they keep going to church every Sunday, listen to something will calm them down. Today is Sunday. They are already calmed down already. Tomorrow, we are trying to protest tomorrow. We are trying to protest tomorrow. And one man has told them, this week is your week. He does not have a job. He goes to church Monday to Friday. This is the problem we're having. So for you to see someone to say he wants to go out to the road, he has not eaten. It's the truth. It's the truth. To me as a person, I stay in the UK. I'm just maybe a year and a half in the UK now. Being here, I can't remember when last I went to church, but I do my prayers. The problem I just don't know is church is the human being, not the building. Not you going to church and then you go and tell one father, the man that is preaching to you is okay. Tinubu stays for 8 years. That man is okay. Nigerians should just open their ear, read your Bible. They always say a black man, when you want to keep information from a black man, put it in a book. And that's our problem. They don't read the Bible. So we need someone to come and talk to them that can ginger them. They need gingering.
Okay, can I come in there? Again, I'm going to say something and it may sound controversial to some people, but it's not intended. It's just to pull out a point. And I have another Zoom meeting soon to join International where I'm presenting something there with El Buba and some other people. So, but then just imagine if Showore had the numbers that Obi had. People would be on the street.
That's for sure.
Because Showore is ready to go in and out of prison. He's an activist. Obi is not an activist. So Showore will stick his neck and go on the street and confront DSS. Fight back with them. So, Obi is not that type. That's why I said some other people will have to take up the fight, then install the king. But as for, and in fact, this thing about talking about religion, we also have to be a little careful because that's their own calling. Whether we believe in it or not, that's their calling. We can't judge them. They're imams, they're pastors. That's what they do. They are supposed to calm people down. A doctor will never tell you you are dead, you are finished. Even when the medication is not working, they keep giving you. So, and you can't say me, I hate doctors. I will never go to hospital. You die faster. So just go and keep taking the thing. At least it will keep you for some days. Even when somebody has cancer and they say it's stage 4, do they stop going to hospital? They still want to see, maybe I can have another week so I can tell my relative where the farm is, where I have money. So that may be where we are now as a nation. So we thank God for the pastors so that people don't commit suicide everywhere. So they will give them the therapy for the week. So even you may need to go back to church so that you can get more verses to send the therapeutic verses to your people back in Nigeria.
Doctor, see, the issue is...
Have you gone to TD Jake's church? Have you gone to Matthew?
Wait, my problem is Nigerians have been praying. The prayer has not put food on the table. It has not made dollar come down. It has not put road. It has not given us good health care. And yet we are praying. I saw a video somewhere yesterday. The countries that pay, the highest countries that pray, I think Afghanistan and Nigeria. Second. Very annoying. And yet, the people that don't pray at all, England, America, they are okay. It is common sense to me. We have hooligans everywhere in government.
Okay,
and the military is not going to help us out. The military, what are they doing? Yes.
If you have relatives in the military, you can talk to them, talk sense to them.
I wish I have. I wish I have.
Find out from your friends if they know people in the military.
My only friend that was in the military, they killed him in Boko Haram.
Okay, if they kill him, there are some that are still alive. Send money. The language of Nigeria, send money.
All right.
You are in diaspora, send pounds, and people will go out. There are touts that are waiting to be paid.
Thank you, Mashallah. One last question, because our guest has another event to go to.
Dr. Damages, why did you join?
Okay, good afternoon, Doctor.
Oh, Ike, we called you several times. You didn't speak. We didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, Dr. Goroh. If they are waiting for my pound, then I
was here. I just have one question.
Let Ike go before me, please.
Okay, let's go to Ndubi. So what Ndubi?
I think Doctor can take Ike first. Let him take
Ike.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Goroh. Thank you for what you do for Nigeria, and thank you for your family. That God will continue to protect you and your family, and you will continue to do what you're doing for a better Nigeria. I am one of the people who still believe that new Nigeria is possible. I just have one question. And that question, I want you to answer me sincerely and honestly. The absolute silence of Dati Baba Ahmed, what does that silence show? What is it?
Okay. The absolute silence of Dati, Dati actually does not believe in Nigeria's rule of law. He has his ideas on what should be done, but his principle feels different. And he has to show his loyalty. And he doesn't want to come out and misrepresent his principle. But he's somebody that wants change. He still wants to see it happen, but right now he can't wrap his head around to see how it will happen, given the current system with Tinubu, that is an illegitimate president. So to him, he doesn't see how this will happen, because as he warned, the moment you enthrone Tinubu, count the democracy as ending it. So if it is ended, then why should he talk?
Okay.
One last question from the listeners.
Okay. Dr. Goroh, welcome to our show. We personally have been, since the election period, I've been watching your YouTube talk and all that, and you are a big source of inspiration for Nigerians who want to see a good country. So now that the Supreme Court or the gangs in the Supreme Court have fraudulently said Tinubu won and they are celebrating and all that, my concern is about the narrative that this government or this regime will use the media to propagate, because they are good in that area, trying to blow up all lies and propaganda they usually do, and trying to suppress the opposition and even go after position figures. I think since you are an integral part of the OB team, I think one thing we should be thinking of is how to counter whatever the government is doing. Throw the truth bare to the people. so that even as the people begin to, even as the people go back into their secluded area and say and raise the white flag as if they have given up. But if they keep seeing the counter narrative with facts and truth from the opposition, hopefully probably with an opposition media that is telling the truth, it will galvanize them as well. That people's movement that we are hoping for will happen, may eventually happen, and it will just be an organic one. That's what I say I should suggest. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. It's already happening. I mean, my being on this show, my doing all the broadcasts I do is part of what is happening. We try to, before the judgment, the video that Dr. Rudolph played, I recorded actually three. I did 3 broadcasts where I already said this is what they're going to do. Because on many of the things we have inside information, so we preempt things. But even when I was doing that, I had obedience. I had Labour Party people that were saying I shouldn't create a narrative because they are still trusting that the judiciary will do the right thing. So when you have people that you are in a team that people are divided, some are still saying, let's give them a benefit of a doubt. But people like us already knew money has exchanged hands. And as I'm talking now, they're already preparing people that they are paying towards coming to counter the FBI files like this, Alex. So you people must also put your money where your mouth is. You can sponsor people back home instead of sending money for eating food. Then they're always hungry. Then you have to send again. And the system is not changing. Share the money, part of it, empower people that are at home. I don't need a cent from you. But there are others that you can empower. I will keep doing what I'm doing, whether I have a cent from anyone. My YouTube channel is not monetized, and I did it deliberately because I want to do everything without knowing that I'm earning a cent or a kobo, so that it comes from my heart. No broadcast must be driven by what money I will get from YouTube. So, but there are others you can empower. Listen, Arise, any media will give you this thing if you pay them money to create a narrative. So it's easy to do it, but we cannot keep saying what Peter Obi followers say. We know they receive shishi, we know they give shishi. That's why we are where we are. You don't have to bribe, but you can use money to get people to do certain things for you. We escape it, then we are prepared to suffer longer.
Okay, thank you, sir.
We can create our own attitude. That's why what people like us are doing and what you people are doing here. You're creating the true narrative. I'm happy I spoke after that charlatan that is being paid by APC.
Yeah. He's really in their payroll. There's no doubt about that.
No, you people need to send him away from America. Those people are a disgrace.
He's close to Dr. Rudolph. So Dr. Rudolph, it's in your hand.
Maybe we're going to write a petition against him. That's what we're going to do.
All right, Dr. Haruna, thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate you very much, and hopefully you'll come back sooner than later. Jagun, hold on. Jagun, I thought, okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Jagun. Or you want to say something?
I'm just saying salute and goodbye, sir.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Dr. Haruna.
Thank you, Doctor.
Let me close with this.
Yeah.
Let's not lose hope on our nation. We have no other home. It doesn't matter what you're enjoying abroad.
Oh.
Home is the best.
But
I don't know who okay, he's trying to connect again. Yeah.
Make sure you keep hope alive. Don't give up on Nigeria. That is what Tinubu and his committee of rogues and crooks want. They want you to get exhausted and give up. Don't give up until you see the birth of a new Nigeria just around the corner. And we're going to make it happen. God bless you. Love you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Love you too.
We appreciate you. And
remember to be praying for me.
We will.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right. We'll take small break.
Pray for you every day. Thank you.
But you can see man who love Nigeria. Not that some who come here and say we talk too much here. This is elderly man who love Nigeria. We cannot stop talking.
Sorry, Henry. Well, Doctor, but how does that Dr. Kabba? How does the man tell bare face like giving narrative with things like airport? You go to the airport, you come with extra money, and they take the money away from you. That is illicit money. And he has been living here since the Abacha era, since the 90s. What kind of thing is
not a doctor. What I saw about him is a bachelor's degree from Lagos State University in 1980. Don't know the year. That's why I was asking him whether the vendor that printed his certificate he was not sure, because I don't know. That's why I asked him. He was working for and how he designed.
That's interesting.
That's his talent.
Yeah, very good talent.
Anything to survive Tinubu government. Anybody can do it, just survive.
People have to keep hope alive.
Anything,
have to make this happy.
anything to survive.
You see, that Dr. Kabba is funny. When Flagship was asking him about the borrowing, Tinubu is the money they are borrowing, and they are not using it properly, channeling it into investment. See, we see response.
If you have go kwanumu no fube nazo olaga ni biazugo mawulaga do ni biazugo abanwa wilochi o bikora kona bazia.
How much do you need? I don't care, you borrow 5G.
Abamba water the sorry. You don't your money got the lemon. You will go with the melody. You got to go with your phone. But don't not is it one them nigga de lemon? Mulagadoni Pesigono Mulagadoni Pesigo Mama Wilo Chilo Nicoramuzo Anamazi Say Oyamazorone Amama Wazorone Sorry Ibya Muyano Guanamo Ofube Naro Mulaga Mulagadoni Pesigo Nazaboy Mulagadoni Pesigo Mama Wilo Chilo Nicoramuzo Anamazi Canaro mi ketchup. I'm a Guamnica Bogodia. Well, you work well. You get your mobile. Hey, you want? So Chukwa Makalumo Ike Chukwu Negaji Esi Nwanne Mekenene Ila Polife Nini Neme Webia Kago Silina Nina Gibu Nwanne Wisdom Megaji Kanyegi Mike Koko Banya Bebu Isili Maxi Obune tire egwa Malokwa malo ni mego mi fojo Wesigi nwanne mi fobu ni cholo nangebe Wisdom onu mekenege Bama wiyo iyo bigo labo Zoro, 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 zoro Deduru joy na bugwa osa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo mwe manofia nara Onye nwuro zurike
All right.
Dr. Rudolph, that was a good one. I really enjoyed every bit of it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in here. Let's do a recap of what happened. So, for those, let me see if there's anybody that didn't get a chance to speak. I think most people did. Omoye is back. Omoye, welcome to the show.
I hear you guys are looking for me. People have been sending me videos back and forth. What's going on? What's up? I'm outside. I'm outside. Who's looking for me? I'm outside. I'm here. Come on. Who they find me? What did they happen? I'm outside. Which is Dr. Damages.
Yeah, ready for fights.
Because I'm like, I've been getting videos, sent in. People have been sending me videos. What did I say that's out of? I don't understand. Who the cap fit make you wear them? What is the problem? I heard Dr. Haruna Goroh. I heard Dr. Haruna Goroh. Salute to Dr. Haruna Goroh. Everything he said here, I expect you guys should be matching. Location. Now they share location. Every time you come on here, you're like, okay, we're taking the protest here today. Tomorrow we're taking the protest somewhere else. Not all this back and forth. We don't have time for that. Every day, time is precious. Every day people are dying in Nigeria. Every day there's kidnapping. Every day there's banditry. The more time we spend talking and talking and talking, the worse it gets. Because we are not in that position now, because we seem to be far away from it. We should, that empathy level for Nigeria needs to increase. I don't understand.
So
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
I wanted to read out some comments I've been receiving. It's good you came. Let me read out some of them. This one says it is counterproductive. One of our guests made the comments, the same suggestion a few weeks back, and it was discussed among the panelists, and I agreed that it was counterproductive. If I knew you were going to come in, I would have saved some of the comments that were coming into my phone because I shared that video. So what do you say to people who say that it's counterproductive?
Well, people are dying every day. It's counterproductive. The death that you're trying to avoid is showing up on your doorsteps. How about that? How about that? Is your life any better? You want to travel out, you better have 5 million for economy class. For those who can afford to travel. Do you know that people are dropping out of school every day? Do you know the cost of that? Whose phone is not on mute? I beg. Sorry.
Yeah,
please, there's a lot of interference. Okay. Yeah. The kids are dropping out of school. Do you know the disadvantage of that? Give it a few more years. You're going to have more touts on the street. You're going to have people showing up in front of your house and demanding and taking people's lives. We already see it happening. So which one do you prefer? Which one? For me personally, I'm not waiting for the people back home, because I feel like the people back home, the ones that are on ground, should be sensitizing the people on the ground. You should be going door to door and be saying, guy, how far? Babe, how far? What's going? You feel chop today? How many times you chop today? You feel buy gas? You get light for house. When was the last time you had light? You want me to say all these things, not they vex you? How you say they survive? How many children you get? 6 children, you pay school fees. School fees now, it don't increase by 100%. The one story when I hear some parents, when they do PTA meeting, they sit down, they discuss with the school how much school fees go be. Only for them, when it reach time to resume, the same school, when it talk, say, hey, you know what? Yeah, we're going to agree to pay a certain amount of fees for your children. We're going to agree to accept this. They turn around and increase it by 100%. And the parents were upset and they started protesting. Guess what they did? They called DSS on the parents. Is that what you want? We are already, it's jungle time in Nigeria. So if you say you don't want to protest, they will come to your house and buy you. So what's the difference? Is that not a hopeless situation? We that were in the diaspora, how many of us here have carried placard to go and protest? Even if not one person. You got to do what you got to do so that the people back home, when they get small data, when they see that, they'll say, oh, more. Abemo will do our own for year too. We need to also ginger them. We cannot wait. Dr. Goroh is right. Peter Obi is the person. He is the kind of person he is. Are we going to change him? The man don't do in parts. I remember when the man they enter, inside water, when they shout, say, oh God, you won't go by yourself or inside water. No protection, nothing. Not try him. If na person when get radical behavior, when we say don't do protest before, okay, we go understand. But he's not that kind of person. Should we fold our hand and be waiting for him? The man don't do it forever and ever. That man life is set. In children life set. Now me and you he affects. So if the people back home are slow, which is understandable because first of all, they give them light. Some places they never see light in the last 10 years. I don't understand. You get some villages for Nigeria, they never see light in the last. So imagine picking when they're born. You don't know what it be to get to. You don't know what having light be like. You don't know. So it grew up for that. Some of us when we read with lantern and candle for night for school, you won't go read for class. You go carry lantern. The one when you get weak, when we say you need to clean the glass so that you'll see the book when you read. And candle, you go carry candle, go class. The candle go burn, finish. The wax go burn, enter your hand. Sometimes you forget to sleep. Your notes, Otilo, it go burn, reach ground. So what are we talking about? There are people that are they're experiencing it real time. People go market, they don't feel buy anything again. People when they sell fish, pepper for market, they don't feel sell market again because the prices are bad. People are not buying anymore. How do you expect those people to feed? I don't understand. People suppose every day they're supposed to people need to share location. This is where the protest is happening today. So that it go there all over social media that Nigerians everywhere are agitating. The ones that are not emilocons, the ones that are happy with the status quo because they are chopping from inside, you don't need to be bothered, right? So you that it is affecting, you are the one that is oppressed. Why should you see me? I did one man protest. It's on my platform. I did one. I go carry placard by myself. I do the video. I put picture. What are they talk? We need to be active. It's not all this one. Every morning we wake up, we'll do 12 hours. Talk. And I'm not saying, Dr. Damages, I'm not referring to you when I say this. A lot of us here on this platform, what are you doing? If it affects you, if it's burning you, if you are affected, if you have empathy,
sorry to cut you.
For people who don't have voice, go ahead. Sir.
Sorry to cut in. So, what kind of change exactly are you open to achieve with that kind of protest?
Does it matter what kind of change? Making your grievances known. Wait 1 second. Before you ask a question, let me land, please, sir. Let me land.
Let me finish.
You ask a question. What kind of change?
Because before you send people out to go and protest, you look at what happened there are still people locked up because of the NSAS protest. So
that's the reason why people should be protesting more. That is the very reason why we shouldn't even have gotten to where we are today, where we are saying come for protest.
What kind of change does he want to achieve?
It will achieve change. As far as say you be human being, me I be human being. If you mount pressure, wait now, it will bring about the whole world. First of all, is watching you protesting. The protest is increasing. It will gain momentum that will bring about the necessary change. That's what's going to happen. If we keep saying what kind of change do we think is going to happen, guess what? You are empowering your oppressors even more. Because to them, they are like, don't stick with people. They are still jollificating.
So
they are not ready.
The reason why somebody like me is asking, because the reason why somebody like me is asking is because when you start something, you have to be able to finish it.
Do you know about
that's why I'm asking.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on.
Can I answer the question,
when
please?
When you bring people like me in, you have to be able to finish it to a logical conclusion. It's not just abandon it midway. So what kind of change are you?
Exactly.
Is it power
you
change?
You cannot abandon it midway.
Is it just one protest and go back home? So this I want to understand.
Continuous. That's what I'm saying. Locate. If you protest today in one location, tomorrow you are moving to another location. It is like a job. You want something so bad, you have to do it like your life depends on it. It's not about you that you have the attitude of, okay, let's see to the logical conclusion. It's wonderful because when people think about how many people that are like you that will show up for that protest. Just think about it. Do you know what that will do? Nigerians all over the world have so much power. We are not using it. If the people back home, because they have not seen light, and I'm just making the bare minimum excuse for them, for the last areas that had not seen like 10 years, 5 years, some maybe even longer than the 10 years, some months, some as we they speak now, they don't get light. Some, they never charge their phone for the past 1 month. So they don't even have any information. They don't have access to all of these conversations that we're having. You have people back home. What are you saying to them? You need to be sensitizing them when you call them. You don't chop this morning. You chop or you say you chop in the afternoon. You like waiting they happen. Guy, una like waiting they happen. Do you understand what I'm saying? It is two ways. Why you are doing your own here, right? Waiting for Nigerians, because let me tell you the truth. Nigerians need to be gingered. There has to be the same way we did campaign for during Peter Obi's time, going from house to house, talking to people. People went to the inner pockets of the village to go and talk to people. That is exactly what needs to be happening in Nigeria. Spontaneously, just like Dr. Haruna said, with spontaneity, you will see people are killing themselves in Nigeria. For what? Is it not better to die a worthy death? No, that okay, I don't feel like being here anymore. Let me lead the protest. It's almost like a worthless death. What's the point? You are killing yourself over what? As we are speaking now, somebody is killing themselves today again. Because why? They are tired. No food. You can't put food on your children's table. You have no job. Your employers are owing you money 1 year, but they are flying out every time. They are enjoying. What kind of life of slavery is that? It doesn't make any sense. You talk, you buy. You not talk, you will still buy. So which one do you want? Because we're not going to be here forever. Let's be factual. Are we going to be here forever? In 100 years, you'll be but a memory if you are still a memory. Do you remember your great-great-grandfather? You remember? Now, the people, when they do good for humanity, now you see they hear about. Do you know that? Now, the people when stand strong, when they talk about Mandela today, they talk about people when they don't do great things, when they don't stand for people, Sankara them. They don't, you know how long ago they don't buy. People see they talk about them today. Now the impact, now it matter. It doesn't matter whether you can't be thinking, okay, what will people, what's impact? What you don't know the impact of your energy alone, just showing up. Just by one, let me tell you, before I went out to protest, I was on a space on Twitter. And, people were talking about ideas like, what do they do? What do they do? And one lady said, you know what? After talking, people were like, why don't we just go and start protesting? This woman, she has some disability. She showed up by herself. She told her son, please drive me. I want to go and protest. The son said no. The woman ordered Uber by herself for the UK. She went there and went to protest. Guess what? People saw her and say, sister, we are coming. You did this. We've been challenged. We're going to come and join you. The protest has increased. Now they are going to do it November 4th if you're in the UK in Trafalgar Square. So what are we talking about? So the question is, what are you doing in your Koro? Carry one signboard, put them even now in front of your house. Tinubu must go. Nigerians reject certificate forger. If not only that one you do, you take picture, you talk your mind, you put them for social media, everybody they see it go ginger people. Because of that, other people from different locations, Canada, started doing their own. That was one of my motivations. We don't like what's going on in Nigeria. Is this what you want to leave for your children? I take God beguna. Is this what you want to leave? Why? Okay, why did you have the children in the first place? Why you born them? If you know so you not fit give them the best. Why you born them? People, what did happen for Ukraine? What happened last time? People from here travel, go Ukraine, go fight. So they talk. Which life person come if you not fit make any impact? Are you just living for yourself? Thinking that you'll be immortalized just like they happen anywhere. We are living through history right now. Let it be on ground that you know what? My grandma, my grandfather, they were part of this riot. When they talk about women's riot today, we don't know the different people names when they involved. When people want to talk, they go say Abba women's riot. When they talk till today. Come on, Nigerians, you have the mind. You guys are the most brilliant people ever. You are the most well sought after people. You know that if you stand, other Africans will stand. Look at what's happening in the Congo. Who's speaking for them? We have so much problems that we cannot even, if we were okay, shouldn't we be fighting for our brothers and sisters in the Congo? There's a genocide happening in the Congo over minerals, and we are here saying, we are not sure. We are not sure.
That about one. That time now people will get brain small. They power. This one they don't get brain.
It don't matter. You will get brain. How many of them there be? How many of them there be? How many of them?
Let us finish.
How many of them? 200. If compared to the people when they power, how many, not be the population plenty pass the people when they government, how many there be? They reach 1,000. Maybe we can sit down, count them. True. Think all the senators, okay, let's say rough number 100. All the representatives from everywhere, okay, let's be generous, 300. How many be that? 400. They can't get maybe personal assistance, wanting security attachment, all of them will round them up 500. Plus the few people when they did there, plus the cabal behind, when we know they see, when we judge the year about, most okay, another 500, 1,000. If they're too plenty, 2,000. With a population of over 200 million from every ethnic group and estate, I tell you, if every state fire they catch everywhere, which one they want to quench? Which fire they want first? But as they put up this one, this another one they happen. As they put up this one, another. Nigeria is a complicated and this is the advantage of Nigeria. It's a complicated and very rare country. How many people you want gather? How many people? As we did, nah, people they die. Women go hospital, they know they born come. Some of them know they come out. They want go born, they know come out. We can't keep making excuses. Who are they? They're smart pass you, they know pass you. Not be certificate forger they there so. Which book he read? How many book? They tell you send a house, they can't teach and a genius. When you use the thing they pay me personally. Say, are you so you may say the candle when I say read, the lantern when I say read, person just from back or collect them. I am pissed. They use it that it's not even about where Peter. I not even they consider Peter Obi for this matter now. And they consider the survival of that country. And they consider the wholeness of it. What are we doing? What are we talking about? We go there, we'll talk for money tonight. Me action they back the talk. As you they talk, they do. For now on, they go to they spend hours for church. What God cannot do does not exist. Action without work without faith is zero. What? Show me your faith now. Show me your works. Show me. We can't do this. We can't keep doing this. We have brilliant people all over the world. How about put your money where your mouth is? Is it time for you to stand up and say, my own self and my family will not support certificate forger. Go to the airport now. You know, say that now that they scrutinize Nigerians more now, people when they try to come school for different places now, they know they agree. I read a letter from Sweden, I be weird, where they tell us say people from especially Nigeria, sorry, we are turning it down because we cannot validate your certificate. Hey, people don't know what's going on, no. You people have no idea. We dey here, we just they speak English. Speak your language. That is the reflex. Speak in your dialect. That is the reflex. How? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. You say, okay, as sometimes I've suggested, women stop giving your husband's action in the other bedroom. What is the purpose of it? You go and give birth, you die on the bed stool. What's the point? You marry a man, he cannot protect you. What? Why? What's the purpose?
So,
we need to go and start protesting so that will encourage those back home. We gotta make a change, guys. Can't you see it? Is this what we want to remain for the next 100 freaking years? This contraction was supposed to end in 2015, so we can have a 2014, so we can have a renegotiation. Did they let it happen? No. We sat here and watched them pull this country down. What are we doing? Why are you a Nigerian? Why are we Nigerians? Why are we saying we're Nigerians? We need to do our part. There's no easy way out anymore, people. Wake the hell up. For those that are sleeping, wake them up. Tell them it's time. Wherever you are, show up in front of your door. If you are in the UK, go to Trafalgar Square, whatever way it is pronounced, for crying out loud. Enough of the excuses. Enough already. Let Nigerians breathe.
Omoye, thank you. Thank you. Let's get other people to ask you questions and people who are interested in questioning you. Let me start.
Obi, wake up! Obi, wake up! They're talking to you. Wake up!
Let me start with Forefathers. He just came in.
So. Thank you.
Dr. Damages, please, before you go to that route, our last guest, Dr. Haruna Goroh, a couple of things he mentioned about the age. He talked about his 67. I'm a couple of years ahead of that game. And I wanted to answer to what one of our brothers asked here about Peter B and Dati being in the forefront, and he had made it clear that we are trying to protect those people. And what am I trying to say? He was talking about we need somebody to take the lead. I just wanted to point out that the gentleman from the West who suddenly busted out from Sunday Boho, the case of Sunday Boho, it was a result of being pushed to the wall, beyond the wall, and the man got up overnight and turned into what he became. So we are going to get that kind of a situation. I just want to encourage Dr. Haruna Goroh not only to thank him, but to also say that age is still on our side. There are people who are built differently. What am I saying to you all who are here? If I was to look at Jagon and the rest of it, people here, a lot are under 60. Let me just be generous. A lot are under 60. When some of us were of your age, the way Omoye is talking is the way we used to get up without even looking back. And we take a swing at it, whether be it here or in Nigeria. So let us go in that route. And Tim, let's talk more in the background. Let's talk more in the background for that element of surprise. Let's do more networking in the background. I hear us here. Let's do more in the background, and let's encourage people like Emmanuel Ogebe, who not only went to the Supreme Court, the man fainted a couple of times while in Nigeria. He said he was not leaving. He's still here. You all know him. So please, thank you very much. I'll be going for the Nigerian whatever they said they're going to do. And then Alex Kabba, let's talk to him in the background again to see if that direction is going. Stop pitching that kind of grammar, because African Abroad is a name that is on its own. Don't soil it for good.
All right.
You know what I'm talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Forefathers.
Yeah, and greetings, Dr. Dami. Thank you for having me, and greetings to everyone on the panel, and to the chat, and to the viewers. See, I don't know why some people think that I'm just going to come and disagree. Why should I disagree? Most of the stuff Moye has said is basically encouraging action, and action is all good. And for me anyway, I feel like if you want to take action, you have to be more specific and know exactly what the goal is. And you don't just go out on the street and cause anarchy, because the truth is you're not going to get anywhere. We've seen the Arab Spring fizzle out into nothing. And look at the region now, it's on fire right now. You have to have a specific agenda that you want to go ahead with. I've always been saying it, even just after the election. This is beyond just this election. If you want to change things, the people that should change things have already got the power. See, a lot of people forget that Labour Party won quite a lot of seats, a lot of support in local elections, and also in national positions. Their best weapon is to brand themselves with all the things Omoye is talking about. If you want to do that, what are they doing? Some of them are already taking some of the money that they're talking about for the vehicles and the four-wheel drives that they are all buying right now. And they are not, the only person that I've seen so far that has done anything to represent the Labour Party properly is the Abia State governor. The rest just seem to be towing the line and become just as corrupt as every other Nigerian. And that's something we don't also factor into the whole equation. The Nigerians themselves don't understand what direction they need to go, because they themselves are also compromised. They go and do some of all those this thing that compromises our our processes. Momoye say they're just 1,000. They are not just 1,000. They are they are legion, because The one at the top controls the one below. That's how they do it. You saw a police officer, a military man on TV saying that they don't recognize what the child is. That is not the 1,000 that she counted. Those are people that are under the influence of those people. You have to break that influence. You have to offer alternative to them. This is why you have to have precise agenda of what you really need to do. Personally, I've always said it. We have to get our sovereignty back. This is where most of our problem is coming from. We don't have our sovereignty. If Tinubu promised he's going to do something about our security, he hasn't done it. Maybe we can target that area. Because if he does that, it brings us closer to where our critical problem is coming from. It's an economic investment too. We are losing 10% of our GDP because of insecurity alone. We don't feel safe at our home. If we want to go to Nigeria and even change some stuff from Nigeria, from the West, most of us don't want to go because we are afraid of that we will not survive it. So if you clear the way and you hold them accountable for what they promised that they're going to deliver, you stand a good chance, because what you are protesting about is not against anything that they didn't promise themselves. They will have to deliver. I believe if you go in that direction, you are more likely to have a specific demand that has a big bank, that's bang for its buck. You are going to get a stimulation of the Nigerian economy. You are going to give people jobs. You are going to repair something that we never really fixed since 200 to 300 years ago. Something we never really fixed. Then we can start talking about changing other things like electricity, technological revolution, and all the rest that you can build on top of it. Hence, I'm not against action. It needs to be specific, and so that we can get the greatest benefit from it. And we have it. We have options.
All right. Thank you, Na.
Well, thank you for saying that. That's exactly it. Everybody has different grievances, right? For instance, for me, it's not even so much about the election or whether it was Peter Obi. This candidate could have come from anywhere in Nigeria. I just care about the changes that need to happen, right? So people can come together and say, we are protesting for the people that are still being imprisoned after the NSAS. Why? You stand on one side. Another person will come. We are protesting because women are dying in their numbers on the bed stools. That's what we are protesting. Nigeria's problem is multifaceted. Another group will come out. We are protesting for the annihilation of people. Genocide going on in the north. You stand. I'm telling you, things will change. But if we keep, everybody is just taking side, everybody, as far as my own good, it's all right. But you go touch everybody. It go touch everybody in the end. Thank you.
Nigeria Limited.
Mazi Prince, we're going that way. So go ahead.
Okay, good. So pretty much let me express my annoyance at Forefather. Forefather, yesterday it was happening and I was trying to come on board. For some reason, nobody was leading the platform. Nobody was leading, everybody was just staying put and all that stuff. However, Amoye, thank you for what you said. You said it right. You hit the right notes. Some of us might not be able to go on the streets. However, I've made it a point of duty, my own preaching. The way we say, talk to one person or talk to two persons, and then the two persons will preach to the next two persons. The way I do mine is whoever I come in contact with, Africans, whites, whatever, Europeans, I always tell them the first thing is Nigerian, yes, and I already know what is in their mind, and I tell them I'm not in support of what is going on there. So we can always reach out to people. We can also reach out to people around us, those in politics and those not in politics, as long as we're able to get them on board. What else? Talking about your conversation yesterday, it was this morning that I actually listened to it, and I still give you kudos for what you said. You never went personal at anybody. Okay, whatever you said it, you hit the notes, just the right notes. People are dying. People are suffering. I don't know about any of you. This morning at 2 a.m., Somebody called me from Nigeria, and what is happening? That they have a child that is being born that needs to be in incubator, and they refuse to put the child in incubator until she pays 150,000. She didn't have it. She didn't have it. I had to rally around to get that done. And the first thing that came to my mind, I said, okay, what about if it's the day that I'm at home, I'm asleep, and I didn't wake up? What could have happened to that child? Probably the child will be gone. You know, so something drastic needs to be done, and it needs to happen. That's all I can say for now. Thank you.
See, let me just address something quickly there, because I'm hearing some people talking some stuff about security and restoring our sovereignty. I don't understand some people. They will rather talk about food and everything without talking about how you create an environment to secure that food. How can you keep acting as if this is not important? That is at the heart. I just told you, it's depressing our GDP by 10%, $50 billion. The people don't have jobs, and they are standing our people down. And it's not normal. This is not how nations are supposed to be. You have to fight these things. And if you want to fix your country, how much more powerful would you become if you're on the side of the military, you're on the side of the SSS, you're on the side of the police, you're on the side of the customs? You are one of the most powerful forces in that country. If you want power, this argument puts you on the side of the most powerful forces in the nation, not on the side of the politicians. I don't understand these people. If you don't fix your security, believe you me, everything you're talking is going to be nonsense. You're just going to be fighting politicians. This one get one over this one. This one get over one. You're not going to get anywhere. We've been doing it for 60-something years. It doesn't get us anywhere until you fix that problem. And that's what other nations have done all over the world. I'm sick and tired of people just keep acting as if they don't understand this. If you don't like security, leave your house open and go to work every day. Jesus Christ.
All right.
Try it and see how prosperous you become.
Thank you. Henry, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Madam Omoye Colonel, thank you for yesterday. Thank you for today, for speaking and standing for the truth. I wish all men here can speak like you speak. It could be better. Some of the men here just sitting there to lash people who come out boldly to speak. I cannot be among those men either. During my school time, I came out during June 12. I know how many friends I lost that during June 12. I did a lot of protests in Nigeria, in Edo State. I'm still proud about it today. What I'm still looking for is a better Nigeria. You see, we just sit here, we don't even know what will happen to your relative at home. Something like this happened to your relative at home, then you know what we're talking about. You get to speak, no matter how painful it's going to be. You have to speak for what you think is right. We want a better country, but nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to take action about it. Some of us here, we live in America, live in the UK, live in a Western country. We want a better country in our country. The country you are staying in America there, they fought for their independence, they fought for their right there. They could not even sit down like we sit down now. We want a better Nigeria. We don't want to talk about, we don't want to protest about a better country. Somebody who came out boldly to speak, for some of you cannot speak because you're scared to speak. You will be on the sideline using this bigot statement. This one a shower, this one a this. It's so cheap. I get those people putting those kind of things. They are from a broken home, a lost childhood. If we have women like this in this platform, it will be better. Because most of the men are so weak to speak. I can count about 1, 2, 3 men here who can speak boldly. Like Cream, Ike, Jagun. Those are the men who can speak boldly without looking somebody's face. Don't even care what they say. Once again, Madam Omoye, I'll be watching your program. Kudos for you. Thank you for history. Will never forget you because you stand for what is right. All we want is a better country. I will be going to Nigeria in February. I go to Benin. I go out in the night either. I'm not scared to go out anywhere in the night. Most of you here cannot go to your village. Most of you here because you are scared. But you want a better country. You don't want to speak. You have to listen to this lady, what she's saying. Do something. not by speaking grammar here. Some people come here, come and read Google, come here and start behaving like they're intellectual, but they didn't even go to school either. They went to school when they are in America. This is their college degree they have there. Do something.
All right, Henry, thank
Nigeria
you.
will not be better if you don't speak or do something about it.
Henry, thank you. Jagun, you're next.
Am I ready? Okay. You know, today was pretty interesting in terms of Dr. Goroh. But what was interesting to me is that really, you see, our deepest confusion is that no one knows really what to do. Nobody has a clue. We've just heard from Madame Omoye, which, you know, we all have that same passion. But there was nothing direct that came from what she said that, okay, this is what we should be doing. This is how we galvanize ourselves. And I don't blame any individual for not knowing, because I don't know. I've got my ideas, I have my suspicions. But what really to do at this time, knowing that we are banged to rights with the Tinubu government as it is right now, we're banged to rights. You know, how do we move from here? I'm telling you, I haven't got a clue. Well, it's not that I don't have a clue, but I can't tell or suggest to anybody that this is the way forward. You know, I'm sure we are all leaders here. We all have leadership qualities, I'm sure. However, I dare someone to stand in front and say they're going to lead anything. All the shouting that we're doing, it doesn't come out to the hill of beans. It doesn't come out to nothing. What are we going to do is the question. And it's a question. Don't think it's any more than a question. If you think it's something that's already underlined in red, that this is the way forward, then I'm afraid you're fooling yourself. And you lead yourself into hell. You would lead yourself to be dead for nothing. And, you know, to be dead for nothing, it's not what I'm trying to do. You know, I'm willing to die, but I have to die for something. So our passions are high, and we are feeling to resist what is before us in terms of Nigeria. I think we need to really search. We need to search deeply ourselves and our local friends and family and such like to make a discussion as to what the way forward is now. Be it a democratic movement, be it a new democratic movement, in terms of how we protest. Because we can't just come out on the streets. We have to come out on the streets with something tangible to say. You can't come out in the streets and start shooting yourself onto bullets. We know what Nigeria is. You know, who's crazy out here? Who's crazy with you? You're crazy by yourself. We'll watch you die on ITV or ITN or any of the news channels that are out there, and then we will move on with our own lives. That will be the outcome. We need to organize. And if people understand what that word means, to organize, then we better get on with it. Because without organization, there's nothing. If you don't know what time it is, we should have been organizing from a good 10, 15, 20 years ago, to be frank, because we're always coming to this point. Always. Nigerians have been excessively foolish. And it's been obvious to many of us that we're going the wrong way. But in this motion of going the wrong way, we suggested that we're going regardless, without anybody querying us. Don't query me. Now we find ourselves in a bag of shit. We want to start hollering. It doesn't make sense. We've got to think with our head before we speak with our passion. That's what I've got to say.
All right, thank you. Omoye, you want to respond?
Can I respond to that? I just want to say thank you to Mr. Henry Gabriel. I think he spoke earlier. Thank you. And, we're all in this together. Now, to respond to what, I'm sorry, I think Mr. Jagun, I believe. Jagun, okay. So you're asking the question, what do we do? Or what are we protesting about? When I was responding to forefathers, aka to Niger earlier, we have a plethora of issues in Nigeria, and I'm sure you're aware of this.
Of course.
I also mentioned that there's a protest. You can choose what it is you want to protest about. If you have people like somebody mentioned, I don't know if it was you again, but somebody mentioned earlier, we're all leaders here. Everybody has the capacity to lead. What concerns you the most? What is the burning issue for you with regards to Nigeria right now? That is the question that you need to ask. If you have people around you, you don't have nobody ought to be waiting for some big organization or somebody leading. When the NSAS protest started,
Can I quickly interject?
yeah,
Whilst
go
I
ahead.
I follow your passion and I understand where you're coming from. Don't get me wrong. However, what I'm saying is, at the moment, we have Tinubu as president, and we all believe that he's illegitimate. The majority of us believe that Tinubu is an illegitimate president. That is indeed something to protest. However, once we begin protesting any situation that we call our passion, we have to understand that Tinubu there or not, it is not Tinubu, it is a structure of bedevilment that we have in that country. So how do we replace this structure? Without saying, you can say what you want, but what we have before us isn't something that you can just fling away. We can't. It's there, it's entrenched, and it's been entrenched for the past 50 years at least. So how do we replace this structure that is suppressing the whole lot of us in terms of our own emancipation? These are the things. I'm not here playing. I'm not here playing.
Right. And I'm not here to play as well, as you can see. Now, my point is this. You're saying, how do we replace the systems? We can't. With the way it is, you and I know we cannot. Why? Because the Nigerian president is the most powerful president in the world. He has a lot of powers assigned to him. So forget about change, because the LP people that people voted in, guess what? They are taking money and taking all the big cars and saying mute. They don't give a damn. 160 million that they are giving to them, they are taking it, really consign them. They don't collect the money, put them for pocket, consign them. When they ask them, oh, come, why aren't you speaking up? They said because of the Nigerian roads. Oh, hello. Who's responsible for the bad roads? Now, I digress a little bit by saying that. My point is this. You and I know, with the system currently the way it is in Nigeria, we can't do jack. Forget it. The only way that we can do it is by protesting here in the diaspora. I'm not even talking about Nigeria, because I said earlier, Nigerians, there are people who have not seen light in 10 years. There are people that have not been able to charge their phone for the past 2 months. Their phone is completely out. We have to be the inspiration for them. If somebody has small data and maybe they hear from person tell them, when no person tell them, say, Nigerians in diaspora are protesting. No, it go ginger some of them. Now, I've been in spaces where people are going on the ground and talking to people about what they need to know. Telling them, you now see what they happen. No, we can't buy petrol, dollar amount, money when we take buy market before. We know they fit buy market again. We can't sell pepper. The smallest thing now we no fit, because dollar don't ruin anything. If you are making 1 million today, your money is nonsense and rubbish. If somebody is being paid 30,000, how much be that one for dollar? Maybe like cents now. I'm exaggerating, but you guys get my drift. So we cannot, to answer your question, we cannot do anything about the structure because we don't have any good people. Apart from a few, Abia State Governor Oti, I salute the man for what he's doing. I wish that more people like Governor Oti would step in and fight for their people. This is what it's about. But on the protest end, the diasporans, Nigerians in diaspora, need to take it upon themselves. Like I said, you don't have to, if you don't have groups of people that you can partner with, if it is in front of your house or you go to a park, make a logo, whatever your concern is, put it there. Let these pictures and these videos flood social media. I guarantee you it will bring about the necessary protests that we need to bring about.
Can I ask a question? Peter Obi is the head of the Labour Party as the main presidential candidate, and given the amount of support that he has, and the Labour Party has alliances with the trade unions and various unions in the country, so he does have a lot of leverage if he's willing to pull it, and he also has a lot of leverage if he is willing to implement some of the stuff electricity has been proposing, the ability to recall members of House of Assembly when needed. So how is he not, now that the case is over, because people kept saying the case was the reason why he cannot focus on those things, there's no reason why he cannot wield a lot of power even when he's not in office. And people forget, when you are out of office, you don't have responsibility, but you have a lot of leeway to propose all kinds of solutions that people will be seeing the flaws of the government in. And he has that freedom to do those things. So is he going to be doing those things? Because I know in America, if let's say Trump was in charge of the Republican Party and a member of his party was stepping out of line, he's going to go in there and wreck that party member's chances of being re-elected, or get him, run him out of town or something. So is Peter Obi going to try to take charge of Labour Party and do the same and use that as a way of, as a platform to launch the Labour Party, so that when the next election comes around, they are able to actually make a compelling case to win?
Okay, so I'm not going to be speaking as a Labour Party spokesperson, because I'm not. I'm only going to be speaking as a lay person, okay? As somebody, as an active citizen that's concerned and worried about the situation on ground. Number one, Peter Obi, let's remove Peter Obi from this equation. Peter Obi has been, if you go and look at his tweets, he's always in every what's it called, tweet that he makes, he gives cues on what the government ought to do and should be doing. Okay, that's not to say he's working for them, because definitely he certainly wants the good of Nigeria. But to say he will now become active in this fraudulent politics with this same person, it's not going to happen. Now, you're talking about the next election. I don't see a next election. If we don't fix this now, there's no election. People shouldn't even bother coming out to vote, because what we're looking at is a one-party system. Now, I don't know if you guys know, the INEC Rex, they just hired INEC Rex. APC has successfully put only APC people in INEC. Please tell me how that kind of thing can work. It cannot work. What they're going to be having is, wait to Nigeria, and this one will be back and forth between me and you, and I don't want to hold this thing up. I just say, I come here quickly, so I beg. My point is this: we, as the citizens of Nigeria, we need to determine what the next trajectory of Nigeria is, not Peter Obi. Peter Obi has done more than enough. Okay, if he chooses and says, you know what, I'm going to drop ideas for these people if they are smart enough to catch it, because with all the tweets that he's made, people, they are not, the APC people, even with the expo, they are still not smart enough to do what he says. So it's almost like fetching water with baskets, because here we are. When he talk about subsidy removed, they use them, collect money for the small 10 kobo when they poor people hand. They use them, they leak everything come out for their hand. After they don't come out the money, they come back again. They say now subsidy is back. We don't know when subsidy come out. We don't know when they bring them back. So wait till they talk. You understand?
You have an opportunity to wield power. And you are throwing it, you are saying
you talked about, 1 second to Nigeria, you talked about NLC, whatever. Do you know how very inconsistent those people have been? They come out 1 minute and say they want to protest about something. They will go back behind the doors, go negotiate. They will not come back. Wait, now to Nigeria, me, I know where Abemo will not argue. No, say me and you to Nigeria with always, I know one follow.
I don't know whether she's the guest today. If she was the guest, I should know.
You know, if they pay you,
no, it's not they pay me, because he's meeting me for asking
don't be jealous.
Question. That's what I didn't like.
Don't jealous me.
Okay, I'm not exactly very rowdy. I'm not disrupting people.
So to Nigeria, wait, Mama talk finish. NSC people, when they talk about NSC, how many times they don't come out? They will come out, they'll talk, they'll do this thing, they'll go back, they'll go collect money, they'll sit down. They say there's subsidy, they come out, we want to protest, we shut down, hey, nobody should go to work, 30,000 are too small. Then after they give them money, bribe them, they keep quiet. They come out again, we want to do this. Nobody takes them seriously. The leadership, the people in little positions, it has to change from top to bottom. We don't have people in positions of authority right now. We don't have the right leaders, no matter how small they are. The only leader me I see is what is they call her? Alexander Oti. God go bless that man. That's the only functional leader in Nigeria right now. Every other one has zero. So many of the states are like sinkholes, you know. So again, I go back. Protest is the language. Take the one where they pay you for body, bring and come out, protest about them. Simple, shikena. If you have groups of people you can get along with, carry people together. Again, talk about what it is that is paining you the most. Protest about that. There's so many you can protest about one different things within one protest. Don't wait for a leader. You be the leader. Okay. Right. Now there is a big protest happening in Trafalgar Square. I say again, for those in the UK, if you are interested, November 4th, let's see your faces. Show up. Let's know. Oh, that's to Niger. Oh, hey, okay, forefather. Hey, yeah. To Niger, thank you. Hey, to Niger, go to Trafalgar Square on the 4th. I know saying in London you there. Or maybe you don't. Well, I don't know. Maybe in another place you there. I'm just saying. I don't know whether it's in London or not. Nobody should take it from me. So basically, that's my whole point. This whole thing is about protests. Right, anybody want to get any other question? Otherwise, I'm out.
Forefathers, what I'm doing now is because she came yesterday and spoke and left. A lot of people wanted to just talk to her, and I want to give people a chance to do that. So it's not anything else. So I want to move on to
I've seen professors interjected far more than I have interjected her today, and yet I'm getting muted already. I didn't understand that.
Forefathers, all I'm saying is I want to move on. I want other people to give them a chance to also speak. That's all. So Ovie, go ahead.
Well, let me speak to my village people. And today no be right day. I'm mourning and I'm on diet. At the same time, I'm preparing for Shiloh. I'm mourning the passing of my father's friend's son. That is the Oyinoyi of Ibiraland, Ado Ibrahim, who passed on. At the same time, I said I'm dieting. We all know that the way we look physically reflects what we consume. So 3 months to end of every year, I'm always going diet with my information consumption to what I consume and what not. So I'm in that phrase. So permit me if I don't explain directly to what we are talking about. I'll speak to the younger people out there. And I'll recommend a book. I always recommend. It's called The Parasitic Mindset. It's by Gadsad. How infectious ideas are killing common sense. And I think George Orwell also speak to that too, that some ideas are so stupid, only intellectuals believe them. I said that to say this. Yesterday, we were talking about gaslighting. And our former minister was in question here. That's Honorable Amici. We talked about gaslighting. I think a lot of us could relate to that yesterday conversation. But another step to that gaslighter is amplifiers. And amplifiers are so good at what they do because they have no idea what the amplifier wants. That's why they are so good at amplifying whatever that is passed on to them. They do it with passion, with intellect, with everything, because they have no idea what the message is about. So they amplify. So my message today is to, and when the amplifier has a direction, and they have enumeration too. Most of the amplifiers, right? People like me, content creators, influencers, celebrities, and what have you. Their enumeration not necessarily come from direct pay. It comes from likes, comes from so everything. After all, we are in information age, and that's why I'm pointing all those out, because information age come with what we call information warfare, come with disinformation, come with misinformation. So there's need for us to actually be very careful what we consume. There's what they call the paramedic mindset. How it works is that it's like an infectious diseases. Right, and once it catch someone, it spreads among those groups. So once this information is stricken them, as soon as it touches them, it's final. It just spread. So that's why most of the time when you see people go into that route, you ask them, "What is the goal? Where are we headed?" There's no point. There's no direction to that. And I want to acknowledge what Jargon said. Talked about organizing. Every protest always fails because there's no foundation. Foundation to every protest is organizing. And Rudolph here, I think I'm famous to be saying that I'm not a supporter of protest because there's no qualification to it. Every time they can protest. It doesn't require anything. But when there's no plan behind that protest, that's why there's no direction. That's why even when they ambush us, everybody will scatter. Right? Once they cut off the head, everybody will begin around. Mike Tyson say you say you get mad until they punch you for face. You go confused. So whenever we just go out there and protest, they hit us, everybody will scatter because there's no plan. And I keep using our elite politicians as an example. I don't like them, but there's something they are getting right. They all agree that we need power. So regardless of their disagreement, you never see them in public insulting themselves. Even if they are doing that, the next minute you see them shaking and moving on. Why? Because they have a goal, and that is power. And power, what one interesting thing about power is that there's no one way to get power. Forget all this fairness, justice, and braha. All that crap. There's no one way. So if we don't organize, we have no direction. Can protest from nothing that come, nothing go happen. It's very fun. The whole protest is fun. We are young people. We want to go and burn up our steam. When we enter, we go begin see, we go begin dance, we go see your face, hello, have it, another. That's it. We are wasting our time. Somebody talk about freedom. We are not free. And that's why it's very hard for us to articulate actually what the problem is or what direction we are going. We need to acknowledge that fact that we are conquered and we begin to reason like the people who are conquered. So yes, the problem is all of us. The system will say, oh, we cannot take out the system. For God's sake, the systems are human beings. They are not structures that we can build and dismantle. No, they are human beings. The structures, our friends, brothers, sisters, all of us are the structure. We can take it down, but it takes planning. It takes organizing. Not be gra-gra. Who want to do gra-gra for? People with the power. Bola Tinubu is the only politician we have that is a staunch politician. He's the only president that is a staunch politician. Go and study Bola Tinubu for the last 20 to 15 years. No protest that took place in Nigeria that his money is not involved. Why am I saying this? You understand our psyche. Omoye pointed something out about our labor leaders. Yes, I totally agree with her. I mean, who be labor without Tinubu? The labor flourishing all over the years, even under Osomole, was due to Tinubu financing. So we need to also understand who we are going to fight. This man, they are not just going to wait and watch us protesting, and that protest will lead to result. No, they will come. So all those things have to be put on the table. If they hit us, what next? That's why if they hit us, everything will not go like that. Because there's no planning to say, okay, there are stages. They will come forward from here. How do we recognize it? They will send informants in between us. How do we recognize it? Media men are working with them. How do we figure them out? Content creators are working with them. How do we figure it out? So there's all spectrums of things to discuss. That is why it's called organizing. I don't know it all. Ome don't know it all. Yeah, Rudolph don't know it all. And that's why organizing is important. Organizing will bring all of us under one roof and we figure out the way forward. And guess what? Just because we are organizing under one roof doesn't mean we have the same grievances. But what I can guarantee us that we have the same problem, which is what? The leadership. Who is the leadership? Our elite. And that's my case.
All right. Okay. So, Mr. Ovie, my brother, first of all, condolences to your father's friend's son, right? You said you're mourning. So for your mourning, I hope so you get beauty for your ashes. Okay. Having said that, you know, so you be my brother. I go tell you as it be.
I want you as a wife.
This defeatist mentality when you bring come, I better not deflate us. If you want to organize, no wait now, you they talk just now, no interject to. You they talk. I know you not. I not hear. I not say pim. I listen to you. Now, Ovie, you say organize. Okay, if you know, because there've been issues going on. No, prior to this, Peter Obi coming in and everybody falling in love with him and rallying behind him, we've had issues. Why you not organize all that time? You be leader. Why you not sit down? So okay, what they look as this thing be? Because at the end of the day, it's not just about Peter Obi Labour Party. No, this is about us as a people now, as a community. Before don't they think say, man, this thing they pay me when this government they do. It not matter the government now. I'm not talk about the Emilokon government and the other Daura. I'm talking about the issues. not own reach me Nigeria shut down completely. See people they when they all they cleanse ethnic groups, they go, everybody quiet. So my question back to you be say why you know that time sit down, they organize with your people. So that when time reach, una go flood the area, people will come join. Having said that, what we have right now is an emergency situation. We know if you they wait for leader, if you they wait for okay, or let's complete nothing they ever, you not feel wait for perfection, you not feel wait to organize waiting. The emergency situation, what did they call him? This man, George Floyd, when it happened, you just say now by organization. As it they happen, as it they hot, people flood the street. That's what happened. Guess waiting. The world people when enter road, they protest. Even for Nigeria, they even protest all over the world. They're not organized before they come out. As if they paying you, it be like an person will come person out. They'll rape your wife, rape the person wife, rape the children, right? They'll come out the man and say, okay, let's organize. Meanwhile, your household has been devoured. You go to say, let's organize. That one, you feel organized, oh, it's okay. Obvious. If not that one you want to do, it's okay. You feel wait until you organize before you come out, no problem. You go meet us for front. Now, you thought say they go disseminate or they go do this one government. They they go toilet. I don't understand. Not be blood they their vein. Now when they look this thing like big. Sri Lanka on when it happen. How many of them they thought say how many of them go school for inside those people when they do Sri Lanka movement? How many of them? You know, see that they flood the area, flood the palace. Start to they swim for inside the presidential swimming pool. Start to they chop the food for the kitchen. How many plan they plan? Overturn cars. Let's not make this thing complicated. Those people that are willing to protest now spontaneity now we need for this one, not be preparedness. Because if you do that, you're giving them opportunity to diffuse. Even as we are speaking now, I know they are hearing us. For some of them, they comment section where they go take feedback back. But when this thing go start, they themselves no go fit stand down. But we cannot keep waiting. We know how deplorable the system is. What is, you know what is really painful to me here? Is making Nigerian men look weak in the sight of the world. Now that one they pay me pass. As we go school rich, as we know book rich, as we be genius rich, as they rush una rich, make una mind sweet. Okay? As they rush Nigerian men up and down, as they rush una know they show, hey God, oh, go marry there for her, especially you want to overtake you for your own house. You know, go receive woto. That's exactly what's going on. We cannot wait. There's no time for it. You go they wait. Make this suffering they press people neck as we look and so people they die. And this I just read something. Nah. They all keep us again. They just fresh feeling. What are we talking about? Meanwhile, those people, there are people that don't have voice. They don't know who to talk to again. They are tired. They are frustrated. They are looking up to you, Ovie, to come out and say, area, where do they play? Let's scatter this place. You, they say you want plan. People, they die. No, now, my brother, not be so. I understand what you they talk, but that one for don't they happen since. Let me say now we go activate. So that's it. That's all I got for you, my brother.
Thank you.
Whose microphone is on? I can't.
Yeah, I know.
There's a lot of interference.
Tim, go ahead. So if you are not speaking,
okay. Thank you. Thank you, Rudolph.
Go ahead, Tim.
All right. So Rudolph, yeah, I mean, I totally agree with the concept of trying to express our grievances, whether you call it protest or whatever it is. I don't disagree at all. But, I just want to start by saying Peter Tosh said everyone wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. And that's the case of Nigeria. The issue with Nigeria is that, it's not that we can't protest. We've protested in the past. Someone said here, I'm not sure whether it is forefathers or Ovie, when he talked about no plans, that most of the protests we've had in Nigeria have been not planned. It's a lie. That we've had protests that had plans. Our problem has been that people go there. We don't have resilience to stay the course. At some point, when it looks as if we're about getting the government to really come down, people give up. They either give up because they compromise in one way or the other. We saw all the years. There was a protest for Shomole put up when he was NLC chairman, and it took Obasanjo's government. I mean, it brought them almost to their knees. But we know that at the end of the day, this man went behind and he now compromised. That is why today he's part and parcel of that whole process. That is what has been happening. See what is happening in South Africa. Julius Malema's EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters, it has a face. And that is where I want to disagree slightly with Omoye and our speaker. I asked our speaker, I said, Peter Obi wants to be president. He must be ready to die. I'm sorry to say it. This is the one area I disagree. We should not defend. I'm Igbo like him. He wants to be president. Mandela went to prison for what he believed. Even Obasanjo went to prison for daring to come back to Nigeria during a coup he was accused of. He was told to stay back where he was, that his name has just been fingered in a coup. And he said no, he was going home. He came home and he went to prison. So if Peter Obi cannot stand for, if he believes he won this election, if he believes he won this election, that he's going to court and say he wants to go claim his mandate. Remember, he claimed he was dead and he's saying he won the election. He should go and lead a protest, go and lead and insist that things be done right. People are looking for an arrowhead. The economic freedom fighters in South Africa who open their mouths. I watch the South African parliament and I see how sometimes Malema is there, he's not even talking, but his members are the one, you see them speaking. Why? Because he has already, they know what he stands for, they know what they are fighting for, and they constantly have put the government of South Africa on their toes single-handedly. I don't know how many seats EFF has in the South African parliament, but single-handedly they brought down the former president. They brought him down. It wasn't ANC was going to cover that guy, but when EFF stood their ground, they forced even the ANC to remove their own president. So I don't agree with this concept of saying Peter Obi has not tried anything. The only thing he has tried is being honest. But if this is time to fight for justice, you understand? And he can claim his life, God forbid. But if he really believes that he wants Nigeria to be able to, being nice, being gentlemanly is not going to produce the result. And I will end by saying part of why, and I have an understanding of why Nigerians have over the years become very tapered. You know, I'm a Christian. The Bible says you are hot or cold. You are either cold for God or you're hot for him, but you produce results. You cannot be in between. There's no in between cause when it comes to looking for justice and looking for sincerity and truth. You can't play both sides. It is either you are trying to pull down that system and move forward, or you're part of the system. So he needs to tell us where he belongs. Is he part of the system? He's trying to protect the system because he has business interests. That's beautiful. I don't disagree with him. Then he can't come out and tell us, go and verify all this, verify, we'll be verifying. This is time. We're not talking about verifying. We're talking about the fact that a system is being eroded by judges. A system has been stolen by one man. He has compromised the whole system. So he needs to stand up and be counted. But, like the point I was trying to make, since the days of Babangida, the Nigerian psyche has changed. People are so focused now on self-preservation. We are so focused on what we are going to eat. Let me get food for my children. That's why you see people compromise very easily on very, very things that you don't expect people to compromise on. You see people compromising. That's because the Nigerian psyche has been battered, that everybody is just trying to survive, where they will find their next oil to leak. That's what everybody is looking for. The moment there is any indication that this thing may cause you a little discomfort, people chicken out. And that's why I give kudos to the guys who carried out the NSAS. I give kudos to them. They did a good job. If they had organized, if they had organized, they wouldn't have even made the little impact that they made. So I don't believe in this whole concept. That is not to say that there shouldn't be some planning. People can plan. As you go ahead, like you rightly said, spontaneity as you're going, and then you begin to, define what the other outcomes will be. And right now, what is the outcome? What are we looking for? This government is illegal. This government is stole an election, stole the people's will. So anybody telling me he doesn't know what we are fighting for right now, I'm not fighting for electricity. Sorry, I'm not even fighting for security. We're fighting to remove, because it's even a government that has its head correct that will give you electricity and will give you security. Not all these people who are going to government to go and leak oil. If it is to go and leak oil, you can see what is happening. People fought on Labour Party, fought on obedience platform, got into office, and they are collecting 64 million. How much? I don't even, let me not exaggerate the amount, but they are collecting Prados and collecting vehicles when they shouldn't. In a society where you're telling people to tighten their belts, and then you're collecting that amount of money. In a society, you're telling people to tighten their belt, and then the president is recruiting 50 ministers. Am I correct? Recruiting about 20-something special assistants on media. What are we talking about? So, the only difference I have from what everybody else has said is that there should be an arrowhead, and right now that arrowhead should be Peter Obi. And if he's not willing, then sorry, I'm sorry to say, then it means he's not serious.
All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chim. I disagree with you with regards to Peter Obi being the arrowhead. I disagree. Okay, we know the history in Nigeria, and I'm not even saying it because he's Igbo, he'll easily be targeted. Nah, that's not my own idea about it. Like I said, we're all leaders here. Every human being has the capacity to be a leader. If Peter Obi does not become arrowhead, Ahmed Dati can be an arrowhead. If Ahmed Dati is not an arrowhead, the chairman of the Labour Party, if we want to go in that direction, can be an arrowhead. Mr. Peter Obi is a separate and distinct human being. I don't know the man, but from everything that I've seen about him, he's not made for that kind of life. What his role is to show up and do the job. That's his work, to fix Nigeria. Not be to come put himself for front, make all your government, where they don't wait since with their hands behind the keyboard, they wait, making any mistake, anything at all. No, we not get Nigerian leader when they key anymore. All the ones where they don't key, not the Kanu when they inside the prison, because what did the man do? Igboho, they don't bring Igboho come out. What did Nnamdi Kanu see they do? I don't know Nnamdi Kanu. The man is not perfect, I'm very sure. Okay? But wait till he talk when different. When it not really never come to pass. Because I don't hear some of his speeches.
Yeah, but
so when we're talking about
Nnamdi Kanu is putting his money where his mouth is. I have no problem.
That's his personality. That's him. He's chosen to do that. Let's not say because one person did it and because they've chosen to come out and bring themselves out and position themselves to be this, so they must. No, it doesn't have to be. We ourselves, who is going to live in the society? Is it not you and I? It is you and I. I mean, people can disagree with me. That's fair. But my point is this. I'm looking at it like I'm a citizen of that country. I want my community to work. I'm tired of this suffering. I'm taking it upon myself to put my face and my voice out there. I don't have to. But I'm doing it because a lot of people who are silent, who cannot speak, who have been boxed in, they've been knocked down numerous times. They don't even know how to get up. So if Peter Obi now says, oh yeah, let's go and protest, that's when everybody will wake up and start protesting. Before Peter Obi, the country not bad. It bad now. Before Peter Obi, they never wipe off tribes for Nigeria. Before Peter Obi, hunger not the land. Where all of us they? Why we not come at that time they talk? Before Peter Obi, dollar don't they go up. Before Peter Obi, things don't bad, no security, everything don't worse. What till we do? So now, because the man now say, okay, you know what? Let me throw my heart into this. And that man could have died just going around campaigning in Nigeria. Anything could have happened to him. It's a miracle that man is alive. Let me just say, because the man went to places that I didn't even know existed in Nigeria. If they wanted to corner that man, they would have done it. But he did it, putting his life and his body on the line. Ah, my brother, I'm not saying, look, everybody has their own opinion on this subject as to who the arrowhead is, but you can be the arrowhead. You want good thing for Nigeria? Put your chest out and say, you know what? I am tired. This thing must come down. You say you are a Bible Christian, right? People have come up here and say they are Christians. The woman, when go meet Judge, when sit down, he say, Judge, they don't do me bad thing. You must give me wetin I dey look for today. Wetin he do? He no wait for person to come help and fight or cry. He sit down for there till he gets wetin he wants. That's the Bible story. So as Nigerians, we need to learn, because the truth is that we're already leaders. Because Nigeria, nothing, they know they give you anything. It's almost like they born you, they all put you for one desert. So you provide water, electricity for yourself. That's how most of us came up. So inherently, we are leaders. So in this aspect, in this role now, that everything playing out, we need to step into those shoes, not wait for Peter Obi. What if he had clearly he's not doing it? So should we fold our hand and say, okay, let the man come? No way, no freaking way. Everybody should be a leader. Everybody carry your placard. Everybody, you want me to pay you for inside? Bring a hat. You be the leader. Oh yeah. Now my voice, but this is what I'm saying. This is my take on it. You understand? And I'm not, that's your opinion and that's what you stand on. Kudos to you. I'm not knocking you for it, but this is how I see it. Because I'm putting my own self out there. I don't have to, but I'm doing my own one-man protest and say, no, this has to stop. We need to wake up. With over 200 million people, if all of us wake up at the same time, every village, every township, every state, it will be game over. But until then, we are here bantering, which is okay, but we need to put action behind it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chim. Thank you, Omoye. Let's go to the flagship.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you once again, Dr. Damages. Omoye, Uwese, yeah, if I said it right. Thank you so much. I didn't get a chance to talk yesterday, or to speak rather, when you came online. And I'm 100% behind what you talked about. It made a lot of people uncomfortable, and that is what we want. Nigerians have been too complacent in this very depressed state that things are. So we need something that will wake them up, get them on their feet, get them to think, and then take action. The people that we are dealing with today are people who don't understand the rule of law. It doesn't make any sense to them. They really don't get it. If you're talking diplomacy, they don't understand what it means. And that's why we're having a conversation about educational background. Street smartness and academic smartness are two different things. Governance requires a whole lot of academic smartness, intelligence. If you don't have it, you really will not be able to do well. So it's no surprising to see that no matter how much we try to talk to them, and the calm and subtle approach we apply, it doesn't work. The election has come, the actual process is gone. Like I said yesterday, we are here now. How do we proceed? Peter Obi has done his own. He's done well. And yes, like you, Omoye, I too worry about him a lot. I follow him on Twitter, now X, and I can't just imagine where he gets his energy from. Today he's here, the next minute he's in London, the next day he's talking somewhere in the US. He's doing his bit. It's now on us. What solutions or ideas do we have? This is what I have to say. A starting point, in my opinion, would be we need to, Nigerians, both home and abroad, we need to stop listening to old politicians. It doesn't matter what they say they have to say. The video that was played yesterday, everything that was said on that video are not what we don't know. We know them. But the question is, why are you speaking now? If you could not speak then, there is a reason. If you will not speak now, there is a reason. I might be wrong. You might just be hinting everybody about 2027. We cannot listen to you anymore. You've had a good chance in the game of politics in Nigeria. I think it's time to take the back seat. My advice to Nigerians at home, a good starting point would be to stop attending their campaigns. Stop attending their rallies. If they call for a get-together, do not go. If they come to your churches to visit or meet you, don't welcome them. If you know that your pastor or GO is going to receive them on any day you'll be in church, do not be in attendance. It will send a message to them. We cannot just but wait for another 3 years to come. They do not have anything to offer. Please gather yourselves at home, begin to strategize. We in the diaspora, we have seen the other side of the coin. We know what it ought to be like. We're going to get together. We're going to put information and knowledge together. We're going to have a starting point. We'll bring them home. We will meet with you. We will give directions. And for those who can, will participate. We know they will come after us. But believe you me, they are more afraid of us and the Nigerians at home than we are afraid of them. If they are not afraid, they will not arm themselves with the folks or military folks with guns and bullets. So don't lose hope. We're going to put information together. We're going to put knowledge together. There is a way forward. We are not stuck. We're going to take it one day at a time. Protest is good. When they come to your cities in the diaspora, do not attend their meetings. Stay outside and protest against them. Let them be put on the spot. The whole world sees and knows about what is going on. Again, how we handle it is what matters. We cannot sit down. We cannot fold our hands. Stop partying with them. This is not the time to listen to old politicians. They have gone through the rounds multiple times. Nothing has changed. So no matter what they bring this time, it's not going to make any difference, in my opinion. We can do this. We will get together. Maybe not just here on this platform alone. I believe there are many other platforms out there that have great minds that will come up with ideas and how we can turn this thing around and take the claws of these guys off the steering wheels of Nigeria. I'm like I said, I'm hoping that we can find a way to begin to look at their interests abroad. I'm not talking about violence against them, but I'm talking about how we can effect policies that will shake them up a little bit and whoever they are dealing with. Lastly, my biggest concern is what is going to happen to Nigeria now that this government has been legitimized by the Supreme Court. I'm very concerned about investors that will be coming now. I bet I don't want to know what the negotiation is like on the table and how much they are willing to give to them just to have the government accepted by them. So please, don't give up, people at home. People here in the diaspora, we know how it should be. Let us meet together. The solution providers, problem analyzers, we need each other. We can come up with something and get it going. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, the flagship. Amoye, you want to respond on?
Yeah, thank you very much, flagship. Thank you for your contributions and your submissions. I hear you about protest, the planning, and all of that. People have been saying plan. But to that again, I'm going to push back. we could have been planning a long time ago if that's what you wanted to do, because we've always had issues in Nigeria. So I don't think that planning thing will fly now, because the situation we have right now is an emergency. And for people back home, like I said, they've been beaten down so much. It's going to take a trigger from those of us in the diaspora, like it or not. That's what's going to happen. Because I remember when that election was conducted and they, they swore this guy in, especially when they were still counting and the count was filled with errors. There were people who were outside waiting to protest. I mean, I don't mean outside of where the count was happening, in different locations. They were mad. They were young people, right? But if that had happened, maybe we would not even be here discussing this. Nigeria is in a place where we can't afford to fold our hands and just wait it out. It's not possible. These people have no plans for Nigerians. They have zero. What they've come to do is take. And you're talking about investors. No investor is coming to Nigeria. None. All that, they said the German chancellor, whatever, came. Did you read their newspapers, what they said about the election in Nigeria? Check the newspapers out. The way they described your president. Their Emilocon president, not mine, right? The Emilocon president, the way they described him, oh my goodness. In all the newspapers, go check it out. It's embarrassing. So the idea that investors are going to come, they're not coming. Are you going to take your money to Nigeria? You're not going to take your money, because your money is going to lose value. People that have businesses in Nigeria right now, they are making major losses. People are selling everything off just so they can have their money. Somebody bought $1 at 1,100, okay, one day. Before he turned around, and it was already 1,300. So I agree with you. The planning idea would have been a wonderful idea if people were planning before now, because we've had major issues in Nigeria. Then when everything starts to happen, it will take off. But then again, also bear in mind that these people are always looking for a leader, because they want somebody to pin things on, to say, yes, this is the person that is responsible. Let's take away the shepherd so that the sheep will scatter. It's always the idea. So we don't need a specific designation or someone standing in as a leader and saying, yeah, no. We need people. Let them not know who leader is. That's what we need. To those who want to plan, I'm all for your planning. But we also need right now answers. But thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Damages. I was just going to say this to her. I totally agree with you 100%. I don't hope that any good investor will come to Nigeria. I'm talking about predator investors, not the good ones. I've been following up with the international journals, and trust me, it's a disgrace. It's a big, big, big disgrace reading about Nigeria and how it's been projected abroad. So there's no good investor that's going to come to Nigeria at this point. It's the ones that want to take advantage of the country and get the last pound of flesh that they can get and go away. Like I said earlier on, we might wake up and find out that Nigeria was sold at 4 a.m. or resold again finally, if that's the case. So yes, action needs to be taken. We were ready to take action in the past, but we were asked to wait and let the law take its course, which is great. We did it. So now we have to come back, and we cannot preempt ourselves. We cannot just jump out. It's good to do that. But the opportunity that we had to make that and execute that plan, it's kind of slipped away. But it's not lost. It's still going to happen. How it's going to happen, we cannot say it now. We cannot tell them what we're doing, but it will happen. The outright outbursts, spontaneous reactions, protest and all that will come. It will take one spark to do that. However, in the meantime, we still need to strategize. That's what I mean when I say planning.
Yeah. Dr. Rudolph, I just want to beg your permission if you can allow me to take tone space because I have an urgent thing I wanted to. If you can, I would really appreciate it. I think Tony will be next.
It's not about me, it's about Tone and the people before you.
I think Tone wouldn't mind. He loves me so much.
All right, Tone is up to you.
Okay. Thank you all very much. First of all, I want to start by saying in my mother's language from Avios Inwamura, although I'm a Lagosian, I want to say Ese to Omoye, Ese, Olegbere, Olegbe, Orio. Okay. Yeah, I want to say that. Nigeria is a very lucky country to be blessed with people like Omoye Skona and Chidiamaka Adichie. What do you mean? What else can you say? Beauty and brain. We go on. I wanted also, my main thing I want to attack was that I missed most people's submission, but I did hear forefathers submission. But before I go on to forefathers submission, I want to say, when a man makes a promise, he has to fulfill it. Chin promised that he was going to twerk for you, Omoye, and I want to see that twerking. I'm not joking.
Who wait, somebody said they were going to twerk. Who's the person?
So you want his wife to get angry. No, that's figurative twerking. He wants to.
No, stop explaining for him. Let me make Chim bold so that he will take over.
I want to see you.
We're going to record.
Don't worry, it's private working.
Private working.
Oh my God!
We are ready.
So on
don't worry. I want to disappoint some of the people in the commentary section. They will not see the twerking. They will let them. I want them to imagine it.
Okay. Rudolph, so I want to ask you: have you done a background check on forefathers? Are you sure it's not a government agent? Are you sure it's not because that boy worries me a lot, because he seems to have a way of hijacking argument, turning it to his own direction, and push positively for the Agbados. I don't get it. He does that over and over again. I mean, literally hijack a major issue, twist it around, and then pretend to still be on your side. Talk about gaslighting. Have you done a background check? Are you sure it's not a cell hidden among us to make? But I like Diver's opinion. I like him, though. He pushes you to the edge, but I have my suspicion on that guy. And he knows, and that's why he won't let me speak when he's in charge. I know he's hearing me. So let's get to the issue now. What he said was that, and I pointed out that he talks with a trouble mouth. He said we have to, he's always focusing on security issue. We should target this, target that. We have a lawless state, a state of criminality and impunity. We have no laws. And you're talking about the person in charge of making us lawless, fixing our security issue. To me, that sounds like a joke and an abuse of our intelligence. I don't get this guy, how he pushes it. We have to deal with the rotten head of the fish. We have, I don't know. Yesterday, I made submissions on what the possible solution is. I totally agree with Omoye. First thing, we all have to unite. Whether you are an obedient, whether you are an articulator, whether you are IPOP, whether you are revolutionary now, our country is in crisis. We are right now in 1933 Germany. Authoritarian fascism, dictatorship with no laws. Unless you
feudalism, add feudalism to it.
Unless you are a member of the Nazi party, which is the APC, you don't have a say. They control everything from top to bottom. That's got to go. And this is the focus of why we all have to unite. Anybody that has an inkling of agitation, even if your agitator is like Masca, $62,000 rise, you need to be out there agitating. marching, screaming at the top of your voice. Because this is civic. We cannot wait another 8 years or another 16 years. I have lived all my life. Nigeria has not done nothing for me. I owe it to the children to fight for a better country for them. I owe it to them. If this is a lawless state, I owe it to them to create a lawful state. What part of that don't we understand? What part of that is missing in our head? We have been fooling us and gaslighting us for 24 years that you have a false democracy. You, the educated people, keep following along. I have known from 1999 that what we had in 1999 was a permanent coup d'etat staged by the elites against the masses. If I know that, thank God for Obi. Now you all now know what I know in 1999. You all now know we have no system. How you think you're going to change anything from the legislators, from whoever, from changing? No. As fellas say, as time they go, things go just they bad. They bad more and more. I mean, you don't need a soothsayer to tell you this. We are losing our culture. We are losing our children. Even these so-called rich people that lives in Victoria Island, Ikoyi or Banana Island. Some of them, when their children are getting married, they won't get visa to attend their children's wedding. People need to wake up. Wake up. Anyway, solutions. Let's not focus on the problem. So, unite. Now, here are some possible suggestions on what we can do. There's a litany of it. One, if we have to organize. Now, before I start listing things to do, you don't need to wait for Obi to make his stand for you to know you need to save your country. Obi has to make his own choice, whether he wants to save his country or he wants to go along with the status quo. Exactly. When I say go along with the status quo, I mean that does he want to keep trying an election with those that are rigging the rules? Or does he want to say enough is enough? This is not working. We are all going to be like the ANC. We want to fight apartheid. And this is worse than apartheid. Obi has to make his choice. We are not going to make it for him. But as fella also said, you know, me, I know where body they pain me. I know that someday, of course, we go die. You understand? So I am reacting. And you should be too. You should decide which side you want to react on. Enabler or solution. Enabler will say election is over, let's move on, let's try for next time. There will not be a next time on a totalitarian government. There will be no change in a total. Tinubu and his cohort will be choosing who rules you, who runs you, who determines your destiny for the rest of your life. I don't want that. You shouldn't either. Now, what are the things we can do? One, once we've decided this is over, we need to make a pronouncement. We need to form alliances, a coalitions of the willing, with IPOB, with Atiku, with Showore, Revolution, everybody that has the tag of a Nigerian that is sick and agitating and saying enough is enough. This is what we need to do. We could start, first of all, by staging boycotts. Sit down at home, sit in front of your house, pick a day, dance night, burn your voter's card, you know, boycott all election, you know, and bring out your car and the battery runs out. Block major roads. If 1,000 people bring their card on an highway and their battery is not working, that's a protest. You have time limit. There's a way you can frustrate and send the message. Your message has to be clear. Our mission is to bring down this illegitimate government. I don't know. Let them call you rebel. Let them call you whatever name they want to call you. You're standing on the right. A government that has proven itself to be lawless, have no mandate to stand. Now, other things we could do is, I have said this repeatedly, Mr. Rudolph, he doesn't have his certificate. I can't call him doctor. Mr. Rudolph, you got to get in touch with the likes of Mayegun, Niger World, Vavule. You got to form a diaspora media that is stronger than Arise, that is stronger than the channel. We got to have a voice, because when we are marching and protesting, somebody needs to be viewing it. Somebody needs to be telling our story. Number two, we need to find a legal section. What I mean by that, we got to recruit lawyers, young lawyers. And what this litigation section will do is you file anything fileable as a lawsuit. Clog up their corrupt legal system. If the chairman sneezes, you sue him. If the police commissioner do this, you sue them. Even if they're going to dismiss it, as you're suing them, you're making their evil visible, and your media is covering them. Let me tell you, litigation as is effect. That's what Gani Fawehinmi was using, even against the military dictatorship. And that was what Brown versus Board of Education used to get segregation council in American schools. And it was supported by civil societies. If the NBA won't do it, if the National Union of Teachers won't do it, while their system is still in place, you clog up their system with all sorts of lawsuits. You know, you hold post holders accountable, even though you know they're going to dismiss it. That's not the point of the lawsuit. The point is to make their evil visible so the people can know. Everybody keep blaming the people at home. You can't keep blaming traumatized people. The only people that can rescue the people at home are the people outside.
Thank you.
The people outside, and we can only do that by using our education, implementing our technology, using our skill. And my time is almost run out. Boycott whatever you can boycott. Stay at home. Organize protests in form of parties. Call musicians. You know, and then organize sport events where you make speeches. Hold religious leaders accountable. Call them out. They are closest to the people. You know, then focus on the young ones. We got to coalesce. You don't need Obi to make a speech before you do what you need to say to your country. Mediums like this are very important. I don't know why Nigerians, we are not inside their houses. So we need, look, Mr. Rudolph, if we need to go to ask people who are financial experts, how much would it cost? Even if we have to operate from the sea so that Nigerian laws wouldn't cover us. We transmit. We did it with Kudirat's radio. This is what we need. Unless we all want to hand over this madness to our children, why would we do that? We can't let our children inherit this madness. We have to fight and fight. There's another option which is not appropriate for this medium, and the intelligent people already know about that. And that's the last option. But every option should be on the table. You either a solution or a problem. Let everybody make up their mind what they want to be. And Rudolph, investigate forefather. What's his stand? Where does he stand?
Okay. Alaba, thank you so much. Please, I have my contact on the private chat. Send me your contact so that I can connect with some people. All right, Omoye, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Ferreira. I mean, there's nothing to add to what you just said. Everything you said I totally agree with it, because we don't have time. The thought of even 1 year with this is already a problem. It's very problematic that we're going to even get close to a year of this whole mess. And I agree with what you said when you said that Dr. Damages should partner with the media, some of the media, because Nigerians are not getting the accurate, they're not getting the truth, they're getting propaganda. Okay, and most of these media houses have been paid. So yeah, Dr. Damages, you can partner with, there's a violence space. Those people, Parallel Facts, they're doing major work. Niger Watch, and who else? There's somebody else you mentioned again. I can't remember right now. It will be very. I'm sorry.
Mayegu,
that's the one.
Violence space.
Violence space. All of them. You can all, if you guys can come together.
Journalism.
Yes.
People should hear. They're creating jobs and they're doing journalism. And if talk to financial expert, look, if we don't have the money, those of us abroad can sponsor this thing. If each one of us put in $500 or $1,000, we will have one of the strongest media in the world that can operate from an international sea.
Yes, absolutely. I totally agree with that, Dr. Damages, and I'm putting my money where my mouth is. If that happens, if you guys are able to put it together, I will be a subscriber free. I mean, I would definitely subscribe to that because our people need to get accurate reporting and we need to sensitize conscience. Hey, see big English word. Now night school I go. We need to Obilu, thank you very much, sir. So, yes, we need to really reach the minds of the people in Nigeria because they've been beaten down. So, if we can get them to wake up from within, wake up that lion that is inside of them, Omo, we will go so far. So, yeah, there's nothing to add, there's nothing to remove for what Mr. Ferreira said. Thank you very much.
All right.
I go soon they come out too. I bet code on the cash man. I never chop.
Yeah, me too. I have to leave. But let's hear Tone and maybe Ike, and then we'll see how far we can.
Yeah, I definitely want to hear from Mr. Ike. Greetings, Mr. Ike, and then Free Nigeria, right? Free Nigeria.
I've not spoken.
You can put me in the back space so that others can come in.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tone.
We can't hear you, mate.
Free Nigeria, we can't hear you. All right, let's go to Ike. I will come back to you later. Ike, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, my sister Moye. Oh, God bless you.
Thank you, sir. You too, sir.
Yesterday when you were speaking, I was watching. I was walking, but when I came in, I tried to say that I said anybody who did not believe what my sister yesterday should go and kiss an electric pole, you know, because the truth is always very hard for us in Nigeria, even in these present circumstances, for us to swallow. And I still stand my ground, even when I decided to rewatch it today. And I just want to let you know is that never be cowed by nobody. Stand on your ground. Continue to do what you're doing because you are doing the best. You know. So everything you said, you know me already. You know where I stand, and I stand with you. You know. And my brother Flagship, he just left. Everything he said is all I wanted to say. I said something like that yesterday, but in another perspective. And I think that the only thing I have to drop here before you go is that the Flagship said it at the last end of his submission about, you know, Mr. Peter B said that let's wait to the end of the court process. And the court process is over. And he has not spoken to us already. And we don't know what his position is. So I said it here yesterday that whatever I can say or whatever that my mind is telling me, I want to hear from what our principal will say, because he has not made any official statement since after the court ruling. So I think that I still want to hear from him, and you know, we want him to speak to us, even though it will not stop, you know, what you're preaching. I support what you're preaching 100%. And what my brother Dr. Ferreira is saying also, I'm in tune with that, you know. So time has passed for, you know, organizing and taking a long time. I think spontaneous is the best answer to every demonstration right now in Nigeria. So I want to say that God bless you for what you do and for what you're doing and for what you will continue to do. You know, continue to stand up for, it doesn't matter. Everybody will not agree with you, and everybody will always, some people will disagree, but let it not change what your belief is all about. Okay? God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Let's hear from Lexi.
It looks like people have been maligning my good reputation. What has been going on here?
Don't come on and start beating.
My turn.
Huh?
Thank you, Dr. Damage.
Have some manners. Have some manners.
What I just said that some people
no, you can't come and start bleating. My man is going to talk, bro. We know you've been reading the comment section and being effective.
True Naija mute first, I beg. I dey hungry. I want come up for here. You fit follow people quarrel after I don't come out. But right now, I beg.
Who is quarreling? It's like you guys are gaslighting like crazy.
Sister Omoye.
To Naija, mute. Yeah, mute your microphone. Mute. Whoa.
I call you sister because you are a true sister. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yesterday, my environment was on fire. My wife was saying, "Where is Omoye? Where is Omoye? What did she say?" I said, "You don't know who that is?" She said, "No. I want you to show her to me when she starts talking." So today, she's been able to listen to you. I know she is highly impressed.
Thank you, sir.
Are you in Europe?
No, sir.
Okay.
I know, sir.
Okay, that's fine. I don't need to ask more than that. I'm just trying to let you know that there are people you will not hear from on this platform who are right there raising their hands up for you, especially being a lady. They are saying, yes, that's our sister. And that's who we want to follow what she's saying. And then I listened to what the brother Ferreira. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
We need more of you people. You see, he said something that struck me that that was the only reason two things I came in for: to congratulate you and to strengthen your will in what you are doing, and to make a point about wolves. You hear me well? Wolves in sheep clothing amongst people who contribute on the platform here. It's not only one person, no. They come in a very slight way. They will put a little bit of spin into what they are trying to say, and then appear as if they are with everyone else. No. They probably get paid after that. We don't know. But there are people who are totally against the very goal of conversations here. I see two of them right here as I'm speaking to you now. And they go in and out sometimes. They are not for what you want for Nigeria. They are there to protect the status quo. They are there talking about integrity of the nation and they are protecting the status quo, period. They come in, but if you are not thinking deeply, you won't get it when they are saying it. They talk about security, as if security is the problem we have. I tell you what, the Yoruba culture is naturally a secured society. By the way the Yorubas, you have respect for Agba. You have honor, Omoluabi, all the things that make a human being someone that you can rely on and interact with. When did we start seeing policemen in our village? We didn't care about police because our culture was there to moderate the normal thinking. When they catch a thief in those days in Lagos, they say, ole, ajibole, ajipalapala. Everybody will follow. The shame alone will be worse than that person who wish that they put him in prison. Our people are not bad people. We know what is good. We don't need that security that some of them are using here now to threaten everybody with like a gun on the head of everyone in Nigeria, saying we want security. Where they go without their security is where trouble begins. So watch out when those people are coming in. Two of them are here now. They come in, they talk about it. They are using delay tactics to make sure that nothing comes out of all these discussions. Delay, they will tell you fancy things that you have to do first. The time is going. They'll be telling you 2027 because that's what their projection for the present government is. They want this government to be there and to move you to 2027 when you can now try again. By that time, they will have built more reinforced boundaries to stop you from getting to where you have in mind for the nation. So be careful. They are there. They will always come. Two of them are here now. I'm looking at them. So I'd like to stop at this point.
Bring them out, bro. Bring them out.
Thank you very much.
Expose them. Who are they among us? Come on, do this. Our Judas.
Babies.
Judas Iscariot, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate. Thank you so much. And greetings to your wife. Thank you so much, sir.
Amen. I will.
Right.
I will. And
I have
just
to go, but Omoye has to go. But let's hear Ndubisi. I think.
Okay, I will be very
Yeah,
brief.
I'll take the last two people in the stage. I haven't talked to them. I'll
Okay,
leave after.
Omoye, well done for all you've been doing. I've listened to your own podcast once in a while in the past, leading to the elections. And if we have a lot of ladies with that same vigor, it will help. And there was a day my wife was equally watching with her, and she said, this lady is very vibrant. This is the kind of people we want. And I said, yes, that's good. So, and I've listened to your watch as well. So I just want to add something to what Mr. Ferreira said. I wrote some things down here. I said, in addition to getting a platform, a media that will be countering all that the home media are saying, because the home media, almost all of them are bought. You can count one or two individuals in the media houses that are speaking, when they want to speak, they speak the truth. They don't mind whose cause is cause. But majority of them, they've been bought. Even some of them we felt had integrity in the past. We've seen, for this election has exposed many people who we thought had integrity. So I'm even saying, aside all those things, let's be watching the actions of this illegal regime and catalog all they are doing on economic sabotage, economic atrocities, all financial fraud they are doing, and we can put all this together and take a case against them, not in Nigeria, on courts here, abroad, or even, and when it comes to matters that has to do with insecurity that they are not tackling at all, and we see that they are compromised even at the state level, we can organize and institute a case at the International Criminal Court. All these are aimed at letting the world know that, just like we predicted, this is a bad government, and they are showing it. So that the thing, even if the case lasts for a long time or is not known, but we'll be doing it to expose them more and more, so that the pressure will be on them, and maybe eventually our people back home will know that we are doing something, and it will jeer them, because many of them are saying that they cannot go out to protest. They are relying on us to start something over here, to challenge them, to start something over here. And as it is, this government has, so from the Buhari days mainly, though it has been happening for long, but from the Buhari days, the last 8 years, they have so made people to become so shaken, so afraid of even their shadows. The intimidation is just too much. Yesterday, let me just give this little. So yesterday, I took my kids to a soccer training that they usually go on Saturday. I met a young man newly there. He told me that his relative that works in one of the government Lagos State government offices told him that during the election, after they announced the result in Lagos, that the presidential result that Tinubu lost, the guys in that his office, they became so angry with them the following morning. The following day when they came to work, they told many of them that if by chance INEC announced someone else and not Tinubu as winner, all of them should return their keys, all the car keys, official cars they gave them, their office keys. They are losing their job. What are they doing? What are they expecting? That don't they have relatives who they can talk to vote for this man? What happened? No? So that kind of a thing. So you can imagine the level they took this thing to. So, and anybody coming to tell us that we should move forward, that the government will do this, you can't expect good from somebody who everybody knows is a bad person. When will this change? When he has been taken from a medium-sized jar of cookies, now he's now having the biggest jar of cookies, and you are telling him to remove his hand. He can't do that. So that is what we are faced with. We are in a deep trouble with these people. These people that call themselves the APC, they don't care whether Nigerians die or so, and they are full of propaganda. What you will see now is more well-packaged propaganda and all lies all the way with their media. So they will use the media will be their major machine to oil all the disease. So we have to find a way to counter them from this side of the Atlantic. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. One last person, Oti, then Moya, you can take off and respond to them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndubisi. I really appreciate your kind comments, and my greetings to your wife as well. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Okay, are you guys hearing me?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Yes. I think you were we're getting somewhere. Congratulations. Yes, first to Dr. Damages. Right, and to our sister here. So, I mean, I didn't know about you before. It was only yesterday I heard you. Very impressed. So,
Thank
and I
you.
think, look, listen, it's so simple, really, and then we don't really have to talk too much about it. It's the people that can speak and talk that that made the point clearly. It's time for action, and anybody can do something. It's not a question of waiting for anybody, to lead. Yes, those that have political positions and positions of political authority or leadership, yes, they have a role to play. But each one of us, where I am in Manchester, for example, now, for example, we have various cultural or even welfare associations. They can all be a part of the political, an instrument of political organization. Everything is politics. So, and as Nigerians, we have only one country, one home. Everybody has to be part of, the movement to save that country, or to at least to take it back. So I don't think anybody has got any excuse. Okay, this person hasn't done this or is doing this. No. So the call has gone out. There are things we can do. I mean, those in the media and those of us that are part of various associations. The protest, organizing it, it's not such a difficult thing. We can all do it. I mean, that's again the idea. People suggesting that we can wait for the next election. It's mindless. I mean, it's not going anywhere. So to me, it's simple. It's resistance. It has to be organized in different forms. Each one of us has to be part of it, one way or the other. So that's all really I have to say. I listen to everyone, and people make good points. It's time for action. I'm not someone that is given to too much talk. In Manchester here, I would do my part. That's all I can say. I'm a volunteer.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oti. Thank you very much. You've said it all. It's time for action. All this talk. I don't know whether that whole maybe it's in our DNA. So we grew up on Tales Under the Moonlight. Our grandfathers used to tell stories. They would gather people and say, you were more yere, ukwe na bie. I'm speaking my language, by the way. If you don't understand, get you an Edo friend. So, one any other Oria, this is tell stories. So we were kind of used to it. I think it's already inherent in us. But as the fact that we're in this generation, it's time for us to move it further. We have to do better than our ancestors. They tried in their own capacity.
Sorry, I'm back again. I wanted to ask you just one question.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Free Nigeria. That's right. Free Nigeria.
Okay, right. What I wanted to say is thank you very much for coming and all the things you said. Don't mind all the comments that people. I've got them. I've got all of them on chains for now.
Thank
you. You made some submissions about how we organize ourselves. I agree with you totally. And I know how, if one of them in the comment section was threatening me that he was going to unleash what do you call these people, DSS, and he doesn't even know that the boss. Even if he works for DSS, he doesn't know. I was even in Nigeria 3 weeks ago, and there was one of they were the people that even welcomed me and all that because I've been involved with them. Anyway, what I will suggest, if you can partner with Dr. Rudolph, we'll leave our emails and we can talk. Like what you said, it's very powerful because Nigeria needs to take a cue from us in the diaspora. Because if we organize a coordinated protest, peaceful protest, that is, maybe London, New York, and 1-2 major towns in America and all that, the people in Nigeria will see this, and to the extent I know that the major news media will carry it and all that, will send a message to people in Nigeria and say, hey, if the people in diaspora are doing this, we better get up and take our we better get up here and do something, you know, and that's the only language they understand now. Now, with regards to forefathers, I think forefather is a cool guy. You guys don't understand this guy. He's a real guy. He's a cool guy. He's not an undercover. If there's even any going to be any undercover, is the people in the comment section that go with nicknames that can't show your face, and yet they are keyboard tigers and all that. Let them come on the panel and show their face and talk. At least stand for what you believe. I'm not asking you not to support Tinubu, but if you want to support Tinubu, come here, tell us. Like that man now, he ran away now this morning that we gave him breakfast, lunch and supper, and he didn't come back again. You can't come back and start telling us stupid things as if we never went to school or we're stupid. We're stupid people. So please, if you can drop your email on either on the private chat if you feel comfortable, or leave it with Dr. Rudolph. We're trying to organize something, but we need to start something in the diaspora, and you know, that's what we all. But most of the time, I'm so frustrated. Every weekend, we come here, we argue with each other, we abuse each other, and all that. Okay, we don't understand me. And I will understand obvious sometimes. And then later I'll find out we're all talking about the same thing. Shim will say one thing.
Is good. Ovia is good.
They will say Shim speaking too much big English and all that. There's just one thing. All of us, we all have passion to make our country better. Kulata, please, you're my brother. We all have passion to make our country better. You're not my enemy. Tinubu the forger is my enemy. It's people like them and that an old uncle that came earlier in the day to tell us lies. That is the people that are my enemy. We're all young people. We have something. We need a better Nigeria, the kind of Nigeria that we knew when we were much younger. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Free Nigeria. Thank you. I mean, Dr.
Sorry. I really feel like I need to interject here because I was maligned on this channel, and Dr. Damage, you allowed them for the first time. I will call you out on this. You allow people to malign me constantly, and you let them get on with it. When Pansat comes here, people try to malign him a little bit. He defends himself and completely disrupts the whole channel, and they offer him an interview. I don't understand how people can sit there and malign me. And this is the poisonous stuff that Omoye sends out when I was on her panel. I told you, she called me a devil, literally called me a devil. These are the kind of mad set of human beings we are dealing with.
Okay, hold
on. Let me say my bit. You've all had your phone. You've all had your phone. I was on your channel. You shut me up. And your panelists were calling me the devil because I espouse an idea. Even when I'm supporting Peter Obi, they call hold on, and they've come here now with the same attitude. And the reason why I'm saying is because the only person that I saw, I didn't know that I was on an American. I was talking to Americans right now. I didn't know that. The only reason why I knew what was happening was what I saw in the chat. And the only person that I saw that stood up with honor and said what was the right thing was this in tone. Jargon, man, may you live forever for some of the things I've heard you say today. And I'm really disappointed in you. And I can't believe
I never called your name. I didn't call your name once.
You allowed that to happen. I'm really, really disappointed. You allow those type of people to come and malign. What have I said that is compromising to any of our people?
Forefather, please. What did I say? What did I say and call your name?
If you don't know, then God help you.
No, that's not enough. You can't call my name accusatory and don't say.
When the first time I came on,
wait, let him answer my question.
Let me say it myself. Let me say it. He said I was bleating on and was laughing at me when people were maligning my name. You know, you should know better. But then again, maybe I didn't do a very good job of what I am. But if that's how you behave, God help us. May you live forever.
Anyway, I'm not going to get into personal. I'm not going to get into personal.
Can I just wrap up and leave here? Okay, let me wrap up and leave. I'm very hungry. I got to go eat.
I can't understand how people can just openly accept some other person being accused of being an agent and they all kept quiet.
It was Ferreira that said what he said. We didn't support Ferreira. We didn't support Ferreira. We just want to allow Moye to speak. After Moye finishes,
the only person who mentioned your name,
nobody
who mentioned your name when
only
you
one
were
person
speaking
is Ferreira.
Was Alaba. Nobody else mentioned your name.
have to mention my name. I heard what Lexi was saying here. That one I saw it with my own eyes. Then I saw what was going on in the chat.
Lexi didn't mention your name.
Does he have to mention my name? Does he have to mention my name? I saw what was going on in the chat.
Forefathers.
You fit into it.
Forefathers.
Oh, I fit into it.
So
that's what you are saying. I never mentioned your name.
Lexi, hold on. I should address this. What I wanted to do was simply to get Omoye out, and then I was trying to contact you, and I contacted you to come back in, and then I will make a statement, and then I will hand the show over to you. So that was my plan. I don't like when something interrupts what we're doing, like what people tried to do yesterday. So I meant to address it, and I will address it. But let's because we made Omoye what we used to call an emergency guest or accidental guest. So let's finish with that, and then we deal with the other thing. Okay?
Yeah.
So,
it doesn't seem right. You address it at a time. There are a lot of people that will not see it. They will just assume that what they were saying was
please, I beg, I won't go at the home.
Because if somebody was saying something that is erroneous, I ask them to prove it all the time. That's one of the things some people don't like about me. Some people like about when I'm doing stuff.
Please, I gotta go. I gotta go. I'm not gonna be here forever.
I'm leaving.
Okay, so here's the thing. Number one, Nigerian men, Biko, it's time for action. All of una pack una self come outside, plus your wives, plus your children in the diaspora, wherever you are. Go and make your grievances known. To Nigeria, not mention your name. I don't know why you drag me into this matter. If you have any beef, address it in your time. Biko no. I don't come here. When I come here with friendly attitude. Me and you, they quarrel well, no doubt. But it's not out of hate, or it's not out of, you have your opinion, and that's fine. You can stick to it, right? I have my opinion and I stand on it, immovable. There's no quarrel inside the matter.
So that's why the first time you showed up here, and I started getting this kind of rubbish.
Excuse me, Mr. Tunaija. You and I cannot be going. We're not kids. If you want to be a child, I'm just going to leave you alone to be a child. All I'm going to say to you is, I don't have anything against you at all. But I do stand against everything you stand against. There's no problem with that. We're polar opposites. Now, having said that, Dr. Damages, thank you very much. I didn't intend to stay this long, but please, guys, go and make your grievances known. There's no amount of preparation that will get us to get our voices out there. Let's also help the people back home. If you're talking to them, talk to them about the situation in Nigeria and how they can go, take care of it. And there are a lot of ideas on how to go about this thing. We don't have to say all of it here if we don't want to. We can go into silos and discuss it and actually come out and carry out what we need to carry out. And yes, we have to be mindful of moles. That's very, very important. We have to, because if this whole idea of, there has to be a leader, once they have a leader, they trigger whatever they want to trigger. Once that leader is gone, then what happens? So let's learn to stand on our own regardless. We all know the mess that's going on in Nigeria. No, everybody's suffering. Whether all your family, they overseas or wherever, you still have relatives back home. You're still connected to the soil. One day your child's going to grow up and say, I want to go home. I want to go and see where you came from. What are you going to tell them by then? So this is the time for us to fight now so we can get the country moving in the direction that it should be moving in. And Free Nigeria, I know you were asking me about my contact. Dr. Damages has my contact. And if he has any questions and he needs to reach me, Dr. Damages knows how to reach me. So I'll defer to him. You know what I mean? So however way he can communicate your email address or whatever to me, I will gladly take it and I'll respond to your email. And it's the same, what's it called? Now I've lost my train of thought. Now that one I will talk, Krish. Una bye-bye. Take care, all the best. Enjoy your Sunday. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye, sir.
Okay, I need to speak, man.
No, before you speak, or you just came. My brother, forefather. No, I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon.
I thought
it's not turn by turn. Wait,
please, guys. Please, I've got to speak. I've got to speak because my name was
it's turn
mentioned.
by turn. It's turn by turn now. We go by turn by turn.
No, my name was mentioned. That's why. Please, Rudolph.
Use your turn to respond. Use your turn to respond. I think we agree on
let me speak. Let me speak first. Okay. So some of the things I want to talk about is something I will talk to forefathers. My was to talk to him in private, and I do talk to forefathers and all the moderators. Can you mute yourself, please? And all the moderators. So when we put up our faces here in this role as moderators, it's a little bit just like what panelists also go through. But the case of moderators is more. People assume things. People blame moderators for everything. Today alone, I've been blamed for so many things. People who were removed, people, everything. But it's part of the job. And I wanted to talk to forefathers in private. And I took it that when they were making these accusations about moles, all I was thinking was that I've been called CIA, FBI for writing whatever. I've been called anything. To me, it doesn't mean anything to me. If you say I'm working for the government, people saw a picture I took with P2B and they say, oh yeah, P2B is the one paying you. No wonder. Now we understand. You know, it doesn't mean anything to me. People will, as long as you are in this role, you are showing your face on a panel like this. It's enough for people to ascribe everything. People have said I smoke Igbo. You know, it doesn't mean anything to me. But I know it's not the same for everybody. And I didn't want to make it a big deal by stopping the show and saying, oh, because the moment you do that, they think, oh, yes, we're getting you, we're getting him. You know, this is something that we do to him, he will react. Go to my Instagram and see the comments people make. I just like the comments. If I have energy, thank you for writing me. I appreciate your time. That's it. The moment you feed into that, they come after, they will think that we're getting him. Yes, maybe it's true. That's why he's reacting. Who cares? You can't stop it. I can't stop people from making up whatever they think about me. I know who I am. That's what is important. If you think I work for the CIA, I work for P2B, I work for, one day I said something, they say, oh, maybe Tinubu has paid you. I think people wrote that today. I don't pay attention to that. It doesn't matter to me. Believe what you believe. Say what you want to say, even in front of me. It doesn't mean anything. But I understand. People are new to this thing. You know, I've been here for more than 30 years in different forms doing these things. So there's nothing anybody will say to me that will shake me. I've been called any name you can think of. Sometimes if people call me a new name, I acknowledge that. I will write to them and say, this is new. I've never had this before. But it's very difficult for people to call me any new name. I can go on the internet and show you where people put my picture and put a dog peeing on top of my head. You know, it doesn't matter. People have done everything they could do. And now they say that my name is Dr. Damages, so nothing, we can't even damage you. You're already damaged. So
who paid you to say you don't smoke Igbo, Dr. Damages?
You say what?
Who paid you to say you don't smoke Igbo?
I'm not saying this to make light of what you feel forefathers. But what I felt was that I didn't want to make it put spotlight on what people were saying and stop the show and say, oh, this. Because to me, I understand they are confused about who you are, about why you are doing what you're doing. They are, my worry really is that why people don't get used to people who have different opinions from them.
See, I think you are missing exactly what I'm talking about.
No, he's bang on.
He won't even let me talk. This
no,
is exactly my point.
I won't let you talk. Why should I let you talk?
Let me say what I want to say. Let me say what I want to say.
Before you talk, I've got to address you. I've got to address you. You came on here and you wait. No, wait, don't say me, Jaguar. Please, I am cool. I'm cool. Don't disturb me.
Don't worry. You have your fun. Don't worry. Don't worry.
My friend, Chim, I'm cool. Please don't disturb me. I've got things to say. Thank you. Forefather, you called out my name for what? For laughter. Is that what you called my name for in your frustration? What Rudolph is saying is bringing complete understanding and peace. I'm surprised at you for getting turned on by the comment section. I value that for Tone, not for yourself. Tone has an axe to grind with the comment section, which we understand and it's fair enough. But for you to come on here with emotional desperation and call my name, telling me that you're disappointed, like you don't know who I am, bro, please, you need to take all that nonsense back. If you're frustrated, go and have a wank. You understand? That's what I say to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I can speak now. Eh? Okay. So my frustration was that it's not that people call me names. It's that people that I expect to know me better, allow that to carry on. Because if I was sitting here and somebody tries to malign Dr. The Rudolph, I would say, where is your evidence? Why are you making such an allegation? You are not allowed to do that. If they try to malign Jagun, I will stand up for that person and
Well,
say,
you don't have to, because if I'm here, I will stand up for myself.
But I will. But maybe that's you. Maybe that's you. It's okay.
Bro,
it's okay. Can I finish my... See, can you let me have my...
No, not really. Not really. There's many times that I've spoken for you. There's many times I've spoken for you. But when people are accusing people of being a mole, who am I to say anything? What do I know about you? I don't know you from Adam. Are you crazy? I don't know you. I asked you for your phone number the other day. Wait a minute. I asked you for your phone number the other day in order that we can continue communication. You refused. The other thing that you did, yeah, fair enough. You don't identify who you are. Now, if somebody's calling you a mole, who am I? Tell me, who am I? How do I know you that I'm going to put myself in front?
Then how come you don't even ask them for evidence?
Why should I ask them? They wasn't speaking to me. They wasn't accusing you in front of me.
See, that's the problem. That's the difference between me and you.
Well, but there be a difference.
That's fine. It's your way.
Because you don't do things the way I like. You don't do. If you think that you do things in the way I like, my only crux, my only issue here is that you called my name because I'm a jovial person and I made light of what I was hearing. Because I don't know. But I don't think so. It's not my thought. That's never come into my head. Never. So for you to accuse me of not being your soldier when I know that you're around, you can defend yourself. You don't need to defend me. I'm here to defend myself as a human being. You understand? If you want to stand up for me, that's your ill. But you don't know me to stand up for me. You have no idea of who I am and what I do on a day-to-day.
I'm just asking for evidence.
You see, the thing is, Rudolph was bringing some kind of sanity to what we are all saying. But because you are still feeling like a child and you want to be pernickety about what people say in the comment section, my brother, that is your own issue and your own personality. Eat it. Eat it.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So the reason why I spoke to you is not because you were laughing that people were maligning me. Because when I came on to try to address it, you said something about me bleating on. You said it yourself. So, and it shows, but you see, people are weird. I don't know how people are.
People are weird.
And this is why I protect myself. There are very few people I will give my distance, and there's a reason why I didn't give it to you. Maybe I'm right. My point is that people
we know what we're doing. You know what?
Hold on. Can we take it easy? Can you just take it easy? When I talk about security, I also have to enforce it on my own self. Because you have to protect yourself against people like that. Because when you encounter people, they will destroy who you are. But you get bitter and you start becoming different from what you are supposed to be focusing on. Because the idea here is a very simple thing. The people are having conversations, and we are supposed to be educating people with quality information. Quality. Very important stuff. When somebody is maligning someone, and you say, okay, what is the evidence? It's not about defending them. It's about also the viewers. This is one of the reasons why I'm here.
Really and truly, the only person that you need to take umbrage with is the person who directed the speech using your name. That's the person that you need to speak to. Coming out here bleating, that's what I meant by bleating. You need to direct what you're saying directly to the position that owns it. I don't own it.
I wasn't addressing you when you thought I was.
Bro, you used my name.
No, I wasn't even addressing you then when you said I was bleating on. So it tells you you already, for some reason, saw against me for some reason. I don't know why.
I have
But
nothing
I really
against
never did
you.
anything. So I don't know. But
You.
you will tell me why
not...
you told me I was bleating on. But that is a different matter. My own frustration was that Dr. Damages was here. They were saying those things. He didn't ask for evidence because this is as serious. There are young people watching. There are maybe my family members watching. You don't know. You don't know who is watching. They are saying this is about me, and somebody don't know one person say, okay, where is the evidence for what you are saying? Even is that not a little bit conspiratorial?
You may have a point. You may have a point, but you know what? Forefather is not your name. Yes, your face is there, as all of our faces are here. Yeah. We are here on an equal basis. We have to operate as men, not as children. The way your manners is at times is like manners of a child. You come on here, you just come on blam, and you can't start speaking. No matter who is speaking, there are ways that you have about yourself that you need to grow up to. But you take no critique, you take no advice, you take no umbrage. So with all that, how do we help you, my friend? How?
How do you know I don't take critics? You don't.
I tell you how I know, because I've given you them, and you behave in the same way. That's how I know.
Yeah, forefathers. Could I?
Congratulations.
Forefathers.
No, hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. This is important. If it's important to forefathers, it's important. Let me get Alaba to come up and tell us.
Rudolph, I thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
All right, no problem. Let's hear from Alaba, then Chimi can win.
Okay. Yeah, he keeps saying I have evidence. This is not the first medium I met forefathers. My first medium I met forefathers. We got into it, and he's always pushing governmental position 1, 2. When people are discussing a specific agenda, forefathers has a way of sneaking his own agenda into it and trying to make it the topic of discussion. Let me give you a specific example. As far back as when Tinubu proposed the student loan thing in one of them, not on yours, Rudolph, in one of the medium, forefathers was, let's discuss this student loan thing. Let's discuss. Why in the hell we want to discuss student loan thing when it wasn't even on the agenda of that medium on that particular day? That's one.
Are you serious?
2, we do that all the time now.
Are you serious?
On, man, guys.
I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. Why would you
do that? We do that all the time.
I know your own position. Let me finish my thing. That's one. I said I go open book for her. Let me start opening the book. Even if you guys just don't pay detailed attention, even before the Supreme Court makes a ruling, forefathers is an educated man with his Google search. You understand? He knows that there was a deposition that was clear as daylight that Tinubu, CSU did not what's the point? Did not give whatever to that guy. Then on that BBC thing, Nigeria was pushing, but the BBC said, it's like you are an Anabati among us. You're always trying to push their position. And I don't understand. I got several examples. And then when the judgment came, and then I went back, oh my God, this guy must be an agent of something. He has his people feeding him. What angle they want him to push out? Because it's not just one. I have like about 10 examples. It will push their agenda, their talking points. Because we are in a battle of minds. Don't let anybody fool you. They're pushing their own, which is why they have our people enslaved. And he's always here pushing their line. Fine, you can push their line. We can have a Fox News, CNN position, but don't be trying to hijack conversation and suppress other people's position. And in what you stand, I've asked him, we've had conversation, I've asked him, what do you stand for? And I've told him, you're always on the middle lane. Ask him if I'm lying against him. You're always on the middle lane. Where do you stand? Are you with the status quo or are you against it? Don't use the excuse of a moderator to say you're this. Rudolph, for example, is a moderate. I know that for him. But he still has his own opinion and he has where he stands. not with forefather. The only way he stands is with the status quo, and he likes to push their talking point. Push their talking point. And you think we are fools? We're not fools. I'm not a fool. I don't know if you can fool others, but you can't fool me. Tell me your real identity. Tell me where you're from. That's my real name. That's my real name. That's who I am. And I'll tell you where I'm from. You hide, you hide. I told you the other day, who is pulling your string? Who is paying? AY, for example, is an agbadoist. He can be that all he wants. I don't fault him for that. You understand? Be who you are. Stop this hypocritical bullshit. It's not going to work.
Terrible. I wonder if this is just simple entertainment, because this ain't taking us. This level is taking us nowhere. All this is taking. My friend, Alaba.
Alaba, you can.
All you said, there was no proof inside it. Maybe I don't know. Maybe forefather an apology. I don't know. But all you said, there was no proof in it. None. Pure conjecture. Right. And all this level that we do as Nigerians, this is the Nigerian level. These are the attitudes that we want in order to fix our country. We're out of our mind.
To me,
everybody in the comment section right there.
It's like me telling me Abati doesn't have a position. You might have, you're entitled to your own opinion, but that is my opinion. However faulty it might be. If I'm lying against him, let him speak. All these things I've cited as example, let him speak.
You can't. Anyway.
Let me have from Chim then.
Let him speak. How many times I've called him out?
Rudolph, I need to reply to Alaba. I need to reply. I have to reply to Alaba.
I reply quickly.
Okay.
I refuse to. AY, no. I will not give you that. I will go on like this. I will give you 1 minute.
Tim, go ahead.
I refuse to give you the 1 minute. Sorry.
Tim, go ahead.
So, Dr. Rudolph, what is happening today, I wouldn't say is bad, but the only issue I want to mention is, number one, forefathers came in and accused everybody. The person who spoke about you and mentioned your name, thankfully, Alaba is not a coward. He has come back to stand on what he was saying. And like he rightly said, whether he has proof or no proof, that's a different thing altogether. Then two of you can resolve it. My only grouse was you came and made it look like everybody,
terribly so.
I didn't accuse you. I don't know you. There are only 4 people. There are only 4 people on this group. I have the details. And the 4 people are Rudolph. The other one is Ed. I have spoken to Ed on phone. The other one is electricity. These are, in fact, actually, 3 people that I have their details, and I communicate with them outside of this forum. Now, somebody came into this forum and asked for my details and said it was through you. I didn't give my details to that person, and it's intentional. I didn't give them my details because of the very thing, the suspicion and being careful. The person may be a fantastic person, I don't know, but I'm also being careful. I speak against the current institution, the current government, and the current authorities, and as a result of that, I'm being very careful. The Chim that you see on screen, that is a portion of my name. It's a portion of my name. I don't go anywhere in any forum. Facebook, Twitter, it is my name. People have said I'm taking a risk, and I told them I have nothing to hide. It is those who have things to hide that use pseudonyms. And because for the fact that I can come here in first instance and show myself, no proof that I have nothing to hide. But secondly, the name that you're seeing, that name is what my people call me in the office. It's my full Igbo name, but for the Caucasians who can't pronounce it fully, I permit them to call me Chim. And I didn't even give my name myself, Chim. Chim was what my colleagues back in Nigeria used to call me as a guy name. So
what
I will say, Dr. Rudolph, is this. I have had it in my mind to ask.
Chim is here.
Don't worry. You will know it, so you will know what it is. So but on a more serious note, Rudolph, I've had it in my mind to say, why do people come on the screen? For instance, if this was Arise TV or channels or NTA, AY won't come on air as AY. Free Nigeria won't come on air as Free Nigeria. They will come as their proper names. And that I wanted to say it at some point, but I got cautious. I said, you know what? You might have your reasons why.
Hey, my name is Tono.
No, hold on. My name, see, my office knows
on
me
my
as Jim.
passport, on my Niger
office.
passport, on my British passport, my name not Tone.
So,
So
I don't have a problem with
just
you. I know you've used your name. I just mentioned that as in passing to educate us more. So the point I'm trying to make is this: when we use pseudo names, you give people room for conjectures. People begin to insinuate. I know that at some level we are trying to secure ourselves, and I have no problem. Rudolph is showing a good example. Complete name, nothing to hide, nothing to worry about.
Rudolph is a known somebody now. Rudolph isn't. Rudolph stands on his own.
Now let me finish. To start dispelling these things, people are, like he rightly said, and forefathers. The only challenges I have with you is when I banter with you or disagree with you. When I leave this place, I have a philosophy in life. In fact, my wife is starting to learn that. When I leave my office, whether I excelled on that day or it was a terrible day, I leave work at the door of the office. When I enter my house, I pick up my family issues. When I leave my home, I never carry my family issues into my office. When I leave this place, the only time I'm going to discuss these issues here is when my wife says, "Who is forefather?" Or my wife asks me, she likes righteous man because of his name, righteous man. You know, and my kids follow. They are probably even watching in the sitting room right now. They watch as I'm doing this. So, truthfully, people are watching us. I expect us to show. I don't come here to be honest with you. I don't come here to joke, and that's why sometimes I don't take people on the comment section very seriously, because there are people who come there to look for husband. People are coming there to look for a wife, to toast women, and to play around. It's all good if they accomplish their goals. But I come here because of the love of Nigeria. I have a pain. I literally have a scar about Nigeria that is haunting me. And that's why I told somebody, if the right leader had walked in this last election, I give Nigeria 2 years, I'll pack my bags and I'll go home. That is me. I don't want to go and live in diaspora. I'm not interested in it. I'm only here because I started thinking to myself that, you know what, I have this opportunity to go and give my children some focused life. I don't want to miss it. And then somebody will say, what were you busy? You're trying to be, what point were you trying to prove? What kind of patriotism were you trying to prove? And now you've wrecked your family. That's literally why I left. I had a good job. I don't want to keep saying this because I was doing well. I wasn't doing badly. So what I'm trying to say, forefathers, nobody had anything against you. Alaba had his own perspective and he was bold enough to speak. There are other people who may share in Alaba's views, but they are not bold enough. But Alaba has come up to speak to himself. So two of you can choose to take it behind the scene and then resolve it. But again, lastly, Rudolph has already said it. If you are going to put up yourself as leadership, in fact, the only kudos I give to Tinubu is that the man knows that as a politician, he's going to get bashing. He doesn't care. He's taking it in his strides. Whatever we say. So, and that is what leadership is all about. That is what it means when you become an anchor. The guy from the British guy, what's his name? There's a British guy that was sacked. What's his name? Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan says things. People have all sorts of views about him. The guy doesn't care, but he still comes up and he runs his show the way he wants to run them. So I would just advise that you take it in the stride. People are going to have different views. People are calling me names on that group, on this chat. Go and read it. You see my name coming up. Call me all manner of things. I don't give it a hoot because I know I come here to do a good job.
All right, one last thing.
Contribute my views. Okay, wait.
I will say one last thing before I really have to go. Not in defense of anybody, but I sometimes I don't know how many of you read spy novels and everything. And again, when they say more, I don't even know what they meant by that. But for me, if forefathers is a more, he's a bad one, terrible one.
Right.
Going to be one, and not the people you're expecting. This is something that I don't know where you read your own spy novels, but they are the people that you will never get that. So if you start thinking that this person might be, that's actually not likely to be a more. You can never, that means he failed already for you to suspect that he's a more, he's a failure. But apart from that, the point is that the fact that someone has opinion different from your, it's common in Nigeria. We say, oh, this person is paid. Once you say something they don't like, you are paid. I've been paid by everybody. Meanwhile, I don't have money in my account.
Rudolph, I have a quick question for you. So I have one question. So to be honest, this platform, did you open it for Mr. Peter Obi just to support Peter Obi? Is that why people are coming here? No. Please answer, please.
Why you is?
Yeah, because what is going on? Like, it seems people don't even want any opinion that is different. People want you to follow their propaganda. It's not gonna happen. I'm not the kind of person you can bully, really. I believe Peter Obi is the best person for Nigeria. I've been saying that, say this to people. I didn't invest my emotion. They are all the same. Peter Obi is just a better person. I'm saying this in the open, and what is my business in Nigeria is the governance, is the people. Work for the people, no matter who is there. Yesterday, what Ferrari said that. Yesterday, I came up, I said, listen, Supreme Court has declared a president. We need to move forward. What are you going to do? You don't have the capacity to remove a city president in Nigeria. Stop deceiving yourself. All we can do is to mount pressure on the government to work for the people. You need, if you yourself, you don't allow people to have a different opinion, you are a dictator yourself. If you are a panelist, stop deceiving people. Yesterday, I was talking about Ovie. Ovie is saying a lot of good things here every time. We will not listen. Ovie will tell you the reality of what is going on. Last week, I was not here. I was listening to Ovie. He was making a lot of sense. People are in their emotion. They will not listen to this guy. He's saying a lot of good stuff. We got to be organized. This is not, Liz, you are even dividing the people here. If not for Peter Obi, what Barack Obama was a black man. If Barack Obama has appeared in America as a black man, he will never win the election. Peter Obi he's not an Igbo president. Peter Obi said, if you believe because I'm Igbo, don't vote for me. That is who we need. If not for Peter Obi, a lot of you here cannot convince anybody to vote for Peter Obi because of how we behave, how we think. We should stop deceiving ourselves and stop bullying people, telling people they are more. Forefather is here crying every time for the country to be good. You guys are calling him more. Some people are saying, Egba is a more. Let me respond.
No, don't respond. Don't respond.
If you need my name, if you need my name, I give you my name. I gave you my university where I graduated. All the universities I attended, I will give you. Go and verify. Stop deceiving people. You can't bully anybody. You can't cajole anybody to believe what you be. Come on, man. Like, for example, I give you an example.
Asking you to
hold on. I give you, let me point examples.
You're making no points.
People were here, right? You telling us 25% of Abuja is compulsory. You want me to follow you and believe that nonsense? That's crap. How do you want me to believe it? Then you tell me, oh, I'm supporting Tinubu. What do you mean? Even the lawyers, even Tinubu lawyers and Atiku lawyers, sorry, Peter Obi lawyer, they know very well that 25% is garbage. Come on, we should stop deceiving ourselves.
Okay, AY, thank you. Let me just this. We can go on this. Okay. Let me say this. First of all, AY, I thought the question you asked. This platform, if there's anything you guys will take home from today, and I've said it several times, I want everybody to be here. If Tinubu wants to come here, I will talk to Tinubu, and I'm open to talking to anybody in the government.
That is why I come here. Look at Tone. I have person like one man show. I don't go there. Stone is here. I said, Stone will call me. Oh, come on, Joe. I said, never. I'm not going there because of what they share. The only reason I come to this platform, you allow people to speak their mind. You allow people with different opinion to come here. You can't come here and formulate. What are you guys doing? We are educated. You don't want people to have different view from what you know. Come on, guys. Think again. You are wrong.
Thank you, AY. Thank you, AY. Let me say this because I may not get a chance to say this again. Even when I die, I will miss all of you. I it's very entertaining. No, it's so.
We'll miss you too, Dr. Damage. We'll miss you too. But you don't go die.
Sometimes I will be smiling
Wow.
outside. People will think, what is wrong with him? But it's just what happens here and the dynamics and the fact that I really appreciate all of you. Thank you, everybody. And forefathers, you want to say something before I leave?
I guess I've said my piece. I just felt like, you know, quality information is important. And when people are getting some serious allegations, I remember when Tune was somebody was threatening to send his details to some organization in Nigeria. I was here then, and we all condemned it because it's dangerous stuff. You can't just keep maligning people. Sometimes you don't know who is listening. Some people are not always balanced. And it's important we have quality information out there for our people, because I've said it before. One of the things I saw in Nigerians is that we look like people that were being doused with petrol and just waiting to be lit up. And we'll tear ourselves to pieces if we don't share quality information with each other. That's all I'm saying. And I felt bad, and I think this is a bit of a weakness on my own side. I felt bad that people that should know me better could have just said, you know what, where is the evidence for this in the first place? Not because you know me personally, the fact that you have had so many of my views, because I would have done that for any of you.
All right. Forefathers, thank you. If you feel if this will help, I'm sorry that we didn't do that. If that would have helped, let me go to a voice of reason here that we're actually about to miss. I want to hear concert.
Oh my God!
Thank you very much.
Well done, You know what? You know what? You know what?
You might be surprised. You know.
Pastor, 1 minute. Pastor, 1 minute.
Surprise today. Might just bring it home.
I'll try my best. By the way,
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon, my brother. Before Pansat speaks, the question that AY initially asked as to why you set this up, was it for Peter Obi?
No, okay.
I think that was a most pertinent question, and I would love to hear the answer, to be honest.
Of course, no. I have said this every day. Or maybe I will be saying it every day. I set it up because I want to hear your views. I do my own show. I have my own platform. I talk, and I don't get feedback other than emails and people abusing me. So sometimes I don't know it all. I want to hear from other people, what they have in mind, what they think. And it didn't start today. When I was at Sahara, we were doing this, but it was over Skype. A lot of people calling, we say it and talk. So I'm used to people talking. I listen to them. I missed that, and I said, let me start something like this. That's all, you know. So, Pastor, now bring you home.
Thank you again. I was going to say that the two guests you had today eliminated the division we have the country, obviously. Dr. Goroh is unassailable. He's from the north, and he made the case passionately. And then our accidental guest, Miss Omoye's Corner, I recommend everybody to subscribe to her channel. She's beautiful, and she's very smart, very brave, and she laid it. So without much ado, then let me address the small issues we have here. You know, when the first time I saw Forefathers, I saw him as Stu Niger, and he was pushing against ASU. That's an acronym that stands for Academic Staff Union of Universities in Nigeria. And they were going to protest, they're fighting with the government and of Buhari's government. And he was on the side of the government. He was on the side of the government. Without elucidating, why would you be on the side of the government? Now, it goes on and on. I'm trying to give you an example. He's right here looking, goofy over there, right? He knows that nobody's against him here. People are talking about his hosting, his interjections, his distractions, trying to distract from a serious conversation. Nobody's saying don't talk about your views. No, we're all here, we're educated, we're in the Western world. He said, aspect of democracy. People, you have to have your opinion, but you're not entitled to hosting a show, for example, right? Or changing the topic. You can be criticized when you do things like that. And that's what we're talking about. Now, Rudolph, as an educated man, you do know there are scientific method, right? So I've talked to you offline, off this show, on a real life, and I've made the same complaints that somebody like Ferreira. Is Ferreira the same as what's his name yesterday that was making a lot of sense? Does he have another name? Ferreira.
Alaba.
Is the same as Alaba, right?
Alaba Manuel Ferreira.
Okay. All right, great. Because we would have then had two intelligent people. He's been on fire since yesterday, right? Everything he told you, I don't know him. I didn't tell him to tell you the same thing. Now, I told you everything that he said here. So that makes it scientific. I asked you on the phone, I said, is it his looks or is this his voice? He's got a show. He barely gets 10 people on his show. Same thing with Ovie here. I said, why do you feature these people here? Why do you like them so much? Is it like Jagon is asking yesterday, why do you like me so much? Now, I can see a reason for someone to like me, but what reason do you have to like Forefathers and Ovie? So, what I was saying, that was a joke. That was a joke.
The voice of reason.
A good one. A good one. Well done.
It's this show, believe it or not, is so important that somebody like AY is comfortable here. I'm comfortable here, right? Two opposite sides. So no, the truth, AY truth is partial. If Rudolph sets up something here that's searching for solutions for Nigeria, right? He's not gonna say, okay, let me give some to Tinubu and then give some to Obi. If Obi gets it all, what it takes, then it's gonna be looking like he's siding with Peter Obi because that is the reasonable thing. If Obi didn't forge his certificate and Tinubu did, and then Obi didn't peddle drugs and Tinubu did, right? So when we discuss each one of these issues, Obi's gonna get them both. The way life works, you don't go, let me give Tinubu the drug one and then give Obi the certificate one. It doesn't work that way. So you've been here longer than even myself. First day I came here, I criticized the show. I criticized every actor on this platform, aside from Jagon, who is new. You couldn't tell from his hubris here that he's a new guy. So what I'm going to conclude with, I know that you're tired now, you want to go home, is that the show today was remarkable because, it's remarkable because of Omoyo's corner. She's lit the fire. And that fire is that we have to do something. We can do something. We have to do something. The Constitution has been shredded. The Constitution has been shredded. Our country is just not based on the Supreme Court. It's corrupt. The inflation, I saw, who was that here that was talking about inflation? And, oh yeah, that was yesterday. The guy from the north that says that he's Sunni Muslim, right? And he was talking about inflation that Nigeria has. It's about 20-something%. But it could go to hyperinflation. There's nothing to stop it from going to happen like Zimbabwe. So what you have now is not static. It could get worse. So to just close it out, I'm begging you, Rudolph. I know for whatever reason, I want to find out why. Why are you doing it? Don't let Forefathers host the show. Don't. He's neither here nor there. He's disingenuous, right? He's deceitful. I said it. Alaba, who I don't think he's like me, right? He's a gentleman. He's gets along with the guys. I don't get along with the guys. That's not why I'm here. I don't want to be liked. Don't like me, but like what I'm saying.
All right.
So don't let him because you are very. You are very quick to dash our hopes, and you think because we like you, Rudolph, you could then do anything. There's something you're going to do, and some of us won't come here anymore. I just told you scientifically, Forefather has a show on YouTube. He doesn't get more than 100 people on his show. So what is it? What's the attraction? He's not a good host. Now, he can make his point vociferously. He has an opinion. And sometimes he's very useful. I've debated him, for example, on his security thing on another platform for an hour and a half. You Google it, and you're going to see how I whooped him so bad on it. It's on the record. Go Google it on another platform. We did an academic debate. Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate your input. Let me just before I hand it over to Forefathers, let me just say that we are always I like feedbacks from people, and I do get feedbacks from everybody what's going on. And maybe one day, Pansats, maybe you can also host a show. I have an idea of a show for you, and I will watch. And I will so we are coming up with something next year. Everybody, I'll be talking to a lot of people, So, but thank you everybody for watching. Those at home, we appreciate you. Those who feel that we went off topics today, where it is, where one day will be better. Oh, before I will feel bad if I don't hear from Jude. I didn't forget so much. Jude, say hello. Jude.
Just hello. Okay, hello.
I just said no. You can say something.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, and nice seeing you guys again. It's been a while, though I've listened to previous. That's the background and stuff. Actually, I just I don't know what topic that has been discussed all along because I just came back from church. But the truth of the matter is that Nigeria, we are all going through a trying period at this time. And for AY, my brother over there, who has expressed the view that for him, the magistrate court in Nigeria, that is not Supreme Court. The magistrate court in Nigeria has certified Tinubu, and so everybody should move on and try to hold him accountable or make him do things for the citizens. I want to say, yes, that is your opinion, but for many of us who are still wondering and who have seen Nigeria, I am old enough to have seen that Nigeria, it has always been a system that operates in such impunity where, and when they have done their evil, then they now begin to ask people to move on, to look ahead, for the next election. You see, why people like us will never agree to subscribe to such an idea is that looking down from the history of Nigeria, nothing has ever worked. Nothing has ever worked. For instance, if an election has happened, if an election has happened, like we just witnessed, the ideal thing will be to begin to put in place or to begin to illustrate what has gone wrong or what happened that we didn't do right, and to correct it and effect it in the next election so that it will become better. But Nigeria case is never like that. Nigeria case has always been the reverse, the opposite. So now that, because I've never seen, it's hard to tell me a successive election in Nigeria that has been better than the previous one. It has always been worse. Just like we see in Nigerian system, there's no government in Nigeria as far as since I was born that has ever taken over from the previous government that will not end up, that president will not end up being the worst. Could anybody have believed a year or two ago that we'll be missing Buhari already? As worse as Buhari is, a terrorist that terrorized Nigeria for 80 years, impoverished millions of Nigeria through his draconian leadership and policies, and then financing terrorism, forgiving terrorists and giving them a red carpet reception in the name of in the policy of Operation Safe Corridor, and enlisting them into our military and police and everything, and they are all causing havoc now in Nigeria. Could anybody have thought that today some years, 2 years ago, even before he left, that Nigerians will be missing him already because we have another government that is even worse and has proven and has shown indication that it's even going to be 10 times worse than Buhari. The reason why we cannot agree to move on is that, number one, I can't be in a country where a thief will be my president and his activity is already affecting me where I am in another man's country, that I'm looked upon now as somebody from a country that is a narcotic nation, a country where the president is a drug baron, where the president is a perjurer, where the president is identity thief, where the president is a money laundering, all kinds of evil vices, where the president has no identity, forging certificates. I mean, how can we move on in that way? We have to fight and make sure that these things are removed. We have to fight for a new Nigeria. We have to fight that we recover Nigeria from this draconian, evil, wicked-minded individual that are fighting seats. People like Gandola, who is part of the administration, people like Nwike.
Jude, please, sorry, I'm sorry to stop you because I have to go. You continue when I have to run, please. But I thank everybody. And let me just say this, but what I didn't want to say before was that Trump used to say something like that before he fires any of his secretary. I want to say that I have confidence in forefathers. But I know that we stop that statement. Once Trump says about you, 2 days after you're gone. But point is
I seconded.
Are we going to see Nigeria next week?
The point is that from people are different moderators we've had here, and we see that people get used to certain people, and everybody, they all have their fans, and I think we will get more people who will moderate, and people will learn to adapt. I think that's the main issue, and so I will leave it at that. I want to thank everybody, even those at home who are watching. Thank you, guys. I will see you. And then one more thing, maybe next Sunday we'll get Peter B. He's coming. So I will let you know. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Rudolph.
Nice one. Trump.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right.
Can I finish my thoughts?
Yeah, go ahead now. I've not seen you in a long time, Jude.
So, yeah, thank you, my brother. I miss you guys too, honestly. But I always listen at the background and watch some of you while you go. Sometimes I want to come in. No listening to come in. That's okay. Anyway, like I was saying, you see, this time why we cannot afford to move on and say, okay, it's another 4 years, let's begin to regroup. The reason is this. Imagine somebody who is now seated in Aso Rock, who became a president through all kind of evil vices, forgery, bribery, corruption. How can you expect that individual to change electoral, all these problems in our electoral policies or whatever that has not all this problem that we are now going through today? How can you expect him to change such a thing? No, he cannot. If anything, he will make it worse in such a way that will favor him, like Wike has already pointed out already now, that is going to make sure that Tinubu wins the next election. Now look at that man, what he did in Port Harcourt to give Tinubu a win this in Port Harcourt, and he has already promised so that no matter what you do, for instance, that Abuja, even if he's what is it called? Even if obedient multiply itself 10 times with somebody like Wike and Tinubu in charge of that this thing, Abuja, there's no way anybody else can win that Abuja. So it's just everybody. If anybody has to move on, let that person understand that it's not just the 4 years. Tinubu, if he's still alive, then he's going to get to 8 years, and after 8 years, they will also manipulate the system and hand over to their whoever they are good room to take over from them again, and then we'll continue, and then we'll say, let us continue to move on. How long will we continue to move on and allow this Nigeria to plunge into abyss that we have become not only a laughingstock to African nations, but to the entire world. Are we people not ashamed that is supporting this status quo? Are we not ashamed? If we are not ashamed, please, I am ashamed. My people say that you can't be, another man cannot be in the house and the goat is giving birth in his status. But we have now seen, we have witnessed in Nigeria that people that are causing the main problem in Nigeria today are the old folks, the old men and women, people like is it Clark? What is that his name? Robert Clark, whatever. What is his name? Clark, Shoyinka them, and many of these church leaders and stuff like that have refused to speak out because it's an Igbo man. An Igbo man is the one that Nigerian, the whole Nigeria voted for. Okay, these are the old people are the one causing all the problem now in Nigeria, and that are saying that people should move on. How can we allow, for instance, that opinion that the Supreme Court just offered? That was an opinion. That was not a judgment, because you can't offer a judgment. A sound and fair judgment is derived from a proper scrutiny of all abounding evidence. Okay, that is brought forward by the contestant. But you can't throw away all the evidence that is brought before you on a frivolity of technicality, and then you issue a judgment and you want us to believe that that is a fair judgment. And somebody will come from somewhere and say Supreme Court have ruled. They have all the authority, their word is final. As far as people like us is concerned, their words are never final. After most of them, they are not even as educated as some of us who are in this platform. Okay, they have, guess what? They are all grooming their children now and their families to take over from them, and they will continue as they have been impoverished, as they have enslaved our parents and even us. They are already grooming their children to continue to enslave us. So we'll continue like this. How long are we going to continue like this? That is why we can't move on. That is why I can't support. By the way, there is no thief that can give you a good thing. You can't, like the P2B always says, the process in which you gain power, okay, is more important than what you're going to do thereafter. If you gain power in a corrupt process, there's no way you can do anything corruptly, because the moment you want to initiate any good thing, that I know that most of our politicians have no conscience again, but there will be something that will be in you that will say, you want to stop corruption, election malpractice. Remember, you came in through this election malpractice. Therefore, the will to fight evil, the will to do the right thing is already stripped up from you completely, because you went into that position, you gained that position through corrupt means. That is why it is important that whoever that we are allowing to get into the process of governance in Nigeria must get there in a clean way, so that that person will have not only the moral backing to do what is right, but also will have the backing of the citizens to do the right thing. And that Tinubu does not have either of them.
Why is it that somehow P2B has become an irrelevant now? How did this happen? I heard Omoye earlier on say P2B doesn't matter anymore. It's like, how did that happen? You made an effort, you made a lot of progress, and you want to start from scratch. I don't get that. In life, you have to operate efficiently. With P2B in charge of Labour Party, you can achieve a lot of things in Nigeria before you can reshape the narrative in the country. We are talking about trying to educate our people, to sensitize them to their rights and all the rest of it. That is what P2B can do.
That's not what she said. That's not what she said. She did not say P2B.
She said that we should be protested, that P2B. Yeah, that's what she said. That P2B, she didn't say P2B is irrelevant. She said we should set P2B aside.
Right, on the issue of protesting or doing anything in reaction to this. But hold on,
P2B should stand on the side. He's the head of Labour Party. He can control that party. They have links with the unions. That's a lot of power.
Yeah, let me make my statement so I could.
Father, you need to know Peter Obi is not a traditional Nigerian politician. It's not a radical.
The problem we are facing now.
Peter Obi is a gentleman. I'm telling you, if it was somebody like Oshomole,
they will ask him next week. That's one of the questions I'll put to him next week, because I don't understand that. What is the point of supporting him with Labour if he's not going to use it to try to better the country? What is the point of supporting him with Labour if he's not going to try to use it to change things?
let me make 2-minute statement, then I'll leave. You bring somebody else in to hack it. Let me tell you, P2B, he's going to be speaking shortly. We know that Atiku, the Waziri of Adamawa, is going to speak on Monday. So we're going to hear from them. Nobody can speak for them. Let them talk first, and then we see how it goes. What
Pastor, sorry, when is Obi speaking, Pastor? Sorry, when is he speaking?
He has not very soon. No, very soon. But Waziri is speaking
not today, though,
Monday.
right?
No, not today.
Okay.
No, not today.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's hear from them first. But remember, we who support Peter Obi, we Nigerians who want a new Nigeria, we're not thinking about beyond this election. There's a lot of people who make up the opposition to this particular government. It's a lot of people. People in Abuja, for example, they don't have representation now, like I said yesterday. So when they're taxed, they're being taxed without representation. There's no nexus to the. They didn't vote for the president, and they didn't vote for Wike, right? So you cannot impose a governor, quote unquote, on them. But what I wanted to say to you is that some of the things that are drawing Nigeria back, that's why I was hoping that I got to debate our friend here yesterday. You know, the Nigerian government took NNPC private. They own 100% of it, I believe. But they invested 20% into Dangote oil refinery, right? 20% in the billions of dollars, billions of our money. So, like customary, they use a southerner, Timipre, whatever his name is there. Silva, to do that. 20%. Where's that refinery? That thing was slated to be operational by 2022 January. This investment was made sometime in August of 2021. This guy just took billions of our dollars. Imagine if a Southeasterner did that. Just having this central bank official, look at the way they're treating him. We government after government, they use this Dangote to take our oil, take our resources, create monopolies, only because he's a Muslim from the north. And it's conspired and it's building this thing in Lagos. I'm willing to bet you anything because I see some southwestern states boasting of oil. If I go down there, if I get to Lagos and dig down, I'm going to see where the pipe is coming from south, going underground to Lagos. They're stealing that oil. There's no oil in Lagos. That's how stupid people are in the south. They don't care. They come and they take that oil. Invested billions of dollars. We don't have any money. We don't have the oil. What about shaking him down? Grab Dangote and make him return that money. You're not going to say anything about that. You wouldn't hear as an issue.
They do give them 13% that is being stolen still. So it's not like they are not being given anything.
Look, trust me. I'm telling you, it's what we're going through in that country. It's just ignorance that is quite annoying. If you're going to take that off, I mean, you don't know what billions of dollars is until you count it. It's a lot of money. And they paid that money to him already. And we don't have the oil. We don't know what the hell he's doing. He's doing all kinds of illegal activities with a lot of verticals in the country. He's got a complete monopoly in everything. Where we have 40, 50, 60% unemployment of the youth. Inflation is coming out the ears. But you're arresting our people. You got Nnamdi Kanu, you got this MFLA, you got Showore restricted to a city here. And I'm saying that we have an Islamic problem in the country.
I thought we have a Yoruba problem. I don't know how it became Islamic.
Even Fulani problem.
I think Fulani is in January when Buhari was still around.
That's Passat for you.
Forget about the nomenclature.
Sunni Muslims switch off the beavers.
Forget about the nomenclature.
Urbanization of government. That is the problem now.
There's a guy who defined pornography this way. He says, you know it when you see it. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about here. I'm putting them more benign now. Where are those billions of dollars that were given to Dangote, and where's the refinery?
Now that's a valid question because the refinery, they've been saying that it's going to come online in October. Now we're going to November. It's still not online. That's a big problem for us.
It was supposed to come online January 2022. This deal was signed in August of 2021. Look, the point is that we know. It's what are you going to do about it? So, including those who are going to come out to protest the election, because what INEC did, if you're here sitting here as a Nigerian and your blood doesn't boil, we spent 400 billion naira to enact a law and a technology to collect our votes. And somebody actually just went out and turned it off. Just turned it off and announced who he wants to be a leader. You cannot be a true, you say, you know, I'm a patriot Nigerian, I'm patriotic and all that. If that doesn't offend you, no matter who was announced, that's how 400 billion naira. So where does it start?
Thank you, Pansat.
So I want you to carry on with the show. I'll listen to the background, but I still want him to quit again, host, even though you're not a bad person to debate with.
It's always like that. Pansat is like that guy that, you know, 1 minute is across with you, the next minute is your friend. So I don't take it personally.
I want to ask him a question. I want to ask Uncle Pansat a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Uncle Pansat, who turned off the beavers, please?
It's told.
Okay.
Sunni Muslims.
Sunni Muslims turned off the beavers. The agent that did it himself is Mahmoud, right? You see the he's got a guilty conscience. He can't face anybody. He's trying to conduct another elections, and Nigerians are sitting there looking stupid, right? They're not hiding it. I said it. I unfortunately, it's in another show. I then presented my case in an academic form, right? Because it's like, hey, why are you picking on Sunni Muslims in Nigeria and all that? Yeah, nobody. I don't like doing that.
Pansat, don't you fear that sometimes the way you come across is like the old way of thinking, where everything is about identity, religion, and stuff like that?
After I will tell you, he's a Pan-Africanist.
Yeah, I am a Pan-Africanist.
You are not even a nationalist.
No, I am. Why? Look, unfortunately, the problem in Nigeria comes as a national crisis. Okay, we have tribal issues, we have religious issues, we even have clannish issues, we have familial issues. Well, in the family from next door.
So one of my best mates is a Sunni Muslim. Even he was even ready to take a bullet for me back then.
Right. And so you do have that. Let me tell you. Let me answer you. Of course, that is not the way when you try to use idiosyncrasies of a tribe. It doesn't mean not everybody 100%. Okay, there is an aggregate, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? So the usual anecdotal evidence, you know, here in the United States, when the
all this big English, I can't follow it.
Pansat, I have a question for you.
I can't track your big English, Pansat.
Yeah, hold on.
Pansat,
hold on, please. The question Tone asks is a good one. So what I'm saying to him is that the anecdotal evidence, even here in the United States, when blacks were being lynched, so whites will come and say, my best friend is black. Do you understand? So, yeah, that person is not lying. Then it just became a cliche to use that kind of thing. You know what I'm talking about. There's no Nigerian. For example, if you go to Thieves right now, you say, hey, Thieves, what are your problems? They're going to tell you, we have people trying to take our land and they're killing us and they're putting us in concentration camps. Who are doing those things? You go to Kaduna, you go to Southern Kaduna, and you say, hey, Southern Kaduna, who's your problem? He's going to tell you, look, we have a situation where these people are coming in here in motorcycles and they're massacring us in the scores, sometimes dozens and scores, right? Who are they, right? So you go to East, you got to send them the car, what's your problem? He's going to tell you. You go to Iboho, he's going to tell you the same thing. All of them, what do they have in common, right? So we'll have to solve it. It's like you go to Hamas right now or Israel and you say, hey, look, somebody scared your fence and they came over here and they massacred a lot of people here, right? Killed kids. Who did it? Hamas, right?
I have a question.
Are you guys okay with Pansat going on?
Pansat, I have a question.
If you guys are okay,
let me ask Pansat. Sorry for
you know what? I didn't say. Hold on. I didn't say that Jago should moderate Pansat. We want to moderate Pansat, Jago, because
actually, you know what? To be frank, today was quite a serious day of reckoning. One, it was very entertaining for many in the comment section, and I know that they enjoyed it. I also think that it was extremely entertaining for Rudolph. I think Rudolph has a way of orchestrating controversy I think it's good for the show as far as he's concerned. What Pansat has said today, I don't have any real objection to. The only thing is he maintains his tribalistic standpoint, his religious standpoint, which feeds into the fire that Nigeria is. However, Pansat, today I can't lie. The brother has been quite enjoyable to hear. It's not everything that everyone says. Today, I think we got to know each other better. I think we've actually gotten to know each other better. Because these are serious
aside
issues.
from forefathers, you say you don't know anything about.
Well, we know the score. We know the score with forefathers. He doesn't want to come all the way out for whatever reasons. Let there be for him. But I think Chim arrested him by telling him that you can't come here blazing fire at everybody when there's somebody that was pointing to you. I objected to his pointing the finger at me for any reason. You know what I mean? If I'm going to laugh, I'm going to laugh. Nobody's going to control me. I did have a pang with what Alaba said. I had a pang with it because it was shocking. It's the second time I've heard of anything called mole. It's the second time. I won't mention any names, but I had a phone call and somebody was bringing people out in my ear, and even when I heard it from the person, I was shocked. That is it possible that there are moles upon? Because I'm free. I'm a confident, free individual. I have no issue with anybody. But
I thought he was being allegorical and metaphorical in what he said about the mole thing, right?
I actually thought he was joking as well, because he was laughing about it.
It was not a joke, but there was a light that he's putting it, right? He used a metaphor, Rudolph said that he's only discounting it because that will make forefathers a bad mole. Well, somebody could be a bad mole, right? You could be a mole and be a bad mole. So that's not a good reason.
I think what made it amplified to me was that because I believe that maybe Alaba was also part of Omoye's clan, because the fact that when Omoye is here, that's when the accusation came along, I felt like it was linked. Because when I used to go to some of the other panels, you hear this accusation, even if I was supporting P2B and all the rest, you hear this accusation. So Omoye shows up here today and somebody's accusing me of that. And my own issue is not that they accuse me. People accuse me all the time. And on her panel, they call me the devil. So that's not new. What I found weird was that people that that knew better, that even in their own, if somebody accused them when I'm there, I will be telling them, hey, you don't have any proof of what you're saying, need proof. Show me the evidence of what you're saying. But
why were you against ASU, for example? Can you just with a brief
I will explain that to you. I will explain to you very briefly. So when I came online, to say, okay, why am I being maligned? But Jagun said, why am I bleating on? I'm not even saying anything. That is the reason why I felt you were not being fair.
You've been saying for the past 2 hours, are we here to actually have a community to dialogue, or this is about you and what is going on here?
I said, Obi, you're quite.
It's as simple as that. Can you moderate so that we can have a conversation?
You're quite correct, Obi. However, if I may say, you see, forefather, when I said bleating on, you see, what I was directing to is I was actually shocked that, because I was reading the comments and I saw them, they were quite aggressive towards you. But it was still the comment section. We have to understand that the comment section does represent the kind Nigeria we come from. It represents them from the family level, from the friendship level. This is us. The comment section is us. So running away from them and shimmy-shammying and getting all hullabaloo, I think it's childish, because we know that this is it. We get this from the grassroots. You know, I don't. For you, it was shocking.
It was shocking. I was bleating. I just came on and said, "Why am I being maligned?" And you said I was bleating on.
I wasn't as direct as that. First, I said, "Please, Allah," because you came in and bang, you started when other people were saying. The first thing I said, that's very rude. That's what I said. And you have to understand that there are manners about communication. There are manners about it.
You said about bleating on.
For God's sake.
I made one comment. Ovie, I did ask a question about what they want to do.
Why are we worrying about more? We are not organizing. We are not planning. What the fuck are we worrying about more? What do you think is important here?
Why are we worried about
Didn't you hear them all evening say we should dismiss P2B?
More for what? We are victims. We lost the election, all of
Wow.
us.
Wow,
And
wow.
all we can do is to fight ourselves.
Imagine. That's
Remember,
what's running.
you said something that we take for granted. They are oppressors and we have the oppressor, right? And the oppressee. Where do we belong? We lost election, for God's sake. We are here fighting and talking about mole. Who is the mole? This is what we are talking about, gaslighting and amplifiers.
I wasn't even talking about it anymore, to be fair.
Gaslight. Hold on, people get gaslight. Look at what we are
Let's
talking
have a
about.
topic. Let's have a topic.
Obvious pattern, man. Pattern, bro.
Hold on. How are we going to win? What is wrong with us? How are we going to change
Exactly.
distorting ourselves? We don't have to have the same point. Just the reason we are different. Our upbringing, our exposure is different. Ability for us to coordinate our thinking is what we call organizing and planning. But nobody want to hear that, so that we can start distorting it from nothing. We are victims. We lost. People who defeated us, guess what? They are planning how to do the next thing. Sell us all off, and they are doing it already. We are here to sell as a mole. Mole for what? What are you planning? You already lost the election. Who cares about the mole?
That's true. That's true.
How are we going to get out of this situation if we keep insulting ourselves? I said it yesterday. If you want to counter somebody's point, forget about that person. Bring your points to bear if you have it.
Absolutely.
It's ridiculous. For God's sake.
Wow.
We are here to discuss issues, problems. We are the problem.
Wow.
More. Who are you to worry about more? Nobody fucking know any of us.
Wow.
Ovie.
It has to be said like that. It has to be. No, wait. Before we just jump in, wait, please. You see, I think we just need to settle a little after Ovie has just spoken and understand that those are serious words. Those are serious words. We have to take everything on board. The rest is pure childishness.
No, okay. Jago, yes, that's correct. Yes, Ovie has spoken, and he does speak well. At times it does. Correct analysis. But we have to go beyond the analysis. And I think, the name caller. Well, I'm referring to Alaba. So, yes, he didn't just call names. He has come up with quite. Sorry.
You see, we missed something here. Sorry, I'm interjecting a bit. 2 minutes. We missed something because when all these small thing, the person that started this small thing was Mr. Lesky. He said he was looking at two people. If I was forefathers, what I would have done there and there, I would say, listen, if you're not bold enough to point them out, the people you're looking at, please don't mention it. I'm not a coward.
Free Nigeria. Alaba called.
No, it was before Alaba. It was before Alaba.
No. Excuse me.
Before even Alaba said
excuse me.
Nobody did say that he was looking at two people.
No, Lesky started it. Yeah, not Alaba. He started it.
That was the main thing. Hold on. And that was a serious allegation.
Sorry,
if I was moderating, I would ask him, are you sure?
I'm trying to move on.
You see, my man has gone. You see, he's gone. Where is Ovie now?
He did say that he does normally go anyway. He doesn't stay long normally when we are doing evening sessions.
No, he was here ready for a communication, real one. All this has to stop.
Can I just
not necessarily. We've been here for how many months now. He doesn't stay long whenever we do evening sessions. So I don't think today is going to be much of a difference.
Look, somebody, Mr. Lava here, okay, actually called somebody out, okay, called forefathers out, right? So don't missing words. So now, but he didn't just do that. So really, okay, for us to move beyond that, he did actually bring some practical points on the table, and that's what's important. So we can really, to avoid the distraction, because that's what it is. So whether forefathers is a more or not, it's neither here or there. It's not going to help us one bit. So we really have to address the points on the table. That's what is important to me. And, every other thing is really a distraction, and we're not here to distract ourselves. Look, there's a proverb in Igbo language that said, in other words, if you're bathing, with your clothes on, you should know yourself. So that's enough. We have to move on and do. That's the thing.
And for me, the most serious thing is about what way forward. And some of the stuff I heard this evening was very, very. It sets us backward, actually. And people accepted it. I believe that people accepted it and they were praising it like it was a great thing. Hold on. Peter Obi spent 8 months trying to win 6 million votes, and they are saying, let's just forget about it.
Sorry, let me come to that. Sorry, you see, this is the diversionary thing people accuse you of. So no, this lady didn't say we should. Peter Obi should whatever, or should. Put aside. No, that's not what she said. And she couldn't have meant that. But the point is this. Look, for us to be, for all of us to be on this together, on this project, okay, we all have to play our part, and we don't have to sit down and wait for Peter Obi. That was the point she was making. And she's quite correct.
And sorry,
she literally said we should. He will sit aside on the side.
I don't know why you're going back.
He's the leader. He's supposed to be the leader of the obedience, isn't he?
That's correct. That's correct. And he's going to speak. But in the meantime, and for all intents and purposes, for all you care, we have a job to do. It's our responsibility. Are you with me? So, and then trying to say, okay, look, we are now kind of for going or for closing what has been achieved. No, that's not, nobody's saying that.
He has power.
No, excuse me.
All right,
nobody's suggesting that. And it's all about back to power, not having power. But look, each of us as individuals, we have autonomy, we have agency, we have power, we can organize, we can. That is the thing. So why
would you choose a smaller level when you already have to make bigger change? Why would you choose a smaller level?
Excuse me. See, and remember, for example,
sorry, Oti, can someone else also speak? Can someone else
sorry,
also
Chim,
speak?
go ahead. Sorry, Chim, go ahead.
Because
let's allow you to flow today.
This freestyle sometimes people manipulate everything and dominate everything. That's not nice. First and foremost, two things I want to say. I was the one who made the comment about Peter Obi, for which she was responding to. And my comment remains the same. What I said was that Peter Obi should be the rallying point. He can't run away from it, irrespective, and everybody's entitled to their views. I respect Peter Obi. If I was in Nigeria, I would have voted for him. But at this juncture of this particular pursuit, I do not agree with his methodology. Yes, he was trying to be a nice guy, wanted to follow the rule of law, wanted to allow the judiciary to hear the case and do what they're supposed to do. Now they have done what they're supposed to do. There is nowhere in the world that you're pursuing. This is a political struggle. This is not any other type of struggle. This is not about women asking that they are rights or that they should not be taxed. This is a struggle akin to what the apartheid movement tried to pursue. This is the same thing that is happening in places like Mozambique as we speak, where people are disagreeing with the outcome of the election. And there has to be a leader who will say, you know what, something has gone wrong. And he comes out to say it and begins to, right now, I do not think Peter Obi is doing that. That was what I said. And in her response, she said that it should not now be about Peter Obi anymore. That she said everybody is responsible, that we can start making our contributions wherever we are and all that. Now, I respect Omoye for her views, but I don't agree with her on that. So that was where we let this is. But I believe
and that's what I disagree with too. If Peter Obi is not benign, he has power. He has the ability to change things.
Forefather, what Chim said is the way to go. That is the job of an opposition.
He can't listen.
It's the way to go.
He's chickening out. He can't listen.
Let's
go. Absolve him. Let's not try to absolve him. If Mandela, and I'm not people say, I'm not saying Peter Obi is a Mandela, so people should get context. They're in the struggle.
He's better than Mandela. Peter Obi is better than Mandela. Don't try to be magnanimous because
Peter Obi could kill this PDP. If he ran Labour Party well, he could destroy the PDP and take over the position of the PDP. And the next,
you see, can I add to that? You see,
Alaba, just let me land and then Alaba, I give you the floor. For instance, the National Assembly, especially the Labour Party candidates in that place, who is guiding them? When there is a decision to take, do they have a rallying point to say they go back to their caucus and say this is what the government is presenting, and then their leader presumably should be Peter Obi, even though he's not in the parliament. Should be able to say, guys, this is where people should go and vote for this or this. That is why those candidates are going there. Those senators and House of Reps members are going there, and we can't keep trying to deflect from it. If they all have to go there and they go and take vehicles that Nigerians don't want, or they go and support a bill that Nigerians don't want, at that point, what is Peter Obi accomplishing? So it boils down to what his critics were saying and using against him before the election, when they kept saying he had no structure. The structure right now should be that before his members in House vote, they will fall back to him and his leadership and say, this is what is going on.
Circle it around. Let all that's getting Ferrari. Let all that's getting worded.
Okay. Shame. Let me.
No, Pansat, I refuse to yield for you. Sorry. That is what Jesus Malema.
It's not me. It's me. It's me that wants to talk. Shame. It's not Pansat. It's not Pansat.
By the way, now that I know that you're going to hear me, I'm going to be looking at you somehow from now on.
Please, Pansat.
Vengeance is God's alone. Look at the state of us.
Please let me make this point. This is what, guys, listen up. This is what I was saying about this. You see, we just said that the case was putting the Supreme Court on trial. Now that the case is over, the next step is we'll put Obi on trial. You got to understand it. Whether Obi will confirm what his critics are saying, that is a fake, he's not like Showore, he's not a revolutionary, he's just a politician. How does he put Obi on trial? The position Obi will take, now that Obi is aware that the system is a fraud, does Obi wants to continue in the struggle of trying to change the system within the system? He has to tell us, or he's going to denounce the system completely. Either way, Obi is between let me finish. Obi is between the Red Sea and the Deep Sea, or whatever they call it. He has to make a call. But I want to warn you guys, and I keep saying it, and obedience don't like that. Obi
Can I follow, please?
You follow after I finish. Obi is a politician. Obi is not a Mandela. Those are two different things. A political activist is different from a political revolutionary. How Obi makes this call, I don't know. But I tell you that if Obi goes the line of, we'll give it a shot in 2027, he will disappoint the obedient. Now, you also note the obedience are different from the Labour Party. Critics were right that the Labour Party has no structure, because right now, if they do, their candidates in the House will not be accepting cars. That's because they don't have a structure of control. You all got to understand.
But that isn't that what the obedience can do?
Let me finish, please, Godfather. I don't want to lose my thought. Right now, Obi, when he makes his speech, Atiku has made his own, although he's still coming up with another speech. Atiku said something about after the Supreme Court, he's going to go sit in Dubai, maybe change it tomorrow. But Atiku initially called for cooperation between the obedience and to fight this monster, but I don't know what role each of them. You all got to understand what is at play here. Once Obi makes his call, so what the likes of Amoye and the earlier speakers were saying earlier was that the state the country is now, we all have seen. We don't need to wait for Obi. It doesn't make Obi lose his power or gain more power. You understand? We have to act based on what we know. The movement does not have to have a leadership. It doesn't have to be Obi-led. It doesn't have to be Atiku-led, revolutionary-led. It's a situation where every agitator has seen what is at stake, unless they want to deceive themselves that what is at stake is not at stake. Then they will now say, okay, let's keep continuing with the status quo. Let's see if we can make change in 27 or 28 while the dictator is in charge. That's just my submission, guys.
Thank you.
That was not mutually exclusive. Kind of looking up to
each of them's decision is not mutually exclusive. Everybody can go in separate ways, or everybody can come together.
Yes, we can.
They're not related. Each of the decisions are not related.
Not to relent on our own, consciousness, activism, and effort.
Activism, exactly.
So that
I
is
wanted to come in.
There's
I
no
wanted to come in.
contradiction
I wanted to come in right after Chim. Because I agree with
minus second. Forefathers, there's a message for you from the comment section. When
I have
Jabu
seen
finishes.
that.
Yeah, is it about the video? I don't know what video is that. I would like to.
Not a video. It's kind of a bank, a kind of from payment made.
You see, our man is back now. After you people don't take him away. Listen, I want to agree with Alaba more than Chim, even though they are saying similar things. Chim, you see, you really have to understand that we're all just human beings. And away from the humanity of somebody like Peter Obi and the strength and power that he has, he also has a serious mind. He knows Nigeria. We all understand right now, especially him, understand that Nigeria is corrupt from head to toe. There's no space for anything else but corruption. Now, I put a question to Omoye about, okay, what is the organization that would allow us to take away Tinubu from the stages, the seat that is in, if the structure remains? She said that there's nothing we can do about the structure. For me, if there's nothing we can do about the structure, then all we're doing is talking and talking a lot of gross nonsense, because it's the structure that is killing us. Now, somebody like, if I'm in Peter Obi's shoes, I'm having to think more deeply than I've ever thought before. One, whether I continue on my trajectory, on my love for Nigeria, on my stance to make a change, or do I just quit? Because this behemoth that is before me is massive. It's massive, and it's not going to win overnight. Now, someone like you, Chim, who I respect greatly, I don't like that point of view, because to be honest, you have to be a leader. You have to be able to do something. You can't be waiting for Obi to speak. You just can't. You can't put yourself in that position. That's putting yourself.
I'm not waiting for Obi to speak.
Excuse me, my brother. Excuse me.
I'm not waiting for Obi to speak.
My brother.
I'm not waiting for Obi to speak. I just want to let you know that.
No, excuse me. What I heard from you was that he is such he's in such a responsibility for the labor or obedient movement and those who are right-thinking Nigerians, that he has to come and lead more. Pansat has just told us that Peter Obi is soon to speak, and there's no way he's not going to speak after what's just taking place. He can't just leave the stage. However, I don't think you understand the depth of my personal confusion about Nigeria is that I don't believe anybody knows the way forward. People can come here and talk all kind of blah blah, but no one really knows the way forward because it's not clear to any of us. For us, however, who are in the diaspora, who are on the ground in Nigeria, who have some kind of position and power, we are supposed to galvanize ourselves. We are supposed to put ourselves in a position whereby, especially in the diaspora, where we are really, really talking to each other and trying to go for the first, the lowest hanging fruit. Let's see, because you see, in any movement, we need success. So whatever is the lowest hanging fruit, we have to be able to cut it by its neck and let it roll and understand that we have seen a success. And then we build upon that, not necessarily knowing where the direction is, but we know. Let me land, please. Let me just land. We know. Oh, you allow me to lose my thought. We know what we want at the end. No, we don't even know what we want. We have to even have an understanding of where it is that we are trying to get to. And again, I don't believe anyone on this panel can tell me where we're trying to get to as a nation. Nobody.
Jagun, it doesn't have to be clear.
Okay. The mistake is
if
I know definitely where I want to get to.
The mistake
Oh,
is
really?
to think that we're going to have a clear path, have clarity in our minds where we want to go. No, that is not how the world works. Okay, we know what we want. Okay, the outcome, the Nigeria we want, but we have to start the journey. That's the thing. That is so. You don't have to have okay, this is the destination, right? So that confusion you're talking about, it's part of it. It's really, we don't have to we have to embrace it somehow. The uncertainty. It's risky. Okay, it comes with the territory. That is how life. That's the journey of life. We can't just be certain, and we can't even be certain of success.
Okay,
but we
sorry, if I may say something,
and Janaba add to the debate because Janaba is doing a gentleman. He's not jumping in.
Can I just say something to address Jago before John Abba comes in, please? You see, I think the problem with us as Nigerians is that we get too intellectual in very basic, simple, straightforward matters, and we try to create too much bush around it, and it becomes a maze and gets complicated. Listen,
are you saying that's what I'm doing? Are you saying that's what I'm doing with my supposition? Yeah, but be direct. Be direct.
Jago, wait now. Jago, we're having a conversation. We use words. You're a man of words. Okay. I'm saying that as Nigerians, one of our challenge in the way we fight for our struggle is we get too intellectual when it is not supposed to be an intellectual struggle. You understand what I'm saying? The point I'm trying to make is this, and I will make comparisons with other places. Now, people might say, oh, because I'm in diaspora. No, I was in diaspora before the election. I live here. So when you say that people in diaspora should go and march, I know that, yes, there may be some impact, maybe in terms of that march. Let me finish before you start disagreeing.
I didn't say march.
I know that
I didn't say march.
I know there might be some impact in some ways, but you know what? The greatest impact is civil disobedience to a system that is failing is within the environment where that issue is.
But why are you addressing the point he said it in?
So I find it strange when
I don't understand.
I don't understand either. I thank you, Forfa. I don't understand your point, my brother, because what you're saying is nothing to do with what I said.
No, so but you guys are not even allowing me to finish. You're not allowing
me to finish.
Why would you allow you
You began with
that he didn't say?
Bros, you began saying that.
You're not letting me finish.
No, I got to put this in. You began
I haven't
by
finished,
saying,
Jago, you don't know where I'm going.
But you began by saying that we over-intellectualize.
You don't know where I'm going.
You began by saying we as Nigerians over-intellectualize. And you're over-intellectualizing now.
Because I'm putting myself.
Oh, you can over-intellectualize
in that position.
All right.
That's why I use the word we.
Because when you said about protest, when you said something about protest, he said he didn't say anything about protest. That's what I have an issue with, because if somebody didn't say something and you're addressing the point, like you not saying something about the Bible and I start addressing the Bible that you said it, it's a waste of people's time, because
it's a waste. This is why I get upset.
Let's move on.
Something that nobody actually raised.
Go to John Abba. Let's move on.
You have to be accurate, bro. You have to be accurate and on point.
Be more accurate, because this time here is pressure for everybody too. Okay, please, John Abba, please go ahead.
Once again, good evening, my fellow brothers.
Good evening, John Abba.
I think we are personally, I believe in freedom of speech, but I understand both ways. I think some people are saying that you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Don't take me off, please.
That Omori, or the young lady that came on the show, says that they should not wait for Obi. I think what she's saying, but my understanding is that we all have a part to play, and then the other people say, okay, he's the leader of the opposition. He's the opposition leader now. He should lead, but to me, he will lead as a politician, and he understands the game. So he's not going to come the way you guys want him to come. I understand how committed, passionate so many of you are for Obi, but Obi is in the glass house. He cannot throw stone anyhow. He understands the game. So let us not just be talking here like he don't know what to do or he know what to do. He knows what to do. But like Haruna said, he's a different person from Dati. He's different from anybody, and it's okay. We are all different. But the style of leadership, that is how he want to live it. But then, if you expect anything from his speech apart from let Nigeria move forward, then you will be disappointed again. I've said it here over and over. These people, they are all one. You can talk all you want and raise your blood pressure, all of those things. Let us look, how do we start? And then all Nigerian, which way do we go? Who do we rally around? Obi is not a person that is going to be so much aggressive towards any movement because he's a politician. Been a governor for 8 years, he understands the game, so he can't go that much. And if he press it that way, it's like being hypocrite. So you look for somebody
But can he not be like somebody like Trump, whereby he takes charge of the party because he has most of the supporters in that party, and enforce the good governance that he espoused when he was running for office? And if he does that, people are going to be attracted to the Labour Party, don't you think?
No,
the Labour Party wonder I think
this is systemic, and the change got to be, is a revolutionary, fundamental. It's not party politics. It's beyond party politics. Is it because you believe in the system? The system needs overthrow, right? You see, when the system has been hijacked, you need a
if we go
right?
to the
So you can overthrow it by winning ground. That's what I'm saying. You can win ground.
Listen to Mr.
Do you
Oti,
want him
please.
to come
Listen
out
to what
and
he's
rally?
saying.
Do you want him to rally Nigeria for what? To rally Nigeria?
You're not playing that.
Listen, he's going to tell you. Listen.
Okay. Do you want Obi to rally Nigeria, like let's rally against the judgment from the court? That is what you guys want him to do?
That is not what I'm about. Charge him for treason, So we don't want to.
That's not what I'm about.
So,
and that's the thing.
Okay. The way things are going right now, I think, in honest, if we all sit down and think, let us relax our distance. If you still have the belief that somehow is going to go out there, or somebody is going to have a solution to remove Tinubu, I think it's still the same. Maybe it's a hope that is keeping you, but I don't think you're going to have any.
I don't know why we think like this, because if this is any form of nation or human beings or democracy, I don't see any reason why he cannot be very aggressive too by enforcing. Let me just make my point. I will land. Let me land first. Let me use my time.
We don't have a democracy.
I really find that weird. How can you just give up 6 million votes
the democracy
for
is
nothing?
Listen, that's the thing.
I don't understand that.
Look, we have not gotten to where you are talking about. For
democracy.
It's democracy. If you do anything more than what it is now, I'm telling you, he will be arrested.
But you are not doing. I'm not saying that. I'm saying he should use the process and win ground. Good governance. You win ground with good governance.
Could you take 5 minutes after I say
Mr. Ike has not said anything.
Hold on 1 minute. Right?
Mr. Ike has not said anything.
Yeah, a few people haven't said Ike wants to talk, but let me say this.
Mr. Ike has not said anything.
Right, let me say this so that you can.
Yeah, because we heard that. Don't worry, Mr. Ike is going to say something after.
And we hold on, please. Hold on. Please hold on.
I just want to make a correction and I sign off. I'm not here for this unnecessary debate. I just want to correct an impression and I sign off. You continue your program. And the correction I want to make here tonight, I want everybody to listen very carefully. Forefathers, the reason why Alabab said what he said is because you started pushing the same narrative. Omoye didn't say that they should abandon Peter Obi. Please, stop pushing this kind of narratives. And also, I want
He
to
did
say
say that he should be he should stand aside. He will just say something that's all they care about.
To what you are trying to push.
I'm trying to push that P2B should be in charge.
Don't push nothing.
Why not?
Don't push anything.
No, no, Ike, why not?
I'll give you the reason why. Because the Mr. P2B you are talking about is not dead. He's still alive.
That's what I'm saying. That while we sidetracking him, he just won 6.something million votes, and we are saying he should be sitting on the sidelines.
Who is sidetracking Mr. P2B, for God's sake?
She just said it. Why are you acting as if you didn't hear it? When I was saying that,
she didn't say that.
Hold on. This is what I don't like. Let me finish. You see,
calm down.
You won't let me finish. You won't let me finish my point. Why don't you are just trying to censor people? You don't want somebody to say what their point is.
What? Look, the point is. Look, I talked about not being mutually exclusive. Not the what.
You won't let me say my point. You can't tell me my point.
No. You see, it's always easy to mischaracterize or misrepresent. Look,
what are you scared of? Even you should let people talk.
No, sorry, for us, it is simple. Let us make things simple and not complicate this and not have unnecessary arguments. Right? Look, no, it's not mutually exclusive, right? Okay, so don't try to go or try to kind of look. It's not mutually exclusive. Whatever Peter Obi is doing or can do, it doesn't stop us from what the lady was talking about. In other words, our own action, our own obligation, our own responsibility, to kind of reinforce, strengthen our hand. We have a role to play. That is what is important.
I never disagreed with that. What I'm saying is more effective.
Don't bring P2B into it. Because P2B will do what
you see that okay, did you hear him? Don't bring P2B into it. This is exactly what why would you say that?
Listen. Sunaja, can I address you, Sunaja?
Do you know the reason why? No, look, Mr. Obi, sorry for that. Can I answer you? If any of us follow the campaign of Mr. P2B throughout the whole of the campaign, there is always one thing he says when people are telling him that I'm going to vote for you. P2B will tell you, you are not voting for me, but you are voting for yourself. Excellent. So if you interpret that, what he is telling you is that, like what we are discussing here.
We're going to save ourselves. We save ourselves.
You save yourself. You are not voting for me, but you are voting for yourself.
That's the thing.
Because when the moment you begin to
giving him
think
the vote, there
for
has to be leadership. We keep talking about we need good leadership. When you have one, you run the other direction. I don't understand our people.
Nobody is fighting the leadership of the movement.
Can I speak?
P2B is still the leader of the movement. He got 6 million votes.
This is mysterious. It's unbelievable stuff. You have a good leader. You want to run the other direction.
I am trying to give you the reason why when people say forget Mr. P2B, nobody is telling you forget Mr. P2B. I try to bring you back. Why some people can say that? Because of what he said throughout his campaign. You are not voting for me, but you are voting for yourself.
Exactly. Let's hear from
That's
two
what he
Nigerians.
said.
Let's hear from Fathers for 5 minutes. Fathers, go ahead and speak for 5 minutes and then go to Ngozika.
Yes, Ngozika, please go ahead.
let's rotate.
Good evening, everyone. I greet you now.
Thank you.
Happy Sunday from here. It's already Monday, so I should be greeting happy Monday from here. So I just wanted to air my view on the way forward for Nigerians after this court's ruling. Am I audible, please?
Sure.
You are, but can you block the people who are talking in the background?
I
No, we're listening to you. Go ahead. We're hearing you.
I'm not going to stay till you finish, okay?
So I just want to share my opinion as a Nigerian first on this whole issue. And this is my opinion and I am entitled to it. I do not owe anybody any explanations for the opinion I am about to state concerning this whole issue. Let me start with the Supreme Court's judgment. They dismissed the case because they claimed it had no merit. That was what they said. And I am here to say that if nothing has been achieved in this whole go to court, first of all, let's take it from the beginning. There was a time go to court was a taunt. They used it to taunt people. Oh, go to court. It was a taunt. Obi did the impossible. He went to court. He chested the taunting. They were taunting him. Hey, you felt you won the election. Abiola, go to court. The man chested it. He went to court. Then they went from, oh, you've gone to court. Nothing will come out of it. They will throw the case out. They didn't throw the case out. They now relied on their favorite pastime, technicalities. And that's, my people, is where we are. So what I just want to say is this. This election has shown everything. We always say Nigeria is corrupt, Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that, but for the first time we have hardcore evidence of how biased, of how decayed our institutions are. So there is nothing you can tell me or anybody else that has followed this whole electioneering process. So now when we say Nigeria is far gone, we have evidence. People saw violence on election day. It did not matter in the court. I was an INEC ad hoc staff. I said it on this program that while my polling unit went well and those of my friends, I saw the result. I compared the result from other polling units that were blood, that were tampered with. It was not what I had. I know what we submitted. So when I saw polling unit results from other places that looked very funny, and people were defending this kind of things, I was shocked.
Blood.
So there is nothing you want to tell me. I have all the evidence I need that this country is beyond redemption. If there's any word like that, I have all the evidence. If I used to say it before, now I have evidence. I have evidence that the judiciary is corrupt. I have evidence that the legislation is rubber stamp. I have evidence that this whole cabal thing we've been hearing about the presidency is true. It is no longer hearsay. It is no longer they say. We have evidence. We have evidence now. So if you think this whole P2B going to court has not achieved anything, think again. It has exposed the rot in the whole institution in Nigeria. It has exposed it. And for people like me, for young people like me, there is nothing you want to tell us. So when we are beating our chest and saying Nigeria is far gone, there is nothing anybody wants to tell us. And mind you, when my generation is gone, the ones coming behind us are also seeing it. They are also seeing it. And these are the people you are trying to preach, let's build Nigeria. Nigeria can rise again. People that saw people being disenfranchised on the election day and the case went to court and everything that happened on that day that people had recording on was thrown out. These are the people you want to talk to. And people are sitting here telling me nothing came out of it. We warned you. We warned you. Nothing was going to come out of it. Plan for what? Where have you ever seen peace without justice? Where have you ever seen peace without justice? Telling me plan for. The only thing I'm planning for now, I said it before, is survival. And somebody was saying yesterday, Ngozi is looking all plumpy. Why won't I look plumpy? I sleep well at night. I wasn't among the people that brought this chaos. I sleep well at night. Yes, my conscience is clean. I sleep well at night. So for those of you that have a hand in this misfortune that has befallen all of us, I hope you are sleeping well at night. I hope you can actually be as plumpy as I am, because you can't. There's no way you can.
Your name, please, in the comment section.
There's no way you can.
Our in-laws.
I am
what do you say
sleeping well
about
at night, knowing that whatever comes, I can face it with my full chest, knowing I did not contribute in any way. And for people like for people who come on here and say the whole P2B thing, he should lead protests, he should come to the line, he should do this. Who are you trying to deceive? You people are trying to set that man up and it won't work. Thank God he's very smart. It won't work. He has said it a million times. He has said it a million times, and the youths have echoed it. It was once a slogan. I remember when we trended it on Twitter that we are running for presidency through him. So if we said we are running for presidency through him, why do we expect him to come and start in the fall and lead? He's not going to do that. He will become, or he just needs, without even saying something, he's being targeted. He's been maligned. So you want him to now finally say something so that they will have something on him, really, and they will start hearing stories of DSS, incarceration, no court dates, what they are doing to somebody, I don't want to mention his name. We start hearing stories like that. And you know, he's also from this part of the country that where you are from, there's a part of the country that where you are from, everything you do is wrong, even when you do nothing.
Ngozika, how about good governance in his party? How about he enforces that? Is that not a good thing for him to do?
Good governance, good work.
Yes.
What exactly is
good
he
governance
enforcing?
in the party that is in? That's the National Assembly members that are there.
The system.
I am still having my opinion.
Let me just. I was trying to ask Ngozika this question, please. See, I'm trying to ask her.
Let me just finish my rant, because I didn't come to Senate. I just came to rant and tell you my opinion as a Nigerian, so that from now you know where I stand. I said it before and I will say it again. At this point, there is nothing you want to tell any right-thinking Nigerian about redeeming Nigeria again. If any Nigerian comes up tomorrow and tell you to hell with Nigeria, do not even try to scold them. Don't. You people sat here. Some people sat here and read theses to us, made cases, gave us lectures. And now all of a sudden we are looking for way forward. Which kind of way forward? I beg, if we should have a good morning or a good night. There's no way forward again. If people want way forward, let there be justice first. Then we can start looking for way forward. That is my opinion as a Nigerian, and I stand by it. I don't care what anybody says.
One time. Of course, we like to doom ourselves before the doom actually come. If you think this is bad, you guys watch out. Now you are going to see something soon.
Can I
see? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you guys know we are going to see something worse soon, and then when
when we have a chance to do better, we always choose the wrong ones. I don't know what is wrong with our people.
What do you think Nigerians did this time around? You think
you have somebody? You are heading in the. God help us, man. I don't know what's wrong with our people.
Let me ask you a very simple question, please. What would you have Nigerians do now that they haven't done before?
I didn't even talk about Nigerians. I'm saying Nigerians have done their bit. They've given 6 million votes to a man. Within 8 months, they managed to pull this off.
They did not give P2B the vote. They gave themselves the vote. I told you.
What difference does it make?
Nigerians were running for president through him. How difficult is that?
What difference does it make?
P2B is one man.
Unbelievable.
P2B is one man. P2B is one man.
The difference it makes is that you know very well he got more than 6 million votes. He got over 12 million votes. Okay,
he could have set this country.
So you stop everything then. You stop everything because he didn't get completely everything he wanted.
Yes.
Wow.
You want him to play opposition party candidate, right? Why don't you go do that?
I don't understand you, forefathers. Why you keep pushing Obi into this?
No, the reason why I say that you are undermining all the hard work, and this is what they do with the
what hard work. With hard work has failed.
Answer my question.
System has failed the hard work, and you keep dragging Obi into it.
Sorry.
This is the status quo position. They want to drag Obi into it so they can lock the man up.
Let him answer my question, please. Yes. What would you have Nigerians do right now?
I never asked Nigerians. I'm saying that.
No, you didn't ask them, but I'm asking you. I am asking you. You are asking Obi to do something, and I'm asking you, forefathers.
I'm saying,
what would you have Nigerians do?
What I'm having, I'm not. Why are you asking me about Nigeria? I'm talking about P2B.
Is P2B
I don't understand. I didn't talk about Nigerians. I'm talking about P2B. You are saying, okay, I'm saying that. Okay, you are asking. Okay, let me address the point you just asked. You asked me, what would I have Nigerians do? Because I am saying that why are Nigerians looking away from P2B? I'm saying that the obedience, with that support that they have, they should take over the Labour Party. Labour Party has things that normal parties don't have. They have links to unions that they can influence. They have House of Assembly members. They have governors. They have local government chairman. They have people on the ground. This is how these people run the country. You literally have soldiers on the ground that you are abandoning. I don't understand this.
The people, not everybody that voted for Peter Obi is Labour Party. What part of that don't you understand? What part of that don't you understand?
If you are not, then how are you? It doesn't have to be. It's just a vehicle.
Obi is not in control of Labour Party. You saw what
Okay,
Alaba
can I answer?
If you have 6 million votes, you can take control of Labour Party.
Let me answer you, please.
You can take control of Labour Party.
Okay, let me answer you. Hold on. In my opinion, I think that was a good question posed to you, right? And you're trolling, obviously. You think you mentioned P2B, obedience are going to be, listen to this. They've told you that it's not an issue about Peter Obi. You have Nigerians, right, who feel that the system is broken. Nigerians. Now, it happens to be that Labour Party, obedience, there's an overlap, but it's not the same thing. Somebody earlier told you that those labor movements, they take bribes, they do all kinds of things. P2B is not playing opposition politics because we're not done with the election. Now, we have to hear, I was saying, in order for us to have fun here and chat, let's wait and hear from P2B instead of what you think P2B is going to say. You are setting up this straw man. He didn't say anything yet. So you're setting up what you think he's going to say, and then you're fighting that. Let's hear from P2B.
I'm not setting him up. I didn't even say P2B.
No, I'm saying
the followers are saying that they should sideline him.
Listen, hear me out. It's a straw man argument. That's what you could Google that. But what I'm saying to you is this. Let's talk about other things and hear from both candidates, like Waziri is going to talk on Monday. Obi is going to speak very soon, right? And then we'll go from there. Right now, Omoye, first of all, didn't say what you say she said. But even if she did, she doesn't speak for Peter Obi, right? So it'd be just her opinion. She came here, even
okay,
Mr.
then
Alaba,
what do you want P2B to do then? What would you like P2B to do?
What I would like P2B to do, I'm with you on the issue of what I would like P2B to do is to come in and say, hey, look, I won the election. System is broken. We have to take our country back, right? Now, that's what I want him to do. I'm with you as far as what he's supposed to do. That, for example, if they are even talking about arresting Obi, it's enough to make somebody mad, right? Now, how do you think revolutions come? How do you think people get on the streets? It's going to take a lot to get Nigerians on the street. One of them, for sure, is to arrest Peter Obi, right? Or Chimamanda or people like that, right? So that's how the spark, there needs to be a spark. Now, for those who are pushing that kind of narrative, you have to understand something, or people who are afraid. Tinubu is not a Buhari, okay? Tinubu is from Southwest, right? He's not a military guy. All he has done is to put in security chiefs. He didn't appoint those. He's not a military guy. He didn't come up the ladder, right? He's very thin. You have a lot of Igbos in the military. You have a lot of Igbos in the DSS. And they've been all playing this game of ripping off Nigerians. But there's a point you're going to get to, then you're going to have a mutiny. I don't believe that Tinubu has a lot of his people enough in the army, more than the Igbos do, for example, or the Edos, or people in Lagos, or people who are controlled by Obasanjo, people controlled by Pa Clark, people controlled by Pa Adebanjo, and others, other actors in the country who wants the country to do very well. So Tinubu is commander-in-chief, fraudulently, commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He's not commander-in-chief of the people. So with the trick, what you've been doing here is trying to push P2B to be a party, opposition party. That's not his role. He won the election, right? He won the election, and they're trying to steal it. They haven't stolen it yet. It's hard. There's going to be a release of documents. Hold on this week. FBI is going to release those documents. We're going to see if he meets a threshold for impeachment. Now, P2B may go that route, knowing that he's not you or me,
so
right?
We'll get Fatima. That's the plan.
Yeah, no, we'll get whoever, right? The point is that he didn't win.
I don't know why you are.
Yeah, Panzer, let's allow this in AY.
Okay, come back to me whenever you have a chance.
Yeah, we'll do that. Well done.
After 3 hours, okay, thank you. You see, Mr. Alaba, my former friend, Mr. Alaba, you see, we have to let people share different opinions. You see, I'm going to go back to what your father said. If you follow politics all over the world, we need an opposition. PDP, they are the worst opposition I've seen in my life. They can't play opposition party. Peter Obi needs to be he's the leader of the opposition. He's the face of the opposition.
Can I ask you and forefather one question? Why is it important that you push that point that Bishop should be opposition?
Why is not in office? That is what he is. He will have no choice.
Got more vote. Let me just
Alaba, you don't define my trouble. Alaba, let me finish. Sorry, bro. So the thing is this: after the election, when people were saying Peter Obi should go to the street, I objected. I said no. If he tried that, the obedient, these guys are this youth, their blood they hot. They will burn the country down. The next thing Peter Obi will be picked up. Now everything is settled. Peter Obi, okay, for example, his senators are misbehaving. His House of Rep are misbehaving.
Exactly.
Peter Obi needs to be the face, telling them these are the issues we should pursue in the rep. Speak for Nigeria. Let Nigeria see you doing it. Nobody will touch Peter Obi. They're not born away.
Nobody. What is he doing? You can't touch him.
He's not doing anything wrong. Nobody will touch him.
You guys keep setting your position. Let me be clear to you. It was not only Obi's case that was dismissed. Atiku's case was also dismissed. What is wrong with you people?
Who cares about Atiku?
Obi didn't even push anything about certificate. It was Atiku. You are not pushing Atiku to go lead.
What do you understand? Do you understand what we are talking about at all?
Why is that talking point important?
And by the way, the Obi came third, by the way.
Why is that?
He got 6 million votes without breaking a sweat. He didn't break a sweat. He got it very quickly. What can he do if he can enforce change right now? He can hold the government accountable right now.
Let's not shout. Hold on.
Yeah, shouting, man.
Hold on. If you know the history of Atiku, go and confirm. After election, if Atiku loses, he's out in Dubai. Atiku is not in Nigeria. If you want to contest now, the next 4 years he will come back. This is how they operate. That's why I'm telling you. If you wait for PDP to be an opposition, you waiting for nothing. In 2015,
I'm tired. I need your help. Answer them. I don't fit talk again. I don't tired.
Hold on. So we need the face of an opposition.
Come and save you now.
Peter Obi is able to do that. Peter Obi is not a violent person. I don't see any reason why anybody will arrest Peter Obi now. Peter Obi is not a violent person.
Exactly.
He's a calm person. He just needs to speak.
You see why I say you guys are pushing APC position? You see why I said that earlier? Okay.
Alabama, you calm down. Forget.
It's not APC position. I don't understand. For me, I see.
Please, I'm sorry.
You want to say something?
Because I kind of understand from both sides what both sides are saying, and I think there's sense in what both sides are saying. Even though I'm a supporter of Peter Obi, I want to really know from Alaba's perspective, what do you think should be the next step?
I already said it. I told you guys, we put the Supreme Court on trial. They failed. Right now, Obi's critics has called him a fraud, a fake. He's not a revolutionary. He's not a showore. That's what he's critical. Now, Obi is on trial. What does he do? Does he stay with the status quo and say, we keep trying new election because I got 6 million votes, according to forefathers? Or does he say the country is broken? My hands is off. You people do whatever you do. Because he's a politician, I don't expect him to lead a riot. Abiola even didn't lead one back in those days. It took a while. You understand? He's a politician. I don't know what his call will be. I'll wait for his speech. But either way, whatever Obi decides, you understand? He ain't got nothing to do with the Labour Party. There's an assumption in this conversation that keep assuming that Obi controls the Labour Party and everybody that voted for him are members of the Labour Party. That is wrong. Nigerians voted for him. It's not everybody that voted for him. Not PDP people voted for him. APC people voted for him. Stop making that assumption because he has 6 million or whatever number of votes. Be real. Now, this position you guys are pushing, Obi should come and lead. Why Obi is even third according to your result sheet? You're not clamoring that the guy who is second come and lead this issue. You're clamoring for the guy who is third. So that tells me, I bet you by the time Alake or their press secretary comes out, that's their agenda. They're waiting for Obi to fall into their trap so they can lock him up.
I don't understand what you're saying. You are the one clamoring for Obi to come first.
Can I contribute and add something? Okay. I want to direct it to forefathers and AY. See, let me tell you, there is no opposition in Nigeria. So if you are waiting for LP,
thank you,
or PDP to be any opposition, you are wasting your time. You understand? There's no opposition in Nigeria. APC,
that's why PDP took over from APC.
Listen, I want to tell you where I'm coming from. When APC was going to take over from
APC took over from
Goodluck Jonathan, listen, when they were going to take over from Goodluck Jonathan, you guys don't look at where we are coming from to where we have been. When they were going to take over from Goodluck Jonathan, this devil called El Rufai told you guys on national TV, on channels, that if PDP, they brought foreigners, foreign Fulani people, that if Jonathan was not going to hand over to a transition power to APC, you understand? They were ready to burn the whole country down. These are the same people that are in power. Look at how they took down the beavers, and I'm telling you, Nigerians, there's no opposition. It's like hitting your head against the brick wall. Bye. Until that head breaks into pieces.
Olumide, please let me ask him a question. Sorry, I'm sorry to take your time. Olumide, what are you guys proposing we do now? Because I feel like
what I am saying is that
Can I finish the question?
My own proposition is that anything that must come from any change that must come, that change must come from inside that country. You understand?
So what would that change look like?
Listen, we the diasporans can give them support. Their civil society. Listen, this is beyond political party now.
Alaba, I'm on your side. I'm really just being clear.
You keep asking what do we say we do. If I have outlined it, I outlined it yesterday, and I outlined it again for you to listen. At this time, listen. Olumide Joe, give me time. Olumide Joe, please give me time. Give me time so I can tell Ed, Edie. I outlined it. I have said with this current situation that this country faces, Nigerians, it's not longer about obedience. Labour Party, PDP, IPOP, Revolutionary Now, and Nadeco. This is the time we all need to join hands together. Call each other up. Form a coalition. That was I keep saying it. I don't know how many times I have to repeat myself. The monster in front of us is heavier than what one individual can fight. You have to come together as a coalition. When you now do that, you need a media house that is stronger than Arise and Channel. After that, then you now start a civil disobedience movement. You guys just keep talking like we are naive politically. You can't. The people you want to take out are way stronger than you imagine. So it's not about OB now. It's not about DJ IPOP now. This is the time everybody comes together. I keep saying it. I outlined it. I outlined it yesterday.
That is right.
I outlined it today.
Civil society,
everybody. That's why I keep telling obedience. Obedience needs to wise up. They don't have to wait for OB's pronouncement. Obi is just one Nigerian, just like them.
I'm telling the truth. We don't have a
Okay. I understand your points now. Like now that you've outlined it, but I also want us to be a little bit more generous with forefathers and AY, because they are looking at the situation as it is now and seeing that there's still some crumbs that we can put together in terms of.
No. They want us to keep playing politics. That's not going to happen. Forget it. That's not going to happen. These people, these Labour Party people are in the assembly and sharing money and not talking.
They're not even talking.
Because
isn't that where leadership holds them accountable and make them recall them as electricity is talking about?
A lot of opportunities took advantage of that party and rise to power. By this time next year, all of them are going to be
let's allow Ferreira.
Guys, wake up.
Hold on.
Wake up and smell the coffee.
All these legislators, everybody is going to the house. You need a vehicle to get there. And when you get to your destination, your real character comes out. Either APC, Labour Party, or PDP, they are all thieves. They are all thieves. And there is nothing these guys will do. They can't impeach him. They can't say what this guy is doing is wrong because they are all based on the same feather. They flock together. They are all thieves. They don't have your interest. The only way is for us to face them face to face, go to the assembly, block the gates, disturb them, give us our request. If you don't get this done, we are not living here. Without that, nothing will happen. Those guys, they are all stealing. They are all stealing. The Senate leader is the chief executive looter. He has case. His case is dead already. They have killed his case. Yes, chairman has been taken. They removed his file. You can't find his file again, I'm so sure. They are all thieves. So there's nothing we can do. If we talk from now to tomorrow.
By this time next year,
also, are you assuming that P2B is also a thief?
See, you have a bunch of thieves, and you have somebody that doesn't want to thief like them. Do you think Peter B will be there? They will buy them this car. They will buy this Jeep.
Okay, so he's not going to let them buy this Jeep. So then why is he not having his members stand against it immediately?
You hear what I said? You are going there as a member. I need this vehicle to get to where I'm going to. When I get there, my character comes out. You just have an opportunity to just join Labour Party to get to where you're going to.
Then maybe they should discipline one or two of them.
How? It doesn't control. How? They have no structure. How many times would I tell you?
Then we build the structure. That is what we are talking about. Maybe that is what we should be doing instead of thinking about going on the streets.
Forefathers, I understand your point. I understand your point of view, forefathers, but I think what the Alaba and the others are saying is that they don't want to leave their destiny in the hands of the party, of a structure like that. Like they are just of the opinion that, well, this is the time for Nigerians to take charge of their destiny. I think that's
we need a structure one way or the other, because if you go on the street and protest, somebody will have to show up.
Based on the current reality that we can't just allow things to totally collapse. Before an alternative comes, Peter Obi, being the front man for Labour Party, can do something to make that party like a very distinct one, like by establishing some form of discipline.
Can we move on to another topic? I think
I don't understand how that is not clear for people to see. This is something all the other nations do.
Can we move to another topic?
I've been saying this is what I've been saying for the past few months, and especially for my IPOB brothers. I've been saying, listen, we all have one common enemy. Let us join hands together. When we deal with the criminals, then we'll talk about how if we're going to break up or if we're going to stay together, then we'll come to that discussion will come on the table. We cannot be saying one thing and this person will be saying, I want to fight this. Listen, the reality, the real reality is that like IPOB does not have the resources to even fight the federal government using their military might. They will crush, they'll just kill everybody. It's going to be a suicide. So right now, what we are talking about, we've been talking and talking and talking and talking. Omoye says something which I agree this evening earlier. Said, let's start with Europe. Let's start with Europe. Let's start with America and all that. Okay, MC Oluomo is in America. For you guys in America, why don't you go and smoke him out where he is? If they start picketing where he's living and make life so difficult for him and submit his name to the authorities and all that, whatever and all that, and they say this guy is one of the people that is causing problem in Nigeria, will make life so difficult for him in America. Then all them ones
could I respond to you on that
How
point?
is that not even compromising us even
Let me
more?
answer that, okay? Please,
no,
hold on. Tone, let me answer
You
you
are
on
handing
that.
over to foreigners.
Tone, let me answer that. I wanted us to move another topic, else I'm going to be exiting the stage. We are beyond some Oluomo and the small actors, right? We are Nigerians, right? P2B and Tika Abubakar, they ran in an election. They went to the Supreme Court and they were cheated over there. So they have to comment on what they're going to do on their own. But we, as Omoye's corner, talked about. But the question you're asking, like Oloma, we're beyond that. But I want to remind you, okay, there's a model that I call the Iraqi model. It wasn't the Iraqis in Iraq that liberated Iraq. And I remember Saddam Hussein was a very powerful force. You don't have anybody like Saddam Hussein in Nigeria that powerful. He had Scud missiles. He was able to hold UN and Americans hostage. He gassed minorities in his country, the Kurds. He was a powerful dictator. Iraq, and they had oil, just like Nigeria. They had crude oil. And it was a Sunni Muslim dictatorship in a minority in a Shia majority country. Saddam Hussein was so powerful that people in Iraq could not do anything.
You will like
right?
security. Answer is giving you security now.
Yeah, people in Iraq could not liberate that country. So what they did was people in United States, in diaspora, but especially in the United States, were able to get the ears of what they call the neocons here. And luckily for them, Bush was the president at the time. So fundamentalist Islamic forces came and knocked down our towers here in the United States, Twin Towers. And they said it was Osama bin Laden that did it. But Bush didn't have time to try to figure out Saddam Hussein from Osama bin Laden. So he was able to listen to the people in diaspora. And then they escorted them home to go and capture all those politicians, including Saddam Hussein, and put them on trial. That's exactly what we need because it fits Nigeria like a glove. So what Omo Yeskona was saying here, that we should protest in our front yards, no matter where it is. If once we're aware and we say that we're going to fix Nigeria, from here in the United States, a lot of Nigerians here who know that what's going on there is unacceptable. The economy is no good. You don't have
but Iraq is a lot worse off now than it was before.
That's not the issue, though, because their buildings are. Remember, what did they have before they don't have now? The dictator had a lot of palaces that were beautiful, right? Yeah, hold on. They had a lot of beautiful palaces for the head of state, right? But Nigerians are not Iraqis. Nigerians are Democrats. Iraqis, they're Muslims. And they don't like democracy, right? Let me just land. I'm almost landed. So the question, the fundamental question that you're asking, what are we debating here? We're saying that we can do something from the diaspora. I'm giving you now an example where something was done. Go and check it out. It was diasporan Iraqis, especially Mr. Shalaby. Now, there's something he said that's indelible in my mind. He says to Americans, the Congress, when America punishes her friends and rewards her enemies, the world makes progress. Now, that's the kind of things that we in diaspora should be talking to this American government. There are so many Nigerians. We're having nobody has anything to eat back home. You have inflation is off the charts. We have a heroin dealer now. They're going to release some things very soon, I'm sure, in the next couple of days. If he meets that threshold that is unacceptable, then that has to happen. So don't denigrate Omoye's corner, because his point, I just give you an example. If people, Nigerians in diaspora, are determined to
I didn't denigrate her. I don't understand. I agree with about 95% of what she said. The only area I disagree with is the area that they say she's saying that maybe P2B should not be the focus right now. Yes. P2B has a lot of leverage, things that he can do right now.
That's right. I already said. I said nobody I agree with you. I agree with you that it's better that P2B sacrifice himself and say, you know what, arrest me, do whatever. I won the election. and I'm actually going to form a government.
Oh no, I didn't say that.
Hold on. No, that's what I'm
To be
saying.
arrested.
I'm to your right on it, but I am not going to hold up a conversation until he speaks. That's what I'm saying to you. Don't box him in. Let him speak. It's not only him. You have Atiku, who's going to make a speech. It's a big announcement from him. I'm going to address the country. So let's see what he says, because if Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, and Kwakwanso, and others, Pa Dabenjo, Pa Clark, Afenifere, Ohaneze, if they want to push their stand and say, no, the country is broken, the Supreme Court has compromised, right? Then we're going to have a conversation. If they arrest Peter Obi, it'll be a spark. I could tell you that right now. Now, you have to remember, Tinubu is not a Buhari like I was saying before. He doesn't have the military-industrial complex behind him.
You know, Peter Obi won twice in Supreme Court too. So that is a tricky situation to be in. I don't want him to be arrested in any way, because he has a lot of room to play in without getting arrested.
They cannot try it. They cannot try it. If they try it, it's an instant revolution in the country. So it's going to be instant.
Okay, let's bring Clifford in, and he hasn't said anything. I don't know, Clifford, if you're listening. Otherwise, we are going to be going to KJ. KJ is the luckiest man in town. He came in immediately. It's his turn. KJ, you can go ahead, please.
Okay.
Clifford, I don't know where you were doing, Clifford. He's a bit late now.
Okay, thank you, forefather. And I want to say this. I'm just coming up now. I've been listening to all of you guys since morning. I had a conference today, and immediately after the conference around 2, I tuned in and I've been listening. I didn't want to come in because coming in would be that I don't even believe myself what I said, earlier before we got to this point. Here I said that, all is going to be in vain. And at the end of the day, the Supreme Court will do what it has done. So I'm not surprised. But I like to commend people like Jagun, like Ed, even AY, because not everything he said that I agree with, but, he has a point. And many of you guys have made a lot of good points and also made a lot of bad ones. The truth remains.
You just forgot my name. It's not like I didn't make a good point.
Oh no, Pastor. No. You are even the reason why I'm coming in, because you made a very good, point. I mean, everything.
I was just kidding. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
I agree with. Now, I want to come from this point. I mean, Peter Obi, if I was Peter Obi, you want me to leave my wife and go and be declaring this thing. That is fine, wife. The next day, you'd see one of the Nigerian millionaires will take over. Look, I will go nowhere. I'll march to nowhere. And I will leave the whole thing to the Nigerian people. It is the Nigerian people. Remember, I said on this platform, Tinubu's son, Shea, didn't go to rig election. It is the very poor that we defend. The very poor. The people who are defending him now in court are the ones who have gone to school, made their good grades. They suffered. They burned a midnight candle. But today they can confidently defend him in the court and say what he has is true, even though they know the opposite. Now, the irony of the whole situation is that his lawyer, just like the Peter Obi's lawyers quoted, has gone to the Supreme Court before with a new evidence, which was admitted in that judgment. But this time, it is no longer can be admitted, because if they do that, it will mean that whatever they've set up will crumble. Now, I am a follower of Nnamdi Kanu. I listen to his broadcast. And if you listen to Nnamdi Kanu's broadcast, 9 years ago, he said there was a deal that was struck between the North and the South and the West. And that at the end of Buhari's government, it will be Tinubu, to be handed over to Tinubu. So that was the first time he was saying, those who want to contest from the East shouldn't waste their time, because this time been concluded. Now, well, I don't want to call him a prophet, because some of you on this platform don't believe him, but I believe, because majority of what he has spoken has come to pass. Now, what is the way forward? The way forward, if I were anybody in Nigeria, see, it is difficult to have a mass movement when it is few individuals that are leading it. Because I said here before that I was one of those people who were in the forefront of the Goodluck Jonathan fuel subsidy, we no go green. And that was the last time I said I will ever march out. Why? Because while we were in Area 1 gathered and singing, solidarity, we no go agree. A friend of mine who's a journalist in the Asoro called me and said, "Oh boy, I tell you to make you no waste your time. These people don't only connect Ghana must go." And I'm drafting the speech that I'm going to read out. And the speech is going to say, "You people have done so well. We have held the government. Go home. Tomorrow, we will tell people whether to come out or not to come out." Go back to history and check what I'm saying. Okay? That is how that thing ended, and was supposed to come back in the morning of Thursday. By the evening, after we're all in our houses, they broadcast that they're suspending the thing until further notice. Nobody should come out. Now, if Peter Obi march out, he'll be left in the rain. If what's his name? Atiku march out, he'll be left in the rain. The truth of the matter is that Peter Obi don't have any, yes, people may see him as being a point of position of power right now. But I'm telling the truth, see, the biggest challenge in our system is once one person is taken, it's like the theory that the devil used in the Bible. If you strike the shepherd, the disciples will scatter. So now the government have said our law court is the final arbiter, but they forget something. The supremacy of the law court or the power of the law court come from the sovereignty of the Nigerian people. A court cannot exist on its vacuum, on its own. So if the Nigerian people say we don't agree with this judgment, it will not stand. But they've agreed with it. Everybody have gone to their house. The street is back, people are walking. Okay? And bags have been distributed to those who are likely to be the people who ferment trouble. My brothers, let us understand the Nigerian situation. And I'm sorry for those who have been saying, let us move on to 2027. We have been, look, go back to history. When you guys were discussing, I went back to history. Go and check. After the first election was organized, there was a problem in the West. They said, let's move on. Let us move on. We moved on.
So sorry to cut you short. What is your own solution now?
My own solution?
Yes.
My own solution is for let us wait and see. From next week, the FBI will graciously begin to release their FBI files. If that doesn't mean anything to Nigerians, then I don't think anything can mean anything to anybody any longer. Tell the truth. That's the truth. I'm sorry to say.
But don't you think that you should walk on the ground? Like the politicians, they have people on the ground everywhere in every locality. When you are supposed, if you want to defeat something, you work in a way that you can be able to defeat them. You can't just expect mass movement to just defeat them.
Forefather, who are the beneficiaries of this system? I don't know the politicians. Who are the beneficiaries? Me and you.
I'm talking about others. You have to create your own alternative system.
Listen. Yes, if that move was going to come from people like maybe if Rubado was still in the other side of people, he can be able to mobilize. El-Rufai had been chased out of the country because yesterday a friend of mine called me and gave me a lowdown of what happened to El-Rufai and why he left. And it's so funny. I won't put it on this platform because it's not public yet. But if he was around, yes. But even if he was around, you see what they do, forefather, if they dictate, why am I outside? If they dictate that you are the problem, they will now put everything in they will know when you're in the toilet, when you're in the market. They will monitor your day, your children, everybody they will follow.
Yes.
So now in that situation, hold on. In that situation, you will now remember your fellow patriots who have gone to be with the Lord, Delegiwa, Bola Ige, and so many other people who are patriotic Nigerians who stood against the cause. Okay? Let us even include Abiola inside. Do you know something? There's a message that Tunde Bakari preached. He went to prison and told Abiola, don't allow them tell you that you should go out and go and fight. Because if you go out, if you declare yourself president, they will leave you.
Yeah.
And that's what he did. And they left him. They left him. So my brother, you see.
But yet, because of Abiola, we are here today.
Around this. But Mali said he who fights and run away needs to fight another day. It's something we have to organize. And that's why I still stand that we should divide Nigeria. I stand wholeheartedly on that point. Divide.
No wonder you don't want to see a new solution.
Let them kill themselves alone. If the Yorubas want to kill themselves, let them kill themselves alone. If they not want to kill themselves, let them. If they not want to divide from the Fulanis, let them divide and let everybody manage themselves. Europe have people who are
But do
700
you
years old.
think do you think this your desire is blinding you to actions that you actually need to take to fix the problems?
Forefather, it's difficult to take an action, a mass action, where there's hunger. Understand what I'm saying?
There is hunger in many places. We've seen so many examples of it. They are able to change the country.
Now, let me give you an example. It's only in Nigeria I know that when there's trouble happening in the northeast, that's the northeast, yes, they tell MTN to switch off the system. They cut down communication, so people there cannot communicate with you. I've witnessed.
Quick
KJ,
question. Oh, sorry, Tony.
do you really think that the federal government are just going to tell one part of the nation that has been agitating to just leave like that? Do you think it's possible?
Why are we not human beings? Has it not been
Going
done in
to
other
happen. It's not going to happen because it suits them perfectly for us to be in this contraption.
Exactly. If you keep saying, "Oh, let's just do," you are suiting them. You are not fighting them in their own territory.
I think I
You have
kind of,
to fight
I
them.
think I kind of, I think I kind of summarize. I think I know where KJ kind of stands. So KJ is hoping that with arm resistance.
Bro, we're not hearing you properly, man.
Are you about to fall asleep with that?
Yeah, man. Respect us, man. Come on.
Cover you are wearing.
What kind of thing is that, man?
What is that?
The monkeys.
This is my solution. This is
My
what
only
I'm
surmise from what KJ has said is that
Wait.
The only way out is arm resistance. Am I right?
No, because you see, and I will not agitate for an armed resistance. Those of us who have a bit of brush with those people like Free Nigeria, you find out that in the military you have hot head enough who can say no, this has gone too far. We're waiting for that response. We're not seeing it. So maybe when the FBI begin to release the files they have, the Supreme Court or those who are in the place of authority will now say this is gone too far.
KJ, let me say something. You know we're in the second phase, and right now, because a lot of people think that Peter Obi is a very smart guy. He's not stupid. Dati is not stupid. All these people are not stupid. I think they've come to a phase of not talking too much. Those guys that you mentioned are not stupid either. So there's something happening because we just can't continue this way. See, one day we're all going to wake up. I will just hear it, but I hope it will not be. My only fear that it's going to be very, very, very violent. Because
listen,
there's going to be
you know the reason why for instance, I said in this platform, and the argument of this other guy was quite impressive. My only reason is this: why I am saying we cannot go that route. Okay, the problem is things are quickly moved to religious level. Things are quickly moved to tribal level. Okay, it's so quick. Okay, that to say, oh, it's because it's not Hausa. Oh, it's because it's not Yoruba. Oh, it's because even when we know, and that's why I keep saying, you know what? If it was me and the tone, we're Igbo, so nobody can come and say it's because it's Igbo, and I'm Igbo also, so we can sort this out.
It's from Asaba. I know of the Asaba. This
Okay, well, he's not Igbo. He's
and he's not Enugu. And Umuahia is not his own. You know there is also Igbo politics. So let's not go there.
All I'm simply giving is an example. I'm simply saying that when it's reduced to the barest minimum, decimal, the barest decimal, available, people are more careful to say this person, because, for instance, when if a thief man writes a petition against a thief man and they are all in the same, nobody will say and say because a thief man, that's why writing against another an Igbo man. No, but both of them are the same.
Actually, they will say it too.
Now I'm coming. There's something
from
you guys
the other
said,
side of thief
why
clan.
I came in. Forefather, I want to ask you this question: if the seaports in Lagos were shut down indefinitely, okay, and the seaports in Lagos, I mean in Calabar, and the one in Port Harcourt is open for business for all Nigerians, do you think that the Yorubas will keep quiet and still be shouting one Nigeria?
No, they will not. They will not be quiet.
Good. But why then do you expect those people from that side to keep quiet and be shouting one Nigeria?
Because
now,
they are not the Yoruba. Let me spell something out for you. Let me spell.
Secondly,
okay, fine.
why will we be tapping oil from Niger Delta and you say it's federal government based? So you pay them 13%. That's what you said. But when you get oil, when you get gold from Sokoto, from Zamfara, okay, it is winner take all. They don't pay them 13%. They mine it, they sell it, they own it. So these are the contradictions in Nigeria that one cannot, any reasonable human being can't fathom it. If the gold that are digging from the ground belong to the Zamfara people, why won't the oil in the Niger Delta and the other stuff in those places belong to them?
See, there's a lot of oil being stolen that you are aware of, probably exceeding the amount that is being lost to crude. That's the gold theft, and there is also the aspect that when people keep talking about comparing the Southwest to the Southeast, it's not fair. The Southwest, they are the fact that they have a large group there, and they remember they still have another large group next to them in Benin Republic, and they have access to the ocean. That is, it's not the same.
Let's not go there now. Come on.
No, I don't know. Hold on. Let me just make this because it's a fact. I have to make a factual statement because sometimes
you talk about your own tribe, right?
Hold on now.
The Igbos and the Yorubas talk about your tribe.
Okay. Let me finish my point. The point I'm trying to make is that sometimes you have to use your tongue to count the number of teeth in your mouth. Know where you are in the equation so you know how to strategize properly. You know what one man said in one program that I was watching? Let me say what this person said in this program. You guys may have heard this stuff before. He said, a man should not overestimate what they are worth, because it's a dangerous thing to do.
Okay. Let me respond to you. Hold on this. And let them move this conversation to like Clifford and others, right? Or you could take 5 minutes and talk about your own topic. Stop trying to create argument between the Yorubas and Igbos when we don't know.
No, it's not an argument. I'm just trying to say that they have some advantages.
Remember something. The Igbos have succeeded from Nigeria before. Let that sink in. We fought Nigeria before. We succeeded for 3 years, manufactured our own things, including weaponry, right? Our own stamps, our own currency, our own build our roads, generate our own electricity for 3 years as a country, right? So nobody else has ever done that or could. We fought the entire country. Don't play with the Igbos. Now, many people don't want us to go that route, and we shouldn't go that route. But if it's brought to us, you could bet your ass we're equal to the tax. We've done it before. Your people cannot do it.
Nobody's talking about fighting each other. I'm just describing.
I'm saying you're
why are you becoming combative? It's just about them having some advantages that people are not recognizing.
I discourage you from discussing Igbos and Yorubas. Stop doing that. Right now, the issue at hand has nothing to do with tribes. What it has to do with Nigerians. Now, all areas have their own grievances, right? This is what Omoye was trying to explain to you. Yes, you do have the Igbo IPOB one, and then you have the Igbos. Then you have the Southeasterners, right? Not all Southeasterners are Igbos. Not all IPOB, not all IPOB even are Igbos. Not all Igbos, you know what I mean, right? So here's what I want you to understand. And you stop doing that every time you're giving something to host here. And I'm surprised you're still doing it while I'm here. You don't even have any respect.
What is wrong with you, pastors, man? What is wrong with you?
I'm saying
we're having a nice quiet all this while. Can we allow Clifford to talk, please?
Yeah, please move it around.
Let's allow Clifford to talk, please. This is getting out of control.
Pastor, do you know what? Forefathers, I'm even surprised that you can even quote. You are going to quote a Yoruba person. You are quoting one man full of poo-poo. I'm so surprised.
What man? I didn't quote one man. That's not one man.
That's what you said. You said one man will say that you should know your strength or whatever you just quoted now.
No. I said some program that I watched. Maybe some people have watched that program. It says, "Do not overestimate. A man should not overestimate their worth."
But you said
Otherwise, because
you quoted one man. Maybe he came from his program.
Yeah,
no, not one man program. No,
not
one man program. One
you
man
cannot
won't talk like that
overestimate
now.
the worth of anybody. You don't know what's gonna happen.
So you know what? I'm even surprised that we should quote that to ourselves.
You should not overestimate your own worth, because if you do that, chances that you are going to put yourself in a position where you can take the hit that comes with that.
Because that is the more reason why Nigeria should operate a true federal structure, so that whatever the Easterners have, whatever they have, they can use their resources to develop themselves. The North, whatever they have, they can use it to develop themselves. In the Southwest, they can use it to develop ourselves. You understand? And you will surprise you that if they had allowed this thing to naturally progress the way it should have progressed. Look at Japan today, the third biggest economy in the world. They don't have oil. They don't have all these things that make you have a shot. It's technology. They sell their brain and intellect, human intellect and technology. And the third richest economy in the world. 30 million population. Not even up to the population of, we are saying 200 million advantage. They're not even up to the population of China.
Man, I really respect the Japanese, man. Those guys, the more you read their history, the more you respect those guys.
Maybe the North would have even been the most productive part of the country if they allowed it. Instead of all this crony, crooked way of managing, sharing money every month. And everybody's waiting for that money to come so that they can now begin to share
Olumide, thank you. Can we allow Clifford to talk? Clifford has been very patient. And Ak, I think there are some people that Ed hasn't said much at all. He came, just said one thing, and that's the end. Clifford, please go ahead. And Gago hasn't said anything. He too hasn't said anything for a long time. So we should not monopolize the conversation.
So I don't.
Yeah, Clifford, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to ask if we can change the topic.
What do you want to talk about?
I just wanted to ask if you can change this topic and go for another topic, because it's not bringing us anywhere.
Yeah, that's why. Do you have any idea, anything you want to talk about? Something you want to get off your chest, like, what is the whole point of this world? Stuff like that. Do you have, this is on the lecture, isn't it? We are supposed to be learning something.
Like what the retired Supreme Court man said.
Okay, what did he say?
That there is no Southeast man representing the Southeast at the Supreme Court. Can we discuss such things? Because when the Southeast are saying
that's going to get us into tribalism anymore again.
So can we just go to that area? The Supreme Court.
That we should avoid that conspiracy for a bit.
Nigeria is tribal everywhere, so we cannot. We cannot continue dodging tribal. We have to discuss it.
Okay, let's do that some next week, Ed, because I think we've had quite a hot set, maybe even 2 weeks. Let's have a break from this tribal stuff. Okay.
Is it Prophet, about that Supreme Court judge said something that I think everyone should go listen to that. His submission.
But that is part of Nigeria.
Judge, the court he got himself into, that he decided to serve, is no longer what it is, because no longer serve justice for the ordinary man.
Are there 7 of them?
Yeah, they are not up to the normal edition, and it has become deliberate that government don't want to appoint more people. So
how many is 7 of them now?
They always have
for the panel. The panel.
They are 10 now. I think they are 10 now.
Well, they're up to 10, and no Southeastern are there.
But you see,
10.
And that's not tribal when you talk about stuff like that.
Hold on. That no. Even anybody that looks at that arithmetic says something is not right there. So let's conclude that one is not right. That one is not right. If it's up to 10 and no Southeastern are there, that is odd. It's a bit odd. Jago, I don't know whether you want to add something to it.
It's all very interesting, I suppose, or not, depending on how you're listening. But I find that we're not getting to the nub of any real scenario here. And even the way we're discussing this subject, I'm listening and I'm not finding my feet anywhere in what's being said. For the first time, I don't know how you guys feel. I've really enjoyed Pansat's contributions today, and I don't generally, but I have today.
What you hear? What I got to say more?
Yeah, I'm sure I will move away from my own opinion on you. However, you see, it's difficult. It's really difficult because we have such a challenge ahead of us. But really, I'm quite stuck for words. I'm really wanting to hear something powerful that galvanizes us as a people. And I don't have it to say. I can't lie. I don't have it to say. But I'm waiting from whoever can just, give us some level of direction from where we are now. Because really, looking at the last 2 years where Nigeria is concerned, from my point of view, I did see a lot of gloom. I saw gloom. The only hope that I saw was Peter Obi. That was the only hope. Because me, as I said, I was just ready to give up on the whole shaloi. I can tell you that my family, my older brothers, my younger brothers, both. I'm in the middle. I'm a middle child of 5. So both areas, they've all given up. Their level of pessimism from a good 30, 40 years ago, they've given up on Nigeria from then. I, in my family of siblings, I'm the only one who has a love or who has carried a love for Nigeria. But I'm really beginning to lean with my brothers on where things are, because the tragedy is much, and it's almost like everyone should just go and face their own life. Because of our love, we are here. But bruh, I haven't heard anything that gives us any way forward. I've not. And I'm waiting to join in with the way forward. Even in this conversation, I can't find head or tail of it. I can't even jump in, really. I'm glad that people have said and suggested to change the subject. But when we search around, I think we've almost exhausted matters of Nigeria. I don't think there's any subject that we haven't broken where Nigeria is concerned. As you say, sometimes forefathers, maybe we should take a break, not just from tribe, but from Nigeria as a whole subject. Maybe we should discuss what's going on in Europe. Maybe we should discuss what's going on in any other part of the world. But right now, the subject of Nigeria is irritating. Again, part of the reasons why I've enjoyed what Pansat has said is he's given me some understanding that Atiku is going to speak this week. Peter Obi will speak at some point. And whilst I'm not somebody who's waiting for these voices, I think it would spark conversation anew. But what I must say is that the level of accusations that has happened in the last couple of hours on this program are very typically Nigerian. And we must resist that, accusing people and being, to use forefathers' word, to malign anybody's character.
Then Jack, you are not
Wait, please, Joe, please.
You are not ready to lead the struggle then.
I'm not, because if I had a way forward, I would deal with it. However, enjoy yourself with your laughter there. Bro, I don't want to abuse you. Having said that, as I said, I've enjoyed what Pansat has said, because he's given some level of reasonability, where voices that we are waiting to hear from are going to speak. And as I said, I think that would spark conversation. As a leader, my brother Olumide, I know what I've done in this planet since I've been on this planet in terms of leadership. And believe me, I'm a strong leader. And what I lead comes to fruition. It appears in real life.
But we need somebody like Nelson Mandela, though.
But you and I are not Nelson Mandela.
Nelson Mandela was in prison for something years. I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe we should turn the whole thing into a comedic something. I don't know.
The black people in South Africa are not doing that well. They're not doing that much better than. See, if you look at the wealth in the country, it's mostly still in the hands of the Western, the Europeans in that country or the Indians. So, the glory of South Africa today, I've had conversation with South Africans. The glory of South Africa today is mostly still in the hands of the elites. Just like in Nigeria, it's just that the elites in their country is white. They are mostly white. That's the problem. And so we shouldn't necessarily envy them. Nigeria, to an extent, has things that they've managed to keep going compared to other African countries. Like the land ownership in Nigeria is still mostly in the hands of Nigerians. The economy of Nigeria is still mostly in the hand of Nigerians compared to other countries. You'll be surprised how other countries are. Their countries are more either in the hands of Europe. The economy is either in the hands of Europeans, Indians, or a mix of all of them. So
Nigeria, the thing is that South African blacks, they are on the ascendancy, right? They were doing horribly from apartheid being the bottom, and then they are on the ascendancy. Right now, they have captured political power. They don't have economic power yet, and that's because obviously Mandela was the kind of person that he was. Now Nigeria is on the descendancy. Okay, we're going down, and the rate of us going down is so fast. Now, the corporates in South Africa may have been whites. There's South Africans and they're white.
They are going down too, by the way.
No, you have to look at the
South Africa is going down too. They are in trouble because of what is happening to their economy now. They are being sabotaged.
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying. Okay, they've done worse, right? They've been in worst cases before when they had no political power and no economic power. Right now they have political power.
Yeah, but they are going back now. That's what I'm saying. They are having rolling blackouts in their country.
No. Yeah, they're not. You could have those kind of cyclic economic things, right? Like I said, too many whites still control a lot of things there, especially in the law enforcement and things like that. But they, believe it or not, you have to be myopic now when it comes to this issue. We have to deal with Nigeria. That if our tormentors in Nigeria, they're not Nigerians, believe it or not. Just like those South African whites are not really South African in the big sense, right? The people who captured Nigeria, their skin may be different. In their head, they're not even Africans. Okay, the people who dictate, or you say you go to a Lauren and they take over lands over there. They, like I said earlier, in the Tiv lands, Benue, they're putting them in camps and taking their land and massacring them, right? They don't really believe they're Africans. A lot of them. Now, how you're gonna know is if you go to the swamp where they originate from, where they come from, right? If you go there, they are classified as Arabs and Africans. Now, go over there and see. The Fulanese over there are the Arabs. And it's quite funny, right? You go to Niger, Chad, and all those areas further north, right? Those guys, the way they classified, if they show an Arab there, it's just going to be like any other, not a Nigerian up there, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? But they are Arabs. They're not blacks. And then they are tormenting the Africans, what they call Africans over there, which would be our normal people, right? Flat nose, kinky hair, and stuff like that. So you have to understand that the same situation obtains when you go to Rwanda, for example. If you go to Rwanda, you have the Hutus and the Tutsis. Over there, the Hutus have flat nose, like your Igbo guy or Yoruba guy, right? And then the Tutsis are like the Fulanis. And they're in charge there. In Rwanda, what they did there is what they were trying to do here in Nigeria. Okay, that's the United Nations. This is a big plot.
I think your flat nose term to me is a symbolic term for more Niger Congo people, because that is not very instructive. Look at Jagun and look at your brother Tone there. They don't have flat nose. That's what I discovered, that we are quite benign features. It's not very clear cut.
You know what I mean. Okay, look, they say if you see.
But what is the point you are making, that we are divided amongst ourselves?
Right. What the point I'm making is that.
Sorry, can somebody confirm what is happening in Rivers State?
Yeah, they said that there's fire in the assembly house, but it's not. Let me see. Rivers State, let me confirm. Rivers State.
Hey guys, I'll leave you guys. I will talk to you.
Yeah,
All
I think
later.
it's a fact too. There's fire in Rivers Assembly. They want to burn it now. Maybe somebody wants to hide evidence or something. I don't know. Or doesn't want the assembly to convene.
Because of fear of impeachment tomorrow.
Wow. They were about to impeach him.
Yeah, the governor. I think there's a plot. I think Wiki is trying to. That's the allegation. Wiki is trying to get
The governor is only out to
House to impeach Sim Fubara because the
Now you be that show.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Good evening, James. I think Wiki and Fubara are falling out, and this is someone Wiki just literally, installed or imposed how many months ago. Remember, Fubara was Wiki's accountant general, accused of stealing billions. That he had EFCC case before, the election. So they're falling out, allegedly, and tomorrow they're meant to, move the motion to impeach him, so that they can now sit. They've burnt the whole house down. So I was joking that maybe they would start the motion on Zoom or on Teams and just move the
So
motion.
Wike wants to get Fubara impeached, and somehow fire started. Oh my God!
Yes. So they've burnt the place.
Why? So does that thing? How does that prevent him from being impeached? They can impeach him in a canteen.
Exactly. They can do it on Teams. They don't have to be, but yeah.
Exactly.
They've burned the whole thing down. If you see the video,
That is Nigeria for you.
Nigerians, this thing
we
that
have
we do.
we have wicked people in politics.
They will rebuild it with the people's money. It's
Sure,
just crazy.
sure. You know the reason why they are doing that.
No, sir.
And the next thing now is Fubara is going to leash out talks. We'll be watching out where they will gather more than 10 of them, right? So that they can stop. They cannot form a quorum. The reason why they're doing that in Nigeria, which is what we have been talking about on this platform, is, you see, once if they are even 6 and they sit and say you have been impeached, that is the end. The next thing is say go to court, because they know when you go to court, nothing will happen out of it. So the best thing for you to do.
But Tinubu, you see, I don't know why he say that though, because P2B twice won in Supreme Court. There are sometimes you
different
get
level, bro. Different level.
When was P2B?
But this is governorship level too.
Hold on, when was P2B governor? P2B was governor how many years ago?
About 10, 15
Almost
years ago.
everybody who was in that panel is no longer in the judiciary. Just like this judge was saying today, when 2 days, 3 days, about a week ago, when he was resigning, and when he was stepping down, and said the judiciary is no longer what it used to be. It's no longer the days where people can, tell you the facts on the ground.
And remember, Wiki has the president's ears right now, and they will tell him, if we leave this guy, we might not win Rivers in 2027.
Yeah.
So there's a lot at play,
Yeah.
It's
Have
an
we heard
interesting
from
one.
Ark or Mashola?
Mashola.
Mashola. Okay.
I've listened to everybody. Want to change topic? Can I drop this topic here? Because this topic has ever been in my mind for a very long time.
Ah, good.
We are how many of us on this panel? I think we are 8 or 9.
9.
Now, imagine 9 of us are staying in different states in Nigeria, and we don't come from there. I did my NYS in Katsina. I lived in Katsina, and I saw how they suffer. Imagine I worked there after NYSC. I got a job there, and I started to go into politics. It means no matter what I want to do, I can't aspire to be a governor of that state because I'm from Delta State.
Yeah.
That is where Nigerian problem is from. The day you have a Yoruba man be the governor of Kano, the day you have the governor of Lagos State from Kano State, when we start having different tribes being governors of different states, we will not have problems again in Nigeria. But for the fact that you don't come from that state, you can't rule there. A Igbo man, just imagine a Igbo boy born in Kano, schooled in Kano, did university in Kano, works in Kano, investment is in Kano, and at the end of the day, he cannot aspire to be the governor. That's the kind of system we are in.
We're so far from that position. We can't even genuinely.
No, we're not far. We are not far.
No.
You know what? You know what I say? We are not far. The senators there, the senators we have, don't want to do anything. They just go there to steal money. Because if
I think let me try to add something to what you're saying. I think the part of the reason why people are worried about that in the context of Nigeria is that, like, if let's say someone like Tinubu now that people consider to be very, very influential in politics decides to become president now, and then anybody's allowed to be president for a minute, then you're just going to send some of his people to River State, all the other states, and plant them in office, and maybe they will all be from Yoruba. Let's assume that. You can see why people that fear is in their mind.
They must know you. They must know that you are from that.
They must know you now. They know Tinubu. A lot of people don't like Tinubu, but yet it's the president. So
see, for me to be the governor of that state, I should have lived there more than 10 years.
I think you should be born there. I think you should be born there before you can rule the state. If you are born there, you have, because they can't just bring you over after 10 years. Then you come and aspire to be president, governor.
I'm talking about someone that was born there now.
Yes, born there, you should be naturalized there. I think you should be allowed to.
You have friends there. All your childhood friends are from there.
Gentlemen, what architect is suggesting has it not been done before? The first
I know where you are going with this one now.
The first representative of Enugu and Onitsha are all Hausa men. They are largest. Okay? That was even before Nigeria got to where it got. They were all representatives they were largest who were known to that place. And Nnamdi Azikiwe said, the one in Onitsha, allow him go represent people. And he was the mayor. He was the one who was representing there's somebody who was the mayor of Enugu, who was also a Hausa man. Okay? The Igbos have given more than any other person have given. And I'm saying that with understanding that even Lagos State under Tinubu, an Igbo man was commissioner. Okay?
Yes.
So, but you see, the system deliberately do not want these things to function that way. Okay? And we ourselves are helping the system not to allow it to function that way. I'll give you another example. There was a man called Ojukwu who was the DG of the Population Commission. And when he was appointed by Jonathan, he looked at the record and said, wow, even from the very first time census was conducted in Nigeria, it was not accurate. It was all, crooked papers. Okay? And the North, led by the Southerner, and I'm calling names, went to Jonathan and said, if you don't remove this man, we will not support you. Okay? Because the man had taken all the information that had been cooking the books for many years. He knew I was going to go to the press with it. All right? And Jonathan eventually succumbed to the pressure and removed the Ojukwu and put someone else there who covered it. You haven't to ask yourself, why is that when you are doing census in Nigeria, they remove tribe, they remove religion? Why? Because with that, you know exactly how many everybody who claim to be millions, how many they are.
I thought there was tribe in it because that's how you identified in different groups.
No, they remove it. Go check.
They remove religion. There was no religion.
No, I mean tribe, like Hausa and stuff.
Because if you do that, you find out that the Fulanis are not more than 7 million. So
absolutely,
what are we saying?
They're not up to 3 million.
I don't know. Let me check this map.
I'm being nice to say they should be up to 7 million.
They claim about 5 million, but they're not up to 3 million. Let me tell you what I do when I'm dealing with Northerners, right? When we say it like that, we mean aggregate. When they claim something, when it comes to numbers, you divide it by 4 for them.
Jeez.
Right? And then whatever they give to the Southeasterners, you multiply it by 4. It's a rule of thumb.
Pastor, you come up with stuff, man.
No, let me tell you something, right? Forefathers, here's the thing.
You really need to come up with stuff.
What I'm saying is that just forget the Igbos. You know what? Here's an experiment. You have to be scientific method, right? When there's a process of objectively establishing facts through testing and experiment. See, that's the thing about going to school. It's not about speaking English, blowing grammar. Remember when you go to school, you study calculus, algebra, right? Mathematics, stuff like that. See, they don't know that. They think education is speaking English, right? A lot of things are by observation. A lot. It's a scientific method. If you go and you turn off that BVAS, right? Right? And I say to you that Muslims turned off the BVAS. And you start laughing and you go, no, that's not true. You're talking about it. You're talking about it. Now, let's not remove the Igbos completely. Let's look at Nigeria without the Igbos and what's happening to the country. Right now, we have a president, vice president, Senate president, speaker, chief of army staff. I could just go all the way down. They're all Muslims. They are all Sunni Muslims. Okay, then make the country work with that. Fine. I'm not, because then the argument will be flat. If food inflation is curtailed, there are jobs, there's movement in the country is going the right way. No, somebody who's talking tribal or religion becomes a goofball, right? But nothing is working, not even a single thing. So now we could go back and plot a graph, x-axis, y-axis, from 2015. Before 2015, when you had Igbos, women, all demographics in our government. Plot the graph. It's astonishing. I mean, it's stunning, because right there from 2015, when they successfully removed the Igbos, removed women in government, and use Muslims to run the country, everything fell down. It nosedives right from that day. So
I'm looking at the demographic spread of Nigeria here. It says the Hausa is 25%, the Yoruba is 21%, and the Igbos are 18%, Fulani 16%, Ibibio 3%. I didn't know Ibibio was that large.
Fulani one is raised, because everything you just said, I know very well those figures. The Fulani one was 8%. Then I saw it at 12%. Now you're telling me 16%.
No, 6%. 6.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
6. Yeah, 6. And Ibibio is quite big. I'm surprised Ibibio is up to 3.5% actually. Tiv alone is 2.4. Kanuri 2.4. Ijo 1.8. Maybe that is, I don't know. Then the other group, this is another one that you guys should listen to. The others that are still present in Nigeria, which is scary, is about 20%.
Okay,
that
so
you see, that is a big group there too.
But here is, see, they overdo it. You know, that's how stupid they are up north, right? If for me, if I want to cook the books, right, if I want to make my tribe look bigger, I'm gonna try to do it where you're not gonna catch me. I'm gonna do something that's, you know, gives me some edge, but I'm not gonna go stupid with for example, the Igbo. There is nothing, for example, on the internet. You have a lot of Igbos on the internet, right? By observation, even on this platform right now. Or if you go to a restaurant, how many times have you seen a Fulani guy in a restaurant eating a meal? Never, right? So now, if you're gonna take Igbo's way of which, if you go to even your village right now, I don't know where the hell you come from, right? Forefathers. You go to your village, you have a lot of Igbos there.
Did you just say how many times we see the Fulani eating a meal? Never. What does that mean?
No, let me learn. What I'm saying to you is that you have so many Igbos that I'm actually arguing that you have more Igbos than every other tribe combined. That's the kind of realistic observation.
But now, let me land. You're not exactly running over people everywhere you turn.
Let me land now, because it's absolutely, they have us intimidated. Our people don't talk the way I talk, right? Igbos, they don't want to say anything. Look at Tone here. He's not going to say anything. You know, he's actually embarrassed the way I'm talking.
but see, okay.
He doesn't want his friends.
Pastor, let me ask you something. Let me ask you this though.
Yeah, I didn't land. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. Let me ask you, like most of the Igbo people, you know, the family members, you know, and all these other Easterners, you know, on average, what is the birth rate that you know that they tend to have?
The birth rate?
Yes.
Okay. Igbo's birth rates are in multiplications, whereas the Northerners are in additions. Because I know you say they married 3 or 4 wives, right? But it's still 1 + 2 1 + 1 + 1 up to 4 wives, right? Okay, but Igbos,
yes.
we are all over the place, and you count us not just a multiplication, maybe factorial.
I don't think you're answering the question, or
I am
really
answering the
don't.
question.
What is the birth rate?
4 + 4. Hold up. 4 + 4 is what?
8.
Do you know? Okay, then 4 times 4 is what?
16.
Okay, which one is more? Where multiplication, they are in addition, because they have 4 wives.
Okay,
now,
so what is
go
the
to the
birth rate?
north, right? The birth rate of the Igbos, I just told you. The way you
16?
have to count this. In that case, with that example I'm giving you, it's a
8.
multiplication.
One woman having 16 children. Are you serious?
8.
6 children.
8.
8 children. Okay.
No, what I'm saying is that you have, maybe if you have 16 women having 1 child, right? And then you have 4, 1 man having 4 wives, and they're having 4 kids, right? It's like 4 + 4. Do you understand what I'm saying? So there are more Igbos, period. Now,
Man,
it's not only unique.
your
Listen to
math
this.
is so fuzzy. It's like
let
I
me
can't
land
make head of it.
because
See, I asked you a simple question.
I'm seeing you make this argument.
What
right?
is the birth rate that you know of the people you know? How many on average do they have?
In what happens, like if you are in diaspora, wait a minute, let me tell you, in diaspora, right, the childbirth rate, in Nigeria, the death rate for
Who is that?
having children in Nigeria,
Clifford.
especially in northern
Turn it off,
Nigeria.
man.
Can I help in this topic?
Yeah, please go ahead if you have an answer. Oh, is it Clifford that was talking?
Let me just say to Pansak, my uncle, he's late now.
It was me, I corrected it, sorry.
Good. He had 27 wives, 77 children. The grandchildren, I can't even begin to number. Now, this is more a Yoruba and Hausa phenomena, where how we have our families. My observation, where Igbos are concerned, they have big families, largely with 1 wife, maybe 2. In our generation, between maybe our father's generation and us down here, largely amongst Yorubas, especially in the cities, they would have 1 wife, but we maintain our traditions in the village. You see, when you make claims, wild claims as far as I'm concerned, where you say Igbos are more than every other, I'm thinking, bro, let's just throw that out and move on, because it makes no sense, I'm afraid. It may make sense to you and you may utter it every time, but it really, bro, it doesn't add up to a hill of beans. It really doesn't.
Okay, let me answer you, please, because that's a good point to respond
please,
to me.
can I help
Hold on,
in this
let me
topic?
just once
Pastor,
I answer
let Clifford ask on the
no,
since
hold
he
on, let
hasn't
me
said
answer
much
Jegun now. I have myself a
Let me
Jegun.
You are
just
not
say
answering
something, Pastor,
even the
before you
birth rate,
go.
the birth rate that you know of.
No,
How are you
hold on,
going to answer
let
that
me
one?
just answer Jegun, then I pass it to Clifford. That's the way conversation goes.
Okay.
Hold on, he makes a point.
Okay, 30
right?
seconds, please.
Now, Jegun, I want you, because I talked about scientific method here a minute ago, right? Now, I'm going to refer you to a country in the northern part of Africa. I mean, not from us, Nigeria. This is called Niger, right? And also Chad. So now, Niger population is almost indistinguishable from northern Nigeria. They're the same people, right? And a huge percentage of them are Yorubas, and they're Muslims, right? And they marry more than 1 wife. Now, what do you think their population is?
The population in Niger, I don't know if you're aware, is the fastest growing population in the world as we speak. Are you aware?
Okay. Forget about the rate. What is their population?
Their population right now, according to
Nigerians are Hausas, they're not Yorubas. So.
No, we're talking about northern Nigeria. We're not talking about Yorubas. They say Muslims marry more than 1 wives, and then somehow.
But majority of Niger people are ethnic group are Hausas.
Right.
I'm not
That's what we're
talking.
talking. I'm trying to use science. Hold on. I'm trying to use science to demystify all that nonsense, right? This is how you catch northern Nigerian Muslims and their lies, right? This is how you catch them. You have you have Niger that is indistinguishable from them. Their religion, their habits and culture of marrying how many wives, whatever it is that gives them that super numbers, right? Here is a country that is Just them. Nobody else is messing with them now, right? This is they're over 50% of the population there. So now, going by what they're saying apply in Nigeria, they should be in the hundreds of millions, because over here they're undiluted. This is just them now, right? Let's say Nigeria population should be smaller because you have Christians and those who don't practice what they're talking about. So their claim, right now, you have to remember, since caveman, all over the world, every population that's closer to the desert is the least. Now, when you go
I hear
to the
that.
coast, you have more people, right? So in Nigeria, they're lying and saying that they're an exception. But here you have Niger that has a huge landmass, right? Almost as big as Nigeria.
No, it's bigger than Nigeria.
Oh, you see what I mean? Now, what is
It
their
is.
population? Right?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to tell us. Because
Pastor,
there should
let
be
me
the hundreds of
explain what
millions.
is happening to you. Let me explain what is happening. You see, look at Niger. You see how brown and yellowish and whitish it looks, because it's right in the middle of the Sahara Desert. Hence, you can't have much life there. But look at northern Nigeria. Most part of the northern Nigeria is relatively
Almost the
green.
same color as Niger.
Yeah, some part of the north, but it's mostly, it started becoming green. Look at, if you look at Enugu, Enugu is here. Hold on now. I want to show you. Hold on, I want to show you something. Now, Enugu is somewhere around here. If I'm not mistaken, this is where the border of Enugu is. And if I go closer, maybe I'm even mistaken there actually.
Yeah, see there.
Yeah, where is Enugu even?
See Enugu there.
Oh yeah, that's it here. So they tend to border around this area. That's where they end. Then look at the landmass. Hold on, so you understand what is going on. Look at the southeast here. The southeast is around here. Hold on, let me explain this so you understand what you are saying. The southeast is around here. So now look at the other population, the other areas. Southeast around here. Look at all these areas, and all these areas. How much bigger it is. This is why their population is larger. It's not because they are just you just say that they have a lot bigger land.
Okay,
so
hold on.
That's why they have a larger population.
Please,
no.
Your
argument doesn't add up, forefather.
They have more space. They have more green space.
See, hold on, forefather.
Not wrong.
I served in Katsina. You see that place in Katsina? I served in Katsina. There is no way another person will tell me you have more population. They are small villages around, and sometimes those villages you're not more than 20 or 10. They are scattered everywhere around. You can go from one local government to another local government. Could take you an hour moving from Katsina town to Dusima.
No, Katsina. Look at Katsina. Katsina is in the desert, so that's agreeable. And I think their population. Okay, let me check Katsina population then.
I think the causing confusion is if you add middle belt,
their population,
then it looks greener. But if you take out the middle belt, then you have a different conversation.
Right. Sure, you got it.
Katsina population is relatively very small, if I'm not mistaken.
You didn't want me to land. That's why you're doing this. Let me land. Okay, so
what is there to land?
Remove that.
I don't know where you're landing. Are you taking?
Let me land. Okay, listen. Yeah, listen to this. Okay, look, I just showed you. If you go with this map right here, you go further down, then you see the coloration right here.
But look at what you are saying. Now you're saying this region should be more populated than any other group in a larger nation.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying this group. Hold on, let me answer that question.
Sorry, let me even help you. See, there's even no need to debate all this. Every statistic we have of the Nigerian population is nothing but false.
Exactly.
Even when the British handed over to us, there's documentary evidence that they falsified numbers in the northern region.
Seriously?
Just to earn more money.
Is there nothing you are not going to come up with? Even when the geography is telling you the truth.
This is the truth.
Pastor, I caught you laughing there. Pastor, this is being mischievous here.
I actually find it very funny when you say these things. It's people like you who support the fact that do accept that when they say that there are more people in Kano than Lagos, you accept it.
Exactly. No, I'm not seeing because see what
I'm coming. Hold on, sir. Hold on. Kano has 43 local governments. How many has Lagos? Okay. Now the question is
bigger state than Lagos now.
It's bigger by population, by landmass.
Even
landmass you're looking at. Forget the landmass.
But it's not more. It's not more dense.
I told you just now. It will take
even Niger, having the highest growth rate.
Just like Pascal told you
the
just now,
highest growth rate
the
in the
people
world
in Niger
is not
is
even up to Lagos population.
yes, the
Even
people
Niger,
in
even having the highest growth rate in the world, 25 million population.
They
it's
have
not up
25
to
million.
Lagos population.
Right? Imagine that.
And then
So
you are coming here to come and support false statistics.
Plus, when I
Why are you
said,
people just disagreeing
listen,
with
let me tell you
reality?
something. You have a lot. How many Igbos do you have in Los Angeles or New York or Atlanta?
And yet
right?
they have more
How many do you have in
population.
the UK? Right?
They
You
turn
keep
up the
looking at this
fever.
map.
They have more population. They turn
My
up the
thing I'm
fever.
telling you is that
Muslim ticket. They turn up fever.
One at a time, please.
Yeah, what I'm saying to you,
So
it's not
oh,
pointing
dear.
at this area. I'm saying you have a lot of Igbos now. You could go to the North Pole, you have Igbos there. You could go to Port Harcourt, you have Igbos. You go to Lagos, you have Igbos there, right? You go to a restaurant, you have Igbos in a restaurant. You don't have these people in a restaurant. They're not on here. They're not on this platform. I don't even know if they're on the internet, right?
No.
So what I'm saying to you is that you cannot let them keep fooling you because you want to be gullible because you come from a small land, right? Wait a minute.
So by that standard, River State and Bayelsa and the other ones that are closer to the sea should be by far more populated than the.
Let me direct you, forefather. Go to a map that underlines the density of the populations, and then you will see the density of the East. The density of the East is not a joke. It's crowded.
Yeah, that is the whole point. That's why they've got 18% of the population. If you look at the Southwest, it's relatively large. Actually,
no, but it's not about the size. Besides, it's not about the size of the land.
I am agreeing with you.
Okay.
Because the population, the area is relatively small, and yet they have 18% of the population of the country. That is large. Because if that is true, then this region, this entire whole region, doesn't have as much population as just these small areas.
Forefather, if you study geography, you find out that all over the world, except Nigeria, population gets bigger towards the sea, towards the river, towards where you have.
And it's consistent with this one too.
I'm coming now. Hold on. It's only in Nigeria that you have more population in the north than you have in the south. Go and check.
You see, you are not okay. Look at what they call it north. They call it
no.
north.
Wait, forefather. Before you go on,
it's too big. The north is too big.
Sorry, my brother. Before you go on, apart from understanding what KJ has just said, and then throwing out what Olumide said, which is a reality. It's a real thing. The first ever elections, the English told the North to up their population. Whether you know this or not is not here or there. It's been said here by Olumide, and I'm backing that statement. You understand?
I'm not necessarily disagreeing with that.
If you entertain those posits, then you would have a different coloration on your own point of view.
No, I see. I'm looking. Something that we have to use a level of what the numbers are saying. Remember when they carried out it's in the census, Obasanjo was in office, and secondly, you look at the landmass. Even when all the this in submission that was made that when you go to the south, there is more population. I agree with that. Even the map is consistent with it. The problem is that you are not taking into account that they have a lot bigger landmass.
No, we are. All that, but landmass doesn't mean anything.
Right. Okay.
London.
Hold on. Let me ask him a question. Okay. Look, how many people do you have in Alaska, and how big is Alaska? And Canada. Let's use Canada.
Yes.
How many people do you have in Canada?
Absolutely.
Canada is different. I agree with you.
No. Don't start that. Follow your logic.
You have to compare regions in Canada to make up the same point.
Let me give you an example. Wait a minute. From Warri to Benin, assuming the roads are good, it will take you an hour. That's moving from one state to another. Now I'm in Katsina. I'm moving from Katsina. I'm going to Dusima. It takes me 1 hour 30 minutes sometimes to get to Dusima. I'm in one state. My first day in Katsina, I saw welcome to Katsina State. I did not get to inside Katsina until 2 hours later. And driving that road, there was no development along the road, left and right. If you're on the road, you will see a vehicle come from a very far distance. Till you get to it, you meet it from a far distance. The same car you're seeing, You will definitely meet on the road. But you're seeing from a very far distance because the land mass is wide, very big, and they can't farm everything.
Right.
They don't have ground. There's no
you know, the problem here is that Tunaja is not being sincere. He's not being candid, right?
Hold on, I'm about to measure the entire area of the southeast.
The debate
it's not area. It's not issue of area. If you have gone to the north, if you have stayed in the north, and you go from once you are coming to the north, and once you get to Jos, from Jos upward, you will drive. You can drive 1 hour. You will not see any community.
I think I may have gone too far. No, hold on. I'm trying to measure it. Let's actually do the real numbers.
Look, it's not
Look
important.
at the distance.
Hold on, please.
How can it not be important?
You know why? The argument you've always made in other platforms on this issue is that the Muslims they marry more than 1 or 2 or 3 wives. That's what
they have about. A higher birth rate.
They have a higher birth rate based on how many wives they have. That's the argument.
No, they have a higher birth rate. It's not based on how many wives they have. It's just a higher birth rate per woman.
Okay, hold on. So now my question to you is that then when I brought Niger, that has a similar population, similar tribes, right? You have Fulfidid, and then you have Hausas as a majority, but just like the northern Nigerians, they're next door. So I bust you because they have 25 million population, right? Right? So it's not true. It's a lie.
Look at what I did here. Look at what I did here.
You go for land mass and you
hold on. I want to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. You see what I did here? I created a kind of 4 with around the southeast of the size of the southeastern area. Look at that. It gave me around 574. If I try to do that same with the north, let's say I come here. Let me clear this thing. If I try to do the same kind of stuff with the north, I say I start from Katsina, measure distance, brought it down to somewhere below this Abuja, then went this way.
Abuja is not northern Nigeria.
But that is what they account as north. That's the problem.
No. It's not geographic, right? When you talk about the north, we know it's like pornography. You know it when you see it, right? Abuja is not northern Nigeria. So just go to kind of like you did over here.
So you are looking at 2,000. You are looking at 2,000. I'm not even. Let me put it back. I think it's a bit much here. You are looking at 1,800 from 500. So that is almost Abuja. That I've removed this thing. I've removed this thing from it.
You know what?
So you want me to leave Kaduna even keep going further north to the Sahara before you rest?
When you want to start
I've left Abuja now. I've left Abuja and started going north too. And yet, look at the area. Hold on now. I've left Abuja and started going north. Still look at the area. Look at that.
Forefathers, you know what for that proved them wrong?
That's 2,000.
It was this last election that proved them wrong. In 2019, when they did that election,
are you seeing it?
When they did the last 2019 election,
the size.
By the time they declared Katsina and Kanu results, forget it. I think but this election, the moment they saw the thing swinging, Katsina result came out. Kanu result came out. By the time they saw the whole thing swinging, they just closed the beavers.
They turned it off.
The area that is regarded as the geographical north is the area that is regarded. See, Pansat. The area that is regarded as the geographical north. Can you just try to hear me out, please? The area that is regarded as the geographical north is about 6 times larger than the area that is regarded to referred to as the southeast. So this is the reason why you tend to get more population in that area. It's not necessarily because much for much you don't have more population in the area.
We showed you
in terms of population density, you are higher.
Larger than Nigeria.
The issue is, like I told you, you have not been to the north. You need to be there to justify what you're saying.
I've been to the north.
Where?
I'm sorry, I've been to Kaduna.
Kaduna is
I've been to Zaria.
Kaduna is like going to Lagos.
So Kaduna is not okay.
Have you been to Bauchi?
You are talking about the desert areas where you don't have people as much. I don't understand why you are saying that.
So when they say,
but that is not the entire north now. That's not the entire north.
Population. Those desert areas are where they are claiming population.
Yeah, to Nigeria, you're conceding the point by saying the further north you go,
look at this area. Look at this area is relatively green because of Lake Chad around that area. It's not all north. You see, when people make it look like the north is just wasteland, it's a lie. Because I was shocked. I was shocked myself. Hold on, let me say my own piece. Let me say my own experience. I was so shocked by it because I was the same way you are talking. You gave me the impression that the north is basically a wasteland, and every time I see it on the TV, it's like a dry area. But when I went to Kaduna, no, it's not dry. It's almost like the south. You see mango trees. You will see. Okay. I went to Zaria too. You will see the mango trees. You will see all the bushes.
Can I say something?
I thought it was going to be brown and desert-like.
Let me answer you. Let me answer.
Katsina, Maiduguri, Bauchi. Right. That is where you see the desert. And Sokoto.
Right. Yeah, you have to go to the north now. That is far north. You're talking about that's
hold on.
That's where they say the population is.
Right, because that is the whole debate.
That is not the only place the population is.
Listen, forefathers. You are basically considering the debate, right? You're speaking. Yes. You're stipulating that the further north you go, the lesser the population. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, generally.
Right? That
yes.
we should not go using sample from the north, and this is your map that you're doing, because the
yes.
further north you go, then the lesser the population, right?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So if you stipulated that, then there's no debate. That's what we're saying. That the further north you go, that you shouldn't have that many people over there, right? In the north. Now, Kaduna and all those places are not really northern Nigeria. It's just that they have so much hubris, they've taken over people. Even in Yoruba land.
Watch yourself walking.
Let me land now. Let me land.
Okay, land now.
The Kaduna and Kanu is like Lagos to the Hausa people.
Ah, you see, now he just said it himself. You just considered it yourself. This is why Lagos is highly populated, because people converge in certain areas. That's what you see in the north too.
The northern guys do more of their business between Kaduna and
why are you guys surprised? I don't understand.
That's like their own business center, like we have in Lagos. Like the Igbo man sells his spare part in Lagos. People go to
Lagos. You understand now, don't you? Now you
understand.
The
same way the northerners take Kanu as their main base for business. So everybody that is from the north comes to that place. Makes it
but not only that, do you know how many Igbos and Yorubas are in Kaduna or Kano?
I must tell you.
Do you know how many Igbos are in Lagos?
When I went to Katsina, I never built
our former discussion was population and the percentage.
Right. Play for this, right? Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say,
I want to say this and I'll sign off.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is this:
in every state where you go to, you find Igbos. In every state, in majority of the place where you go to in the north, you find Yorubas. But it's not in every place you go, apart from Lagos, that you find houses. You find Fulanis.
True.
So now, for those of us who have worked so much, because there's no part of the north I've not worked. Like I said, I've worked in every state of the north except for Missouri. I've gone there. I've traveled far and wide. In fact, it is through the north that I went to Maragby, which is the place where they built railway to. Now, once you leave the major city, example, if you go to Kaduna, once you leave Kaduna town as a whole, after a few inches outside the city, you will not see any other thing land. Now, in Zamfara, after you leave, in fact, we went to Zamfara before it even was. Once you leave Sokoto town, where is the best hotel, by the way, is Sokoto State Hotel. Okay.
No, it's not Sokoto State Hotel.
No.
Gingija Hotel.
Well, that Gikini, I prefer Sokoto State Hotel because I get that one wasn't safe for me, and they used to bring women, so I stay at Sokoto State
Hotel.
Just for notice, we are going to be running off at 10 hours today.
So, now, if you leave that Sokoto town, every other place is a desert. In fact, you can actually, if you have a 4-wheel, you can actually turn your vehicle. If you know the direction or you get a compass where you're going, you can just drive through the field and go all the way to the
talking about Sokoto.
I'm talking about all those 5 states. You can do it.
At the very top. I guess it's possible.
I'm telling you what is there. What do I get?
The thing I observe in the north is that their culture is different.
It's only in the city. Don't let them be carrying you along this thing. It doesn't know what
I
it
know,
is.
and
They're
he's been
not carrying
making
me along. I'm just
the
using
ridiculous
what I'm seeing.
argument he's been making is that their culture, right? Tonight he's not pushing it anymore, right? This guy's ubiquitous on the internet talking
Okay,
about how
let
they
me share
marry
this
more
so
than
that
one
you will
wife,
see that.
right?
Let me
So
share it so
tonight
you can see.
he's run away from that argument and he's talking about
I'm
land.
not running away from that too. Let me
Okay.
share. Let me see. This is the population of Niger, and I think that's their birth rate, 6 point something. And if I go to Nigeria, you see Nigeria's birth rate is a bit lower. But if you go deeper into the Nigerian numbers, you find that most of the higher birth rates are in the northern part of this state, Nigeria. And that is like in the south is what I found was around 3.2 or something, while in the north of Nigeria, some parts of the north of Nigeria is 6.27 this child per woman. This is
Okay,
not
but
about how
listen,
many wives
listen. I
per
just told
woman.
you. Look, listen. I'm gonna say this and I'm done because it makes us try to sound tribal here. I just told you, northern Nigerians have this, I don't know, fear of southeasterners, right? Anytime they have to submit numbers about southeasterners, what you have to do is to multiply by 4, whatever they submitted, okay, and divide their own by 4. That is the rule of thumb to deal
I
with them
have
because
seen
they
them. I
are
have
a bunch
seen
of
them. So I don't know
liars.
why
Right?
you are saying that.
Listen,
I have seen the people that are
you
doing
have
these
not seen
things.
anything. You have not seen anything. I just busted that myth with
and it's funny enough,
Niger, right?
I was a southeast.
If
I
they are
was with the
right,
southeasterner when
Niger's
I found this
population will
when
be
I
200
confirmed this
million.
stuff.
So you are quoting liars. Okay, they hate southeasterners. When there's an election, they will turn off the beavers because they would lose the election if you let it run. Right? Listen to me. Listen. So what I'm
let
saying
me
to
say
you,
something here. Let me say something. Like the birth rate forefather was saying, last Sokoto State, I was in Sokoto State before I came to Germany. Then my sister was working at Shafe local government health center there. Now they are under Zamfara. So they cannot get the rate birth rate there because 80% of child deliverance home, they do it at home, not at hospital. Most of them, they are not registered. So all these numbers, they just made it up. In Nigeria, if you look at the state of origin and the whole population of the state, the second number is Igbo people. So the 18% Igbo population in Nigeria is also not correct.
You have more Igbos in a restaurant right now than the entire.
There are more Igbos in every state in Nigeria. If you can't be
eating at a restaurant
the
right now than
the indigenous people in that state, the second is Igbos. So all the numbers they are posting here is not correct.
Yeah, I think this may be showing some signs of the birth rate. I think this is tied to birth rate. They say viable. I don't know what that means because they didn't include anything. Look at birth rates here.
Variable.
So and
yeah, until we have a good government.
Okay, I think this is the best. Okay, look at the fertility chart table here. So look at what we are talking about. You notice that Abuja is quite low city, which is
all
normal.
the numbers in Nigeria, they are all cooked up numbers.
They are all
Hold on now. Why is it that even the stuff you see with your own eyes? Let me tell you one thing I saw with my own eyes when I was in Abuja. I saw some young men, that barely is 20 years. They are riding Okada. I said, all these, why are they not going to school? Because I remember they were talking about how Jonathan wanted to do something about all these children hanging around and stuff like that. The guy said, and he was a Southeasterner that told me, hey, don't do that. You don't know. These people, they already got one wife. I said, you have to be joking. That's not true. That go and ask that guy because the guy just dropped us with an Okada. I said, go and ask him whether that is true. Then he go and ask him. He said the guy said he's got already married one wife. I said, then ask him how does he manage to feed the wife. He said with the money that he's getting from there. Then I said, ask him again whether he's going to marry another one. He said yes, he's looking to marry another one. Then I said, ask him again, why do they want to have many children? He said so that we'll be strong, to be strong and to be able to fight. Then I told the guy, go and ask him who do they want to fight. He said, I'm not going to go and ask him. This is real world experience that I had. that I'm not going to go and ask him because I don't want no trouble. That's what the Southeasterners said. So this is something that they do. Young people, they are in Abuja right now. Young people riding Okada, they are already married and they want to marry more at a very young age. That's what we see.
But
so if you are seeing that in the South, in the
that
North,
guy
what do you
is not
expect?
even from Nigeria.
Pardon?
Maybe that boy is not even from Nigeria. That Okada rider.
Oh, he's a Nigerian, all right. We see them.
Look,
They are in Abuja everywhere.
Niger bust all your
Niger. 80% of them are from Niger. I stayed in Sokoto.
I'm telling you, these ones are Nigerians.
Haja Halima Estate. That is where I live in Sokoto.
Believe that.
I miss
But look at
some of those guys that are from
for
Niger.
the sake of the viewers. Let's just go through the table for the sake of the viewers.
Every 4 years when Nigeria want to election, they go cross border, come vote. Now Beavers bust them.
Let me go from the lowest ones.
Beavers bust them. They don't do them again.
Exactly.
They come closer. They just
please, can I just share this so that the viewers can at least have the benefit of seeing the data, because not everybody goes and searches these things out. So if you look at the data, the Abuja one is one of the lowest in the country, actually the lowest in the country. Rivers second, City again, Akwa Ibom 3.9, and Kaduna, this is surprising actually because it's a northern state, 4.1, Delta 4.1, Lagos 4.1, Osun State 4.1, Kogi State 4.2, Abia 4.2, Anambra 4.2, Ekiti 4. If you look at now, a whole list of southern states show up from here. Then you have Borno here, and that too is a bit unusual. I'm being surprised by that. Enugu 4.8, Imo 4.82, Kwara 5.1. No. Hold on now. You're gonna let's see whether you're gonna see the high numbers in southern states. That's where you are going to start seeing the difference. So look at Ebonyi 5.1, then Nasarawa 5.4. That is quite high. 5.3. Yeah, you're correct. Nasarawa 5.4. Plateau 5.4, Cross River quite high too. I'm a bit surprised by that too. I have to confess that one. Hold on now, Pastor, calm down. If you're right, you're going to be right. I'm not hiding in the chat now. Ogun State 5.4, Adamawa 5.8, Taraba 6, Niger 6.1, Yobe 6.6, Kebbi 6.7, Kano 6.8, Gombe 7. Sokoto 7, Katsina 7.4, Jigawa 7.6, Bauchi 8.1, Zamfara 8.4.
Okay, let me respond to you, please. Now, you notice something here, right? The further north you go, the bigger the lie, right? So now, 8 point. Let me ask you something mathematically. Out of let's say 100, right? What is? I'm gonna make it way it's easy. 8.4 of 100. And then 4.3 of 1,000. Which one is bigger?
I don't even have a clue what you just said.
Okay, well, you're gonna have to get the clue.
If I follow you through your rabbit hole, you're gonna get me lost. I don't know what you just said. You just said stuff.
Hold on. It's you, right? You're looking at percentages, but percentage of what? In essence, if you know that if you have two people,
it's not percentage. It's not percentage. It's the average child per woman.
No, listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying, you're looking at percentages when you come all the way down to it, right? Or average. It's the same thing. Average.
Childbirth, I don't even know.
If you have a man and a woman, let's say in Niger, so you have 50% women, or 1 out of 2. Right? It's a woman. But if you then have 1,000 people in Abia, you understand what I'm saying? And then you have 20 women to 800 and something men. You have more women in Abia. But percentage-wise, you have more women in what do we use in the north for the 1 out of 2, right? Whatever that 1 out of 2, you have 50% women there. But there's more women in Abia because they have 20 women out of 1,000. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me? I want you to use that logic. because we've established that they don't have that many people. The further north you go, like Zamfara, beyond Katsina and all those places, you saw the thing.
They have
It's
a lot
round.
of people in Kanu, though.
They have a lot of people, but the people you were reading out here, Katsina, Zamfara, Kaduna, right? Listen,
yes,
Namawa and all those northern Sokoto, right? Sokoto is high. That's 7.0.
Yeah, that's very high.
Yeah, it's very high. But one thing, though, you have to do things by observation. How many people from Sokoto do you see in a restaurant or online?
Oh my God!
Or at Dr. Damages, right? How many?
You are in the south. Why would you see them?
Well,
but I was telling you that I live in Sokoto State.
Forefathers.
So Sokoto is empty, eh? Okay, let's admit this is what you say. Sokoto is empty. The southern of Sokoto starts from nothing, eh?
Most of the people staying in Sokoto, they are not from Sokoto origin. They are Yoruba and the Igbos and the Benue people.
Good point.
Oh, so there are southerners that are in Sokoto. Okay,
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Do you know how the census process goes? In the north, like, do you think they're able to get accurate data? Like, just
I think they can get a reasonably accurate data because statisticians are not necessarily they are very clever at knowing what the actual numbers are. They don't necessarily just count and just take it like that.
No, it's
you
not.
mean cooking up the numbers?
They have their weighting systems.
No, the weighting systems is when you want to carry out an analysis on the data, not to get the actual data.
Yes.
Right? So you have to do a probability weighting.
That's the only point of the weighting system, isn't it?
Okay, yeah. So my point really is, because I also stayed in the north for 1 year for my youth service, and there's this concept of Bashiga in the north, which is not the same here.
You can't
you can't get into the compound to verify any information.
No.
Yes.
Hey, hold on, guys.
Hey, why?
Hold on. Bashiga, when they do census, women enter inside the compound to count people. What do you mean by
Bashiga? It's not true.
Hold on. The concept of Bashiga is to prevent men from entry to those the compound because of the women that are there. Not women. Women can go in.
Okay. Let's even agree with that. Do you think that people who conduct census, do you think that they kind of make provisions? Because I have been involved. Wait, let me tell you why that's not true. I've been involved in 2 World Bank surveys, right? And there was not, and all of us there, we were male. We did a survey during the removal of the fuel subsidy. We were all males. We're just, I was working then in my university. The head of the department just came and said, well, we need so and so people. And that's how it was no like consideration. And let me be honest with you, when it comes to, because the World Bank does a survey called the Living Standard Measurements. I can't, it's LSMS, that's the abbreviation, right? And it's actually like done in most countries in the developing world. If you Google LSMS World Bank for Nigeria, you'll find the data, right? So having said that, Nigeria's LSMS data are actually among the poorest in the world. And it's because those considerations that you are making, they are not necessarily incorporated there.
Bro, every Nigeria data is fraud. Forget it.
Okay,
Nigeria data.
I'm glad.
You know what? I think even with my armchair, this thing can. If you give me certain data, I can ask for certain data from Nigeria, and I can estimate the population of the country. The fact that the idea that people say the Nigerian data is fraudulent, I really don't agree with that.
No,
we have bank account details, we have phone records, we have so many records.
How many people own bank accounts?
It's quite a significant. You can carry out a kind of analysis. You have a kind of.
It's not even 50%.
Out.
It's not 50%.
I'm talking of people in development economics that have actually done surveys.
Yeah, man, wake up.
And they tell you that there is a lot of limitation. it's not as good as maybe a place like Malawi, whose data I've used. I've used Malawian data.
So now we don't know the population of Nigeria anymore. So we
No,
are
what
not
I'm
200
trying to
million
tell
then.
you is what I'm trying to tell you is that there are already some intrinsic limitations to that data collection process. For example, because of cultural norms, you cannot verify. Because if you look at, like, I use Malawian data, what they do is that whenever they are interviewing the household head, they kind of do some sort of observation of the household and ask each household member and give each of them something called a PID, a personal identification number. How is that possible in the northern part of Nigeria when you don't even allow your women come out?
Yes, let's say it's impossible to do that in the north, but it's not all properties that they don't have access to. The ones that they have, let's say with the female, they are going with female surveyors, people that are doing the counting. The ones that have access to it, they will use their averages to average out what the numbers are saying, and this is what the point of
ones that have
weighting
average to
is.
what? The ones that have average to
Let's say the ones that have, let's say you go into some compound and they don't let you in, and the man of the house or whoever send somebody in there to go and count, and they give you their numbers, the average that they come with. Then you compare it to the ones where people actually have access to verify the numbers. Hold on now. The ones that actually have access to count the people, you can use that to say, okay, compare them. If there is no consistency, let's say the ones that they nobody has access to them, and they just go and give you the number. If the number is so lopsided from the ones you have access to, it tells you that something is wrong.
No,
Ed, to correct you again, right? I think you don't understand the concept of Bashiga. Even the women that are in Bashiga, they go out. Not that they don't go out.
No, what I mean is,
when did they go out? In the night. They go out only in the night.
No. I'm not even against your point. AY.
No,
I'm not.
it's only in the night.
No. AY might be right, but what I'm saying is that the data, as in the data collectors, might not be able to like account for those cultural.
I get your own point.
Yeah, that's like maybe because first and foremost, the people that will go for most of those data collection, because it's usually like it's intrinsically like a very it could be risky, especially if you're going to the north. So it's men that would normally do that.
So
kind of
it's
data
your point
collection.
that the northern statistics is not accurate by how many percent?
I'm saying that the way you're just touting it as like very objective, I would not do that.
The one thing
I think it can be objective based on the numbers that they give to you, and based on that we have quite a lot of data regarding people in the country. Then you also have another level of data that also in terms of the geographical landmass. It's not. There are so many things you factor in to say, within reason, this is the proportion.
But then you also have the eye test. I have lived in the north. I mean, AY probably has lived in the north.
The one lesson me I want to draw from all this is the fact that if we practice true federalism, there will be no need for any state falsifying numbers because you will use your resources. The essence of collecting statistics and doing a population census is to help with development of the people, to use the resources to allocate it to the population to know to help them plan for development.
Absolutely.